and right through the night, and then very nearly missed our flights. My one friend tackled another guy into a pile of snow, and just beneath the snow was a bunch of concrete on pavement, and cut his whole face open. Oh man, Jesus. It was messy.
Wow. And so where did you fly? You flew directly into Siberia? Did you go to Moscow? Or?
Yeah, I think Moscow,
Yeah.
and then Tumen. Tumen's quite a town. I thought it was going to be,
I always imagined that part of the world was like barren wasteland.
I think it's oil making it, so you don't drive pretty expensive cars.
Oh, really?
It's very expensive, yeah, but it's kind of like
A lot of oligarchs running around there.
yeah, I think so, yeah. Anyway, I mean, very hospitable people and a good time. And that Siberia experience kind of opened my eyes to a whole lot of other stuff. So then, that set me off on another kind of segment of my journey to digital values.
And did you do the trip around South America after that?
No, South America was before that. So that was us just getting colder and colder water, and what we realized that there's nobody that ever swum around the southernmost tip of South America. There's a little island called Cape, and it's known as the sailor's grave. If you're into sailing, generally you'll ever just to sail around it. So we thought it was a good idea to seek to be the first guy to swim around.
That's why they created Panama Canal, right?
Yeah, it's possible. So, and we eventually managed to find a low sea that was prepared to take us down and throw it on as and he couldn't be shot from the deck. We thought it was a big hindrance to the issue because we could communicate with the guy. And we had like a 1 day or 20 period to long, something like a 28-hour trip to get down in the really dangerous waters. And I don't understood that if you got us to Cape Horn alive, we were then going to take our clothes off and jump off and suck it into the water. But anyway, we did it, and we became the first in the world to actually swim around there.
SW, what is that? What is SW?
And yeah, that was probably an amazing experience. We went to South America to do 3 swims. First, we try to swim across the Magellan Strait in Magellan.
Street worker?
Which is very cold and hot. Further, and then we went to swim the Eagle Channel, which is from Chile to Argentina. And then we went to double to the back. That's very cold, not so fast.
Anti-sex worker?
Never experienced that.
Strangest name of the red. Clocking Rabbi is anti-sex worker.
It's fast flowing water.
Now that is everyone's problem.
What
the fuck does that mean?
Weird, like a sucking sound. And if you get sucked into that as a swimmer, it's obviously not good. So we were sucking. No, I didn't, but no, but we were very close to doing that. What creates? It's just the fast-flowing water, and I think because tides change, because it's tidal, so at some stage water's trying to get in and out. And I'm not sure. I hope there's no scientists listening to this, so I'll figure it out. But they're quite daunting. I'll never forget stopping in the middle of that Beagle Channel, 8 degrees Celsius water, which is about 50 Fahrenheit. It's really cold when you're dangerous and in danger, and you've got to keep moving. And I just remember stopping because there's no support going alongside. It's all alone up there with another swimmer filming alongside. And we just heard it. And you realise you can't see it because your eye line is kind of the same, right? So in fact, but you know it's close, you know which way to swim, and your mind starts playing tricks. You start feeling yourself getting sucked into it. You just like change the trajectory and swim. Nothing adrenaline burst to get us across.
How far away from shore do you stay pretty close to the shoreline when you're swimming, like around Horn?
Around Horn, we could go 100 coast, but we couldn't have it too close because we didn't and also we had a strategic failure. All the homeless communities were doing research on which way the currents go. So we researched the Chilean Navy which way we should swim forward to them, and we were continuing to swim for 5 minutes without moving in, so we were in the long way. So the only way to get out is to take the risk and swim really close to shore. So the risk of the breakers, the risk of getting bashed in the rocks, but also the current doesn't have right along the shore. So that we had to do. Wow. Yeah, so you got to make good decisions. there's something that I've really learned through this process of pushing these boundaries and doing these work first is that first before following rules, you cannot take no for it. So there's a very good reason they were done it before. So if you really want to do the homework, do the research, put the safety stuff in place, and figure it out. And one of the guys in our group was really good at not taking no for it. So I'm kind of the guy that when I'm presenting with a whole bunch of facts as to why I'll probably die. Yeah, I'm like, okay, you know, you're the local. You've got fires out on this. Warner, South America, you know? Well, yes, I'm sorry, because I've done it on a boat. So the big challenge in the cold that I set for myself and with just guys like you guys were doing was to try and be the first in the world to swim an official half-mile Arctic. So I have gone, once I've done the swim in Cape Town, we went back again and then to cruise liner to Antarctica. So I've done that to across the Drake Passage. It's one of the most volatile bodies of water. Really, really Drake Passage. Those are the most unexplored parts of the ocean. They are, yeah, and quite interestingly, though, I mean, I wasn't part of it, so it's not really my story to tell, but I was part of a rowing crew that was going to see the first resort to row from Cape Town, basically South America to Antarctica. And unfortunately, I just because of 2 years, New York City has established a hub in New York, an opportunity to discovery. Oh, did they really? Costing the guys. The guy took my place, got a salary for doing it, so it's quite bitter. Anyway, so you can, it's been rowed once, and I was meant to be part of the team, but it wasn't, so it's cheap and all. But I'm not really a rower, I'm really but we went to Antarctica to try and be the first to swim a mile south of the Antarctic Circle, and it's one of the most fascinating experiences of my life. We didn't get the geographic goal just because we don't have our own ship to be paying passengers on an ocean liner, and this thing just keeps moving and they don't change their shoes with anybody. They literally go up the coast of, down the coast of Antarctica, and go in south of the circle, and then 48 hours later they turn around and come back. So the weather is good in those 48 hours. It's unswimmable. You're going to miss that goal. Now, before I went, I knew Antarctica from what I've seen on Nat Geo and Discovery Channel. It's a beautiful flat water with a whale frolicking in the distance. Ice over there and blue skies. That's not what we experienced. It was just brutal and wild and very, very, very good. And even though we missed the geographic goal, we still made the mile attempt after 7 days of being on standby. We got to Mexico, and the water that I did it in was -1 degree Celsius. So that is, that's 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So salt water freezes below 32. 32 water freezes. So yeah, it's salt water, so that actually doesn't store liquid, but there's plenty of ice those water. And then you get the added bonus of something called liquid seal. Yeah, that is just insane beast. Dinosaurs. Do they mess with you? Yes and no. So they've been responsible for a couple of deaths, but they're kind of like the great white sharks. You know, there's one of them who's surface, see what you are, and kills you unmistakably. So if you need to, these guys, I think, are really inquisitive. So sometimes the people who have died at their hands and mouths and being inquisitive and pull them under the water and not let them back up because they want to play or whatever they do. I don't think they malicious, but they did. Absolutely. What about polar bears? That's you don't find them in Antarctica. Oh.
If you're like me, doesn't know that.
No, I didn't know that. Well, listen, the crew of the ship were meant to help us, and they expected us to arrive with some cage for the leopards.
Oh, really?
And I didn't even know leopard seals existed until I got there. That's how bad I was. I feel bad about the poses.
It's a big apple bag.
Actually, lot of people sort of just say the false bedroom that I did in South Africa, which is the relax and feeding run. There's a few people who have attempted it in the past. Sharks attack from the bottom, so you've got kind of this U-shaped case in the kitchen with a hot engine on it that you swim inside.
And it drags it behind the boat.
It's actually got its own transom and lots of different makeups. But picture almost like two canoes and a transom between them at the back. And underneath each canoe there's sort of a car and then a flat transom coming up the other piece.
No way.
So you swim between the two canoes, but below you there's no box.
That's insane. I had no idea that was a thing.
I've never done it. I did do a swim with a guy once. He was in the cage, which is no room for me, so I was on the outside. And I thought that was so rude. I was
Sorry, bud. We don't have enough room for you.
yeah, you're on the outside.
Wow.
But I've got no experience with that. And in fact, I haven't heard of anyone swimming with a cage for many years. Like some of the crew kind of couldn't believe, A, we were going to swim in that water with our breaths, and B, that we were swimming in that water with the leopards. And true to form, obviously, when we did eventually get to make our tent, and this, by the way, is a really long extended story, which I find very short. The leopard seal did come along to try and have a look at us. Put the shoulder up and circled around. That's a great video for that. And eventually, luckily, decided to cover it.
So what's next for you? What do you have any sort of like big goals? I don't know what you want to do next. Like I don't understand. I don't even know what could possibly trump swimming around the Horn of South America or swimming in Siberia.
Well, yeah. My goal forever is trying to swim from Russia to USA. So,
so you mean from like to Alaska?
Let me cut it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Oh, we got plenty of time.
So obviously you've got Russia and 180 kilometers between the two of them. And I was invited to be part of a relay attempt, a Russian relay attempt that was to swim from Russia, world first across to America. And it was a big international thing, mostly Russian. But there were other international components of which and it was meant to take a relay. It took us about 13 days. I turned 40 years old twice, by the way. Because smack in the middle of that sea is the national data line. So, one side is 24 hours away, 3 hours away from the other side. So, and I happened to have my 40 just crossed that line with an American region, and I turned 40. And the weather turned so bad, and the anchor, and because we couldn't move anymore, we ran out of permissions to be in American water, to be in Russian vessel. So we then had to go back into Russia, which put me back into yesterday, so I turned 39. Back to date. And then we crossed over the date line again, I turned 40 again, when the time caught up. So that's quite that's just a sideline. That was a fascinating story. However, while I was on that relay trip, which was successful in the end, and repeated venture, and I did the down medium, smack in the middle of this area. So the two clumps of rock here, one is called Rabbi Nova, which is big diamond, that's in Russian. It's 3.8 kilometers, across which is about 3 miles. There's another line to Little Diamond. So I figured if I could swim, I would be the first male to swim from Russia to America. So now it's been done by a lady called Linda Cox. One of the I've met in the lakes from the season and lives in San Diego. That's where I met her. And she did it in the 1980s. No one's tried it since, so I really wanted to try and do So living in Cape Town is quite hard, but eventually I flew with a group of guys who had different goals. They wanted to be in wetsuits and then cold it was quite spiritual information to me. So just so that one island is 23 hours time difference to the other, because they're only 2 miles apart. Yeah, so swimming from one side to the other. Yeah, it was probably going to take you the longest swim of your life, or it's going to be the quickest. Right. So anyway, where was it? Oh, so I had to fly from Cape Town to Johannesburg, London to York, New York to Anchorage to Nome to Prince of Wales, and then I had to get on a little boat and catch a ride up to the island to start the swim. Wow, you just have no idea. And what had happened in all the preparation that we had done to get there, it happened to coincide with the first time that Russia decided to invade Ukraine. When I say the first time, maybe the time before, but the last time, so not this current time that we're working now. So, when was it? This would be in 2014.
They took over Crimea.
I think so. I don't know too much about the politics. All I know is that it was hypersensitive. And the Russian island is a military base, or the first line of defense from the American side.
Right.
So you couldn't get permission to enter Russian waters no matter how hard you tried. Because you can go to that Orthodox way, by boat and swim into Russia. Right. Just don't understand it. It's just too crazy. So there's also a whole colony of walrus that
Walrus.
And yeah, so eventually the American expedition company took us. If we couldn't get permission, refused to go across that date line and into Russian waters. So only escorted us the first mile from America to that line where we were going further. So we lost us. There's only 1 or 2 boats. But when you're in the place that you've got enough cash, someone's going to feel that. So first, sorry, just backtrack. We didn't get permission to get into Russian waters. So generally what normal people would do is they just go, that didn't work, so you don't get permission. I decided I want to go anyway, because I know that when you get into these really remote places, they often have rules of their own. And money talks in for the money because you find a way to just get across. And we did, and we got out there. No one gave any support whatsoever. The locals, because they were shot up there. Don't do it. And it really messed with my mind. So remember, I'm there with a really good bunch of mates that I've used in the band. They've got no threat from the cold disease. I'm going to try and do this one solo in the speed up. So I'm going to be pushing myself to the brink of death, and then I need someone to take over and achieve my goal. So it is quite a hectic one when you're doing it with a bunch of mates who are doing the same thing with you, but when you're not, you feel very the next thing that went on is that we now went past those islands on a remake we measured also at 6 degrees Celsius, which is pretty cold. What's that? 6 degrees would be about 45, 48 Fahrenheit. Yeah, 43 Fahrenheit. And I reckon I could do the 2-mile distance in just over 2 miles. When we got there, the solar was 3.2 degrees Celsius, which is closer to 2. So really cold. Makes a massive difference. It's half the time that it's really good. It's not just 3 degrees cold. Plus we lost the support crew, so we lost about 3 boats. Now we had 5 guys swimming. All of it, we had 6 guys swimming, 5 in the suits and 1 in the scuba, having to share it. I have to get myself in a very meditative state, so I separate myself from the jokes and banter and talking about what the plans are. I just have to get really start to focus on the cold. And we eventually got a guy who was prepared to take us into the Russian waters, drop us back there. I made it clear I'm not going to climb up for that, because you can see the Russian military there. Yeah, you can see that they don't watch anybody else do like this, so they're watching like what the hell's going on. Yeah, that's a great imagine.
out of the bag, vodka.
What else is it to do? So anyway, I lost a little bit of nerve and decided I'm still going to do the swim, but I'm not going to exit which means I can't play in the record because you have to exit land and exit land and decide to say you've done the swim. So I decided just take me to opposite the island, drop me in the water, and I'll swim ultimately back to America, which is what I did. But I need a support boat alongside me because it's 3 degree water. There were patches of 6, it was between 3 and 6 Celsius. And because we had lost some of the support crew, we were sharing a boat. And when we reached that date line, geographic, obviously there's no line. You're kind of swimming one stroke you this side of the line, one stroke you that. The guys will stop for a photo shoot. I can't stop, so it just went. So they all said, no, just swim on. So I kept swimming by myself, completely exposed out in the middle, knowing that I'm dying body-wise. There are walrus in the area. There are currents that are sweeping me out, and I swam the 3.8 and the 2-mile distance. And the support boat came alongside me, and I realized I got my trajectory horribly wrong, so I wasn't swimming to America. I had to swim at an angle to compensate for the currents running between the islands. I got it wrong. I got too hectic. And the boat tied me, and you can't really see where you're going. Bottom line is, I didn't make it. I got pulled out. I did the distance. So I swam from Russia to America, but I did not start on the Russian islands. Long story for that, but it's quite hard to picture. Well, but if I had the visuals, it just makes a lot more sense. Exactly. It was an adventure.
I mean, I don't think anyone would fault you for not touching land in Russia if you were getting shot.
Well, listen, I'm still there. I still did it. And the other thing in my head, the last hurdle, was that I didn't personally believe I'd get shot, although that's what I was told by the people who should know. But even if I didn't shoot and they can't be arrested, because we know I need proper to and they're not going to know. So they're going to take me and try to process. I try to tell them in English, some guy arrested a guy in a speedo. or
what's worse, arresting a guy in a speedo or shooting a guy in a speedo?
I don't know. But yeah, all these things were playing in my mind, and I let it get the better of me. In retrospect, I should have just gone and climbed out on that Russian island and swum across, and I don't think I would have had a problem. I probably would have jacked it forward because it's so cool. But it was a different political time.
So what's next? Do you have plans for another crazy expedition?
Yes, but it will not be extreme cold. It will be cold water. And it's going to take a little time because right now, after COVID, I've got a different challenge in my hands. So being a public speaker, you can imagine how many things were happening for the last 2 years. It took quite a curve. So things have picked up amazingly, but I just need to ride that storm. So I've mentioned False Bay a few times through this chat. False Bay is 34 kilometers across. That's right, feeding ground. So psychologically, it's difficult. So there are more things that sting you that are going to bite you, and the distance is quite extreme. It's kind of predictable. It's not a channel, it's a bay. So currently there's no what's going to happen. I took that on, and I got a Guinness World Record for completing it, and that was a wonderful accolade. I was very proud of myself. However, if I'm deadly honest, that was within my comfort zone. I set goals that I don't think not goals that I know I can achieve. If you're setting, even though it might look extremely hard to most, you're setting a goal that you kind of know if you do anything, see you will achieve it. That's comfort zone stuff. Okay, so if I set goals that you actually don't think, find it to be really hard for you, and you'll take it up.
Uncharted territory.
Uncharted turf. So I knew I'd make False Bay. What I don't know, whether I can make it back. So turn around and swim back. So call it a 70 kilometer swim, which I've never done any close to. I know it's humanly possible. Whether I can do that or not, it means I'll swim for probably around 24 to 28 hours. And that means I'll swim overnight unprotected in the dark in False Bay with the psychology of that just scares the living lights out of me, to be honest. Being extremely cold, tired, frustrated, salt-chafed, dehydrated swimmer, and then it gets dark, and I have to try to keep my it's about me for another probably 10 to 12 hours.
So you whiz through the night.
That's what you do. So that's the plan. So that's the goal. It's going to take a few years. I need to find a nice sponsor who can give me that short piece of mind. So
You need to find a film crew.
yeah, it's going to make a fascinating future. I thought of that actually. There's been a little bit of interest, but I'm not. Although I'm talking about it on the podcast, that's just part of my process to get my head right. I am disclaiming it by saying that there's a lot of stars that need to align before I even start the training for that. So it's a long way down the line, but it is. You asked what my goal is, and that is my goal.
That's an incredible goal. A lot of people do that. A lot of people make a goal public, so it holds them accountable for it. So, what's up with your book? What's the name of your book?
It's called Push Past Impossible.
Hold it up next to your face right here, so the camera can see it right here.
There you go, guys. Push Past Impossible.
Push Past Impossible. And you just now got it released recently, right?
Just released. It's been out for a month. All of a sudden, arrived on my doorstep. So this is a product of hard lockdown and COVID. When I was finally given enough time to do it. You'll find it on Amazon. It's on Kindle and everywhere as well. So
audio?
It's not audio yet, but okay. A lot of my mates who don't like reading, that's me. I understand that, but it's been out a very vulnerable process, to be honest. Writing a book, I wasn't sure I wanted to do it, and all those self-doubts, and will anyone read it, and is it going to be interesting? And all the messaging coming across was I include quite a lot about the mind of that and how you relate that to daily life. And some of the stories we've shared today, there's a lot more in this book, and it shows the whole progression for me as a good old couch potato at the age of 28, 30, and now a 3-time Guinness World Record holder doing crazy stuff and traveling the world as an inspirational speaker and do wonderful podcasts, concrete. So how taking a little step in life and just taking a change and taking a little bit of a risk every now and change your direction and really just visionise your life, which it has for me. And this book takes you to that.
It's really incredible what you're doing, man, and I love the parallels and what it does to basically explore the human mind and the powers of the human brain and what it can do, and understanding what it was designed to do and keep you away from, as opposed to being able to have the motivation and the desire and the just will to do impossible things. And that's the biggest thing I think I took away from listening to you, was trying to discover, understanding at least that your brain is trying to hold you back because of evolution. So you have to learn how to push past that.
100%, yeah. And I hope I'm glad you took that out of it, because obviously when I do the keynotes in the corporate, it's far more succinct and nicely laid out. But you've nailed it, so that's exactly it. And my swimming journey has taught me that about myself, and I'm a complete. I think that's where I started. I'm a complete average Joe. There's nothing special about me. I've no clever ability to self-heat my center core, survive some of the situations better than anyone else. It's just a matter of understanding. It's a matter of being aware of what's happening in your head, as you just. And then one of the hardest parts, believe it or not, is believing it's relevant to you. Because humans always think, oh, that's to someone else, not me. I've got my shit together. I know when I'm taking a risk. I know when I'm steering me away from comfort and progress. But when you believe that you're actually not, okay, only then can you be brave enough to try and take the step. So it's kind of a 3-tier process that I have to be aware of it first, and then we do through wonderful stories, and then believe, and then be brave enough to try.
That's beautiful, man. Do you have a website or anything where people can find more your work or your talks?
Yeah, so website is Ryan Stramrud. I'm going to hold this up so you can see the spelling. Everybody spells it.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. RyanStramrud.com. But where I'm most active is on Instagram. So, okay. And that's Ryan_Stramrud. STRAMROOD.
I will link it below. Thanks again for your time, man. I really appreciate this. What you're doing is fucking fascinating, and I love it. And I hope more people can find out about what you're doing and find your talks and your book and all that good stuff.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for your interest, and thanks to your listeners and viewers and everybody. I really appreciate it. Interact. Love to hear from you.
Yes. The families of 4 victims are
Rondoni, or maybe before that, just explain a little bit about who you are and what your background is.
Okay, I'm originally from the south side of Chicago. Grew up in Italian enclave, basically, 5,000 miles from Italy. And I have 13 brothers and sisters, basically with half brothers, step brothers, etc. But for me, they were always all my brothers and sisters. Lived the American dream. First I was in trouble. Judge Clarence Bryant sent me to the military when I was 16. I couldn't go into any military but the Air Force because they were the only ones that had the defaulted enlistment program. So my mother signed, and I went to the Air Force when I was 17. I got out when I was like 19 because my mother needed a discharge, which is an honorable discharge. And I started working on docks in Chicago. A friend of mine needed someone to take a job as a runner at the Chicago Board Option Exchange. And then 2 years later, I was registered with the story. Later, I was a guest on the show again, famous American chauvinist, Playboy magazine, with Sylvester Stallone and Magic Johnson as one of America's Most Lovable Bachelors, and I believe it was. And I got married. My oldest son was diagnosed with a very rare blood disease in 92 October. And I dropped everything in my life trying to cure sickle cell disease and thalassemia, which is the disease that my son has. And the reason I say both of those diseases is because they're both defects in the basic gene. So if you cure one, you cure them both. And there's 100,000 sickle cell disease patients in the U.S. and only 2,500 thalassemia patients.
A mutual friend of ours, Art Williams, the counterfeiter, put us in touch. How did you meet Art?
Yeah, Art's from my neighborhood as well. My brother Georgie got the soul on around Art, and their kids. And Art's a typical neighborhood guy, just like I tend to believe I'm a typical neighborhood guy. It's a blue-collar enclave, Italian mostly, and Irish predominantly. Back then especially. And, he said, hey, I got this nice guy, Danny, I want to put in touch. He's got this good show, and I think you're made for it. And, of course, my book, Flight of the Rondoni, just hit the stores 3 or 4 days ago. You can get it on Amazon and bam, and here it is. And
Flight of the Rondoni.
And, of course, if nobody reads the book, it doesn't do anybody any good.
What started you on this journey from, what was your early life like? You were born where?
Yeah, so I was born in the south side of Chicago to an Irish father, an Italian mother, but I grew up in an Italian neighborhood. My father was around, and then I don't know who that was. He said he wasn't my father, and he really didn't care about all that nonsense. But I do have a name. I lived a wonderful life. I love it how people, everybody wants to whine and complain. Why today, what was me, whether it's a special interest group called Me Too or Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, it's all about, what was me, we're discriminating against all of that. But all of us, every single one of us has hardship, heartbreak, etc. And I'm one of the believers that the hardship and heartbreak is what make us who we are. And I'm very lucky and fortunate and happy that on the south side of Chicago, I had a lot of experiences stealing cars, stores, and whatever I did to make ends meet, and I'm happy about it. I'm happy who I am. I'm glad. There's nothing hard about it. I got beat up a bunch of times, shot at. I was part of the FBI, 3 FBI investigations. But in the end, it's not what was me. Lucky me that I went through all these good experiences, and I am who I am. And my life has just been wonderful. It continues to be wonderful. And I'm saying that, the father of a child who in 1992, they said we're going to be 14 years of age, dying, trying to live a world that existed. And, I can say that it was a wonderful life, and it is a wonderful life. And luckily, my son, because of medicine, other advances, is that yeah, I mean, adversity. It's just reading an article where schools are going to start, giving grades to kids that they consider darker skin than others. They're going to give them extra points in the grades to try to make up for the discrimination for the past. It's just insanity. I have no idea where these people come from. If I had a tougher background growing up, I'd actually got them advantage, not the disadvantage. So I come from a family. There wasn't a lot of cake, a lot of fighting and screeching. 10% of my neighbors in jail. Well, are we all lying and saying, oh, woe is me? No. We were lucky that we grew up like that. We had a lot of different experiences that other people weren't as lucky to get those experiences. So everybody, I say they play the woe is me card. To me, it's the opposite. I was lucky. And this idea of now balancing the act out because we mistreated, homos, we mistreated dark-skinned people, we mistreated whatever it is. I think it's kind of these social experiments are kind of great for the corporations. Yeah, so, they're great for corporations and politicians. Yeah, but it's just ripping the country apart. I've never seen anything ridiculous. I went back to Italy, told the Italians that they were white. I was nuts. What are you talking about? Especially in Italy, where you go into Calabria, Sicily, Puglia. A lot of our people are darker skinned than the Northern Africans, and then if you go up to Trieste and Northern Italians, you have blue eyes and the Germans. What is all of this nonsense? And then, I read the other day, Bill Cosby's going back to court for something supposedly he did in 1975. How do you defend yourself?
He's free, isn't he?
Well, he's free, but now they're going after him again because a woman said she's 62 years old. That's exactly right. She's 62. It's a civil case this time. But it's all about money, of course. But, she's 62 and claims that Bill Cosby in 1975 took her to his hotel or his home and put his hand in her pants and made her touch him. And she's going after money, and Bill Cosby's going to be back and forth. He doesn't have to show up, of course. He'll have to pay the money if he's again. But what are you, nuts? How does a man or a woman defend themselves about something that happened more than 2 or 3 years ago, let alone 47 years ago? Is this getting even, for all of these poor women who at one time or another were abused? And don't get me wrong, women are abused, men are abused, dogs are abused, cats are abused, everybody's abused. But what does this do, putting people in jail and making them give up their money? It's insanity.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, especially when there's high level celebrities like Bill Cosby or.
Well, because he's got money. They're not going to go after it. You could have a guy living on the street. He's homeless, and maybe he molested 400 women in his days. But they're not going to go after him because he ain't got no money.
Right. Or Johnny Depp. Did you watch the whole Johnny Depp debacle?
I didn't watch it all. It's all kind of. Again, I live in Italy for the most part. I am a proud American. I served in the American military. I have a honorable discharge and all of that, and I'll die a proud American, Catholic, by the way. But I have my 3 sons who live in Italy. I live in Italy most of the year.
Oh, they all live in Italy.
Yeah, they all live in Italy, and because my son's disease, he ended up there because he was supposed to do experimental medicine. Here he had to be hospitalized. It cost me like $70 million in 40 days. So I ended up opening up a medical center in a town 20 miles from my grandparents' house. And we ended up there because of that, because I'm doing medicine at home, because instead of like 70,000 a day, it cost me like $2,000.
What is the difference in the medical system there versus here?
Well,
this brief interruption is brought to you by Versus Game. And this week's Versus Game question of the week is, will Steph Curry score more than 30 points in Game 6 of the NBA Finals? Go vote, yes or no. Versus Game, one word, no spaces. Or click the link below, or search for Concrete on the Versus Game app. Go do it now and win some money. Back to the show.
This could be way. So, at one time, health care in the United States was a service. It could be teen industry. At one time, I was a kid. My mother would take me and my brother and sister. She goes to Dr. Farrell. If she had 20, she gave me 20. If she had 10, she gave me 10. Every year, you go to Catholic school, you had to be checked out. You'd go there and you get done. And Dr. Farrell, whatever my mother had, spend this 15 minutes and filled out the papers. We went to school every day. Because medicine is a vocation about taking care of sick people. Today, as we know, the corporations own a great part of healthcare, and they've infiltrated our not-for-profit. I mean, you got places like Memorial Sloan from a great place. The CEO makes $6.7 million salary. And then when a kid dies of cancer, they ask the grandparents if they can donate $50 for Easter egg. But this is where healthcare is going. It's basically, we watched on television. I think it was 1997 when the FDA finally allowed us to advertise on television. We're the only ones, by the way, to do that. So now they not only advertise, all of these drugs for if you've got your legs move at night, or the other day I saw one for bulging eyes. I mean, and then they tell you about the defects, which are worse than the problem that you have. And this is the corporations that take over the country.
I heard somewhere that we are one of 2 countries on earth that actually allow pharmaceutical companies to advertise.
Yes, New Zealand, but New Zealand don't allow it the way that we allow it. I mean, we have it direct. We have, Cancer Firm of America, saved my life. They told me that I was going to die when I went over to XYZ. And I went over here, and then they told me I was here I am, I'm dancing, but they own the country. Because people realize why the transgender thing is becoming so big. Well, it's because it costs $12,000 a month to do the hormonal treatment. So, of course, you've got these corporations pushing kids to become transgenders. It's about money. It's about the innovations. I read the other day that, these testosterone and estrogen, etc., went from being products that 20 years ago were selling, $20 million worth to selling $2 or $3 billion worth. It's not that our kids want to become girls or boys anymore. It's just that they're being pushed into those things by big pharma, and it's criminal. I mean, they're child molesters or child abusers. I mean, it's just insanity.
I did not know that was the cost of this sort of therapy.
And if you talk about these operations, they're mutilating the bodies. Men are cutting off their penises. Women are taking skin from their arms and making, and they're never penises, by the way. And a man is always a man. He's got XY chromosomes, and he's a man. I mean, they can say whatever they want, but a giraffe, even if it wants to be a turtle, is still a giraffe. And it's just insanity that, and don't get me wrong, I don't care what people do in the bedroom. They want to, they want to pack fudge. They want to, I don't really care what they do. It's none of my business. I love them anyway. But, this whole idea that we're taking all of these horrible drugs that are doing nothing good for them and trying to say that this is right. We're saving their lives, which is really insane, because how many suicides are created? And then you have them doing this de-transgender. They're going back after that, like 14%. I mean, it is
14% of it.
Well, they claim up to 7 to 14, but there's not a lot of good statistics for all of this stuff, because it's all brand new. But the other day, I was reading, and they call them, and I apologize, I forgot exactly, but it's called, what do they call it? When you go from one way to the other, they call it transitioning. Then they have detransitioning.
Right.
I made a mistake. 14 years ago, I thought I wanted to be a man. No, I really want to be a wife. And it's crazy. Guess what? You're born a man. That's what you are. And I'm sorry, but you got to play with the cards you're dealt. And I'm not saying you can do whatever you want. I mean, when I was a kid, I was freaking 15, 14 years old. I was with a 25-year-old waitress for like a year and a half. I mean, okay, who cares? It was one of the best years and a half of my life. I learned more from that woman than I learned from 10 or 20 women. Today they want to put her in jail. I think you ought to give her a medal.
think I'll give you a medal.
Believe me, there's some people that would like to do that, but probably in the form of a bullet. But and that's okay too. But
In the form of a bullet?
well, you know, but,
Why would they want to do that?
you know, I mean,
like,
yeah, I mean, I fought, you know, a company that was $12 billion company in 2018. The CEO was told the CEO of the year in 2014. Maybe 24 million alone in 2018. In 2020, he was voted the worst CEO. So his company today has a market cap of around 300 million.
What company is this?
Bluebird Bio. Bluebird Bio. And I started my lawsuit in 2015, not knowing anything by the way. Just wanted to get my product back to me. Just didn't understand what they were doing. And that day, you know,
Company in Canada called
Apotex, yeah, and the owner, you know, at one time it was like 2019. It was hard.
Brings us to Tyler. Tyler was he was Harrison's vice president. So when Harrison died, one thing he did do was set the precedent that vice president stays as president. So everyone was like, we don't know what to do here. The president's now died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy? And he was like, no, I'm just the president. And enough that his party hated him for that. So there was his own party abandoned him.
How old was your son that died?
He was diagnosed with palliative. He was no party. Arab and Oriental. Southern.
That brings us to our guy, the That's how
he was 2 years old.
He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere. He promised everybody in his party all taking one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, he was taking up. I promised to do one term. When he was running as a congressman, it was his James King. When people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, all this is good. He was tiny. He was 5'8", which was like, that's really small. He was 5'8". And when he got in, his wife was the one that came up with, they got to play Hail to the Chief every time he comes to give you some respect. You know? Yeah, so that's why that happened. That's the right way. Starts going down. It's kind of a joke. It's like a midget walking in. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon territory out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's.
What were the signs? What were you seeing? What was going on with him? Like, what made you question something's up?
So, when we were in our mother's womb and up to about a year and a half, we had what's called
They were in Oregon. So British were pussy hunting. British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. He was like, nah, we're done with that. And he said the latitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with slogan 54 and 40. We're fighting. Saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to fuck you guys up. So he came out with that. The British were really into it. They were. So he called that, and the British were afraid to call him up. They were just like, fine, take it. So just take it. Dude, this guy's too nuts.
by the way,
So he takes that territory, which is huge.
a lot of the reason it's
It's not just Oregon, it's Washington.
You know how white Oregon is set
out
up?
there, you know, they estimate it costs $150,000 a year for all these so there isn't always something you can't, and I'm certainly not trying to say, you know, they got a cure to everything, and that's not the case. But as was said about me back in the 2000s by one of the top CEOs,
Texas. He starts fucking with Mexico. Like I said, they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first.
You said that you took him to a special hospital in San Francisco, and they started treating your son. What happened next? Sure, go.
I at the time was in Germany, because the markets were both going electronic. I traded on the floor of the Chicago Trade
We immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas. And then who was the general? Who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later. This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor. Yeah, Zachary Taylor was that guy. Mexican American war. Yeah, he was the war. Zachary Taylor was dominating. He went into Mexico City, and if you go to Mexico City, the big thing is the Los Niños, these six kids. So they went all the way to Mexico City, and the Citadel, the Chapultepec Palace, the army was so decimated, it was finally just the cadets of the military school who were the only ones defending the capital, and they were just poor kids firing on the American army as just coming, and they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended.
What made you want to do it? What told you that? What influenced that decision?
Well, first of all,
I was
I
like 12, 15 years old, and then in Chapultepec, there's four big pillars. They're like warriors. What does Mexico have back then? Is this like a king or they had Mexico. So what was going on all these years? Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War, but that the South that there would be a thing that Europe always bet on the South, because the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations, old families, and that's a European thing, and they loved Europe. The South, the North was always against Europe, wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, or I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just would have like somebody.
That seems like a crazy thing. I just opened the medical center. That seems like a big undertaking. How did that? What made you want to do that?
Yeah, well,
Mexico
like any other
installed
parents,
Maximilian, but then
there are
yes,
some
and so then the Mexicans finally, because when we lost the Civil War, what made me say that? When the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this. Napoleon was gone. Or the French pulled their, well, there was like three, I think it was a later Napoleon. Yes, pulled support. And Maximilian, they beheaded him. They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in at the Netherlands where they tell you she's gonna come get you. She would run the streets. She wouldn't say it. She would run the streets screaming. And they tell kids if you don't get to sleep, and she comes out of it, you don't go to sleep. We're not gonna get you. So that's how far in Mexico. I'm sorry to derail you, but so Zachary, so you were still a good entertainer, but still. So one thing I was instigating this war with Mexico. You gotta cut that part where you say we lost. No, let's cut that. Let's cut that. That's pretty sick. So they're they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. I saw an old one-term senator from Illinois. The term stood up and said, "We on their territory and we shot." There's one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War. Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You know what? My son is doing fine. I want you to do it up with the book.
I'm sorry, I think this was wrong. Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of big. He added 1/3 of the entire United States here. Pretty good military
handed you the one time.
But still, they got Texas and California, and they're probably half of they're saying she had it especially Texas.
When you say gene therapy, what exactly do you mean? So when we talk about gene therapy, basically take these fibers and we just sound
that was a smash.
now it's into
American destroyed Mexico.
and we put the gene that we want to get into the patient, the
This is
defective
good.
gene, not just the
He
baby.
was working his tail off. He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got home.
And you
He
put
went back
stem
to
cells
Mexico.
in the patient.
Like right away, right? Yeah. He's like, that was too much. It was
in the
not
school
hard.
bus. This is called a lengthy viral
So then
vector.
comes Zachary Taylor.
The
This
HIV
is
virus.
1849 to
It
1850.
gets into the stem cell and you give it back to the patient. He or she is asymptomatic.
Yeah, he died. I don't know when he died. He was just being in the 1800s. Yeah. He was one of the largest
Cured with no recurrences of anything? Yeah, no symptoms or anything for 4 or 5, 6 years. We actually treated 3 patients
did all that for 4
in
years.
2012 or 2015
But also,
and
there's
using
too much.
our
Now there's
product.
so much territory. And
And
the slaves,
2 out of
first
3
the
of those
outfits
patients
to
after
make
9
every
years
state they had to
had
add.
reductions in
There's debate.
transfusions of
There's a
43%.
debate.
Now, having
All
said
Southern
that,
presidents,
that
so many
product
Southern
was made in
presidents.
2009.
I mean, outside of the Adams,
Today, if we make that product, which we're
nonstop
making
Virginia,
now at the
and
University of
against
Tennessee and
Tennessee.
University
They started
of
digging into their bench was getting into Tennessee.
Gilbert,
And then we started kind of with
Hart,
Ohio, we started coming back.
Dallas,
Actually,
these are
kind of
people.
presidents did, so Lincoln. Yeah, but he was
Wow,
Kentucky,
that's fascinating.
Illinois,
And so, what currently are you doing with your medical center in Italy? Medical center in Italy. Oh, now it's a restaurant. Yeah, we closed the medical center and we no longer do experimentals. When he couldn't, we hooked up to his pump, with all these copious amounts of water going in. Whatever it was. And they discovered, the antibodies for HIV/C. So our blood, was infinitely actually cured today. So my son still transfused every 20 days before inoculation. And he closed the medical center because it wasn't needed anymore. And he has a restaurant inside. So he does a blood transfusion every how many days? 1 week. What is that like? Well, it's wow. I mean, there's no expression, no words that can give you a real feeling of what it's like sitting there and watching blood come out of this little plastic sack going into some pot. And it's like
He went to Washington, D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries.
Look at the sickle cell disease patients.
Like I said, it was a swamp. It was like a collar already old pop rock. Cherries, frosted milk, and it exploded. There were four presidents. What do you think about the fact that four of them were assassinated? Yeah. Well, successfully. Yeah. Four were killed.
Unimaginable.
4 out of 40. There's been 47 presidents. Wait, how many got shot killed? I don't think they got shot killed. Yeah, 4 were shot and killed.
You believe that
See, that's what I guess. A guy with a cheap royalty, the Grover, Cleveland, or from one of those was shot and killed. McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln. 4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking badly shot. Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest.
Say, well, sickle cells cost $150,000 a year to see the patient, so, in 15 years, we got our money back. That's
And somebody shot.
then they'll try to say, well, it costs so much to make medicine. No, it doesn't. It costs so much to give the corrupt CEOs and the minions all of the money and all of the funds that are dishing all of the money out, to get their money back and to do their pyramid schemes with the stock market. Yeah, that costs millions and billions maybe, but it's not that the research costs that kind of money. Yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of these big pharmaceutical corporations, especially when you talk about companies like Pfizer or whatever, they have people working for them that are ex-FDA or former, or people that are like where two have to work for the FDA and they work for the pharmaceuticals. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge problem. Well, wasn't it just a big conflict of interest? But in the end, if you go back and look in recent history, Vioxx, right, Merck, they knew that people on Vioxx had a multiple times more chance of being sick to get heart attacks. And the people who didn't get Vioxx, and they let it go. They ended up in finding $900 million because we were caught right now. Then we go to Paxil. 2012, they were fined $3 billion on GSK. GSK knew that Paxil was creating suicidal thoughts in adolescents, and they did it. We had at least 100,000 kids commit suicide that came off of Paxil. And then we got the best one of them all, OxyContin, Sacrophane, Purdue. And, you know, what is our government doing? We're letting them go.
Yeah,
why?
Isn't there something recent in the news with them? Didn't they just have to? Didn't they just
$4 billion. They're going to end up doing a deal, you know, because they basically told the government, if you go after us personally, you know, we're going to bankrupt Purdue. You're never going to get us anyway. But we'll give you $4 billion. So, you know, they're worth $14 billion. So they get $4 billion out. And they have the art institutes with their names on it and all of them. They don't spend one day in jail. What's the pain of one parent, of one brother, sister, who lost the kid to OxyContin? They were making drug addicts out of these kids purposely. You know, we talk about the United States, which is a bit peculiar when we talk about the world, because we have all these mass shootings. Well, 70% of them are created by people under 21. Well, why are they doing that? Because they're on Paxil, because they were on Ritalin, because we're drugging our kids, and then when they're coming out of drugs, you know, they don't know. I mean, they're just screwed up in the head. And our drug companies are doing that to make all this money. And then what do? They get machine guns, they buy guns, whatever it is. I mean, I'm not a big NRA guy, but it is true that guns don't kill people. I mean, I lived in Switzerland for a while. Every family must own a rifle because World War I, they made the law, and
it's a law you have to own.
They have to own a rifle.
Really?
Sure. Still.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and every person has to go to the military because it's a tiny country surrounded by Russia and Germany and Italy and France and all of that. They're not killing anybody. You know, what's going on? You're turning all of our kids, and by the way, our adults, I mean, I think, you know, the average 60-year-old has 7 different drugs. I mean, we're turning everybody into drug addicts. And what are the pharma companies doing? In the last 10 years, they siphoned $20 billion to our politicians who let them get away with it. And in the end, I say, you know, we've got to make all of our congressmen and our senators, when they're on television and when they're in Congress and at the Senate, they've got to wear NASCAR outfits so we can see who's writing the checks. You know, I want to see, why did they vote that way? Oh, yeah, look at Pfizer gave them $100,000 last year. You know, and I mean, the United States is a great place, filled with wonderful, wonderful people.
Is that George Carlin who said that?
Might have been whoever said it, but it was a great thing.
That was great.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, come on with all of this. I mean, you know, we're a great country. How do we let, you know, these corporations, and by the way, now they're hand in hand with Black Lives Matter and Me Too and LGBTQ. They're all just one happy family raping and pillaging the country. I mean, it's nuts.
Yeah, huge problem too. Not just like the opiates are a huge problem. Obviously, but another thing is the Ritalin and the Adderall are fucking insane. Where I don't know. I can count on one hand the people I know that aren't on it.
Yeah, they're finding it in the water supply.
It's everywhere.
I mean, it's nuts. And these people aren't going to jail; they're going to the country club.
That stuff is so fucking bad for you. It's unbelievable how bad that shit is for you. That is not how you're supposed to. That it drains the fucking dopamine out of your brain to where if you don't have it, you're just a fucking blob of nothing, and then all you can think about is getting more. It's so fucking addictive, so bad. I think there's not much difference from Adderall than actual meth, like pure meth.
No, it's crazy. I mean, you know, look, there's a great book I read one time. It was called Sykes, and he said that the downfall of the United States of America came in 1959 when
said because we came from a country that we knew we had to work hard, we had to get married, have children, suffer, sacrifice, and die to a country that doesn't want to have children, doesn't want to sacrifice, will spend the last money not to die, and life's all about having a good time. And I say, for example, that the worst song ever made. Now, I'm a singer-songwriter. I've done a lot of good songs and bad songs. I'm not really like them all. But I always say the worst song ever made was done by Rothschild. She's saying the greatest love of all is happening to me. Learn to love yourself. It's the greatest love of all. There's never been such a horrible song. That's not what it's about. It's about loving others, not loving yourself. You know, and then they started saying, well, if you don't love yourself, you can't love others. And all of these corporations are trying to sell you an iPhone and trying to sell you makeup and trying to sell you gym shoes.
Love yourself. You're okay. You can get fat.
That's right. We're going to make mannequins that look fat now. And don't worry about it. You know, you put on 30 pounds, get a tattoo. You put on 60, get 2 tattoos.
Exactly.
I mean, it's incredible. It's nuts. You were dealt this hand. You're a man, or you're a woman, you're a boy, or you're a girl, you're bald, or you've got freckles, or you're dark-skinned, or you're light-skinned, or you were born with defective fingers, or whatever. You're not a goddamn victim. You're a human being. And you end up having to play the best hand you can with the cards you were dealt. Stop all this nonsense. Oh, now I'm a woman. Now I'm a man. No, you're not. You mutilated yourself and you're nuts.
Right. Going back, how did you get in trouble with the FBI?
Okay, so the first time in 1989, another reason the Cargill, I think it was Cargill, went to the, Archie McDaniel went to the FBI and they said, we're getting ripped off. There is huge company that owns more farmland probably than anyone.
More than Bill Gates?
Maybe not. Anyway, there were some complaints that the Chicago Board of Trade they were being ripped off. And the government decided to go infiltrate the Board of Trade and merchandise with FBI agents who bought memberships, lied about their names, and it's hilarious. They actually bought memberships, and it's great because when you signed to buy a membership, it said that anything that you say must be the truth, and if not, you're breaking the law. So the FBI did that, and they infiltrated the exchange board, and they started getting people, tracking to break the rules. And luckily for me, I got a call, and it was from a higher up guy, not in the FBI, but administration.
Some plans in slavery, how we would have handled that way back then, because there were people that were saying, the North had some free workers, and there was a ton of immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers. Uneducated, not motivated, not allowed to be educated. Kids are working.
So nobody can stop it.
That are about how we're like family. We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get this, old slave owners where they score better. This is the argument. And the North was just wholesale destroying
if you don't flip, you're going to go to jail, you'll lose your wife, divorce you, you'll never see your kids.
In Chicago, the slaughterhouses.
His name is Tom. I won't put his last name. He ended up going to 5 years in jail. And they got him for what's called bucket trading.
Bucket trading?
Yeah, it's a joke. So at the end of the trading day at 1:15, brokers would end up having tools to buy and sell. And if they were time stamped for 1:14:30, that broker had to fill that order. So it was a big risk for him. So we would walk around the pit and say, we use the price of the floater, but it was a way to transfer risk from the floor broker to our part. We make a lot of money on these missions. And we transferred risk to traders for the year collection. Ended up doing 5 years. It was just a joke. And so my son was born in 90, and then my second son in 91. the FBI phone calls from my office. They didn't try to extradite me. Back then, I was getting more difficult, and I was what were they talking about? What was talking about? Rex Rich's story. And it's great. I didn't graduate in high school. I ended up one of the bigger traders, in Chicago. And it was great. And I remember she said, when did you know, did you know growing up that you do something big in life? And I said, I thought I had to do something big. I didn't know what it was big.
Which was where, I don't know about that, there was
And
a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom for all the way up to the Supreme Court where they were. He was an object, he was being married, he was not a citizen, therefore they have a legal nature, every black person was an object.
Oh my God! Why would you want to? Like you said, you really wanted to date a Mary Virgin?
That settles standing up, or just had their law.
I mean, it's not one or the other. There's nothing between there.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't you like a woman who has only ever been with you? Wouldn't a woman like a man who has only ever been with them? I mean,
I would say no.
okay, but again,
I would say you want somebody who had some experience, knew what they were doing.
well, you know what? Yeah, I think different. I would have liked to have a woman who had only been with me. And maybe that was an old-fashioned idea. A lot of times they usually say you died with the virgin bride. But, I'm talking about me. But because I said that, it ended up, it got me invited over for the second time. Oh, wow. That's what got you invited.
Yeah, yes, definitely. That's what got me invited because, like I said, I was on
How much one? Decide which one.
And you've been, and how long, and then you moved there to Italy in 90, you said?
Yeah, yes. In '89, I left for a couple of years, and then we moved back. My son did criminal medicine, but because of that, we moved back.
So when you moved to Italy, you basically retired?
And when he was coming here, there was everything. The home was breaking loose. There was supposed to be January 6th. There was supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop certifying.
But that started after your son was born.
Yes.
So what was your plan when you moved to Italy?
Yeah, so I went to Italy because I knew that the market was going up. So Europe had the
So
first
the Army was kind of like,
so we were trading
I
on
think you're
stuff
better. It's a name you just go, which you're totally Scott. Oh yeah, Winfield. Winfield Scott. So they went to Winfield Scott, the guy running the government, and they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the. So he said, if anyone
And then
can
when I
make a
found out,
declaration,
so we already had
he
operations.
said, if anyone
But then in
tries to
'89,
stop the
when
counting
we
of
found out
votes,
the FBI
and the
was
democratic
trapping
process
people
from
in
happening either by
trade,
force
I
or by
left because I knew we
infiltration,
wanted the guy
I
just
will
like
stuff them in
and
the
there's
face.
nothing good you can do for
Fertilized
them.
by the lawn.
Questions.
That's what he said. He said that? That's what he said.
Because they don't want to help.
Yeah, but when he did,
Yeah, exactly. So they can get some motion.
smart guy.
Yeah, whatever it is. So, and then when my two oldest two sons were born, and then we doing experiment in the United States side,
From Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass
and
cops.
so then there was, and then the second FBI
All over the Capitol, all heavily armed with plain clothes.
Operation
So and
Post
people,
Cable,
so if somebody started something that
or
would just go like
whatever it
this
was,
or
but
elbow him or whatever. But the
I had
appearance
a
was that it was peaceful, that there was no military presence.
fun to become a senator, state senator.
So that's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's never going to take office. People believed he would never be president. He wasn't even on the ballot.
And I became
Not even on the ballot.
first story, by the way, it was
A lot of people, big people, who would be like whoever now, wrote a long thing saying, don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration
He says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. It's like a tiny thing. It's like, we're not going to like make it our possession, but we will do it. Like, so the first thing out of his mouth. So bothers me about people, like people that are critics of election, hang on to that.
We had 7 other people. Her name was Kowalski. So it ended up being one Italian against 7 Polish. The 7 Polish got less than 10 or 12% each, and the Italian got 11. Well, for some other reasons, there ended up being an investigation into corruption in City Hall in Chicago. And I decided to.
What was the reason for the investigation?
They claimed that people weren't working.
Who claimed?
The government claimed that people were being paid but not working. So I'm pretty sure it was called Post People Project or Post People. And actually, one of my close friends went away for about 5.5 years because a Polish woman said that he sold her a liquor license, actually. So that was part of the investigation. Could have been, when the FBI gets involved, they throw everything out there. Anything they can throw at you, they do. But that was the second time that I was involved.
So you evaded them successfully.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I wasn't. I wasn't the target. They were targeting mostly politicians, and I went to Italy. But the crazy thing was that my friend Greg, I was out in one of my town. He was going to court. The Polish woman shows up that he's supposed to be sold a liquor license to. They ask her to get up and put her hand on his shoulder. She puts her hand on his attorney's shoulder, and we're figuring we're all done. But instead, unfortunately, one of the Chicago politicians, Alderman, he had a heart condition, ended up collaborating with the FBI and signed a lot of documents saying what.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers.
Greg gets convicted anyway, and then he needed to straighten things out with his family.
They knew they couldn't create a nation without slaves. So they said, let's create a nation
I
where
send a check for $25,000.
peacefully can change not only leadership, but the laws. That create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change instead of like the Constitution could have been a very good thing. It could have been a very solid, reasonable thing that they actually made it the last thing for burdens. And that's, yeah, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, we'll do it. It's just, we need some fucking time and what would it cost? It's crazy. And a lot of people didn't want slavery.
Oh, they say you're a mob. Have you had any kind of connections to the mob?
You know what? I grew up in Bridgeport.
Just settle it. Just let them settle whatever they want. We have our free flags here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions or however many fucking plus.
And the neighborhood was all these guys.
Some money about how many we killed in Iraq in a day. Yeah, pretty much true. Yeah, for less than a
I wish they did something. The government decided to do reparations. But yeah, I mean, people can say anything.
Really something. I
was in the military. I try to be a good guy. All of my money was made legally. I file my taxes every year.
So you never actually got popped, didn't you?
No, been arrested for a bunch of stuff.
What gave you the confidence that you could come back to the U.S. and not have a beat on you?
I waited the time, so I was waiting a couple of years and come back. One time was hilarious. Every time I would come back, after I bailed Greg out, the judge in the convention, by the way, said that the FBI, okay, I have to listen to the FBI, so Mr. Dronda, you have to get to me 5 letters of recommendation in the last 3 years.
I was trying so hard to get it out, but his generals kept fucking up.
I eventually
He
wrote
was
a letter
being right. He was like, go. You do it. Get one. Like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's close enough. Here we go. He's shot. Yeah, you gotta find it. By next to his wife. Yeah.
Greg needs to put his
And they
house.
put a little napkin that was before they put that napkin back there. He's alive for a while after. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just die right away. He didn't die at all. He didn't die right away. Really? He was like alive and
In fact, I was audited 7 out of 9. Everything from wow, really? They stopped me with the players and they missed my flights. And it was one of the times there was one of these little blasphemies on the thing that says, if you feel that your rights are being abused, call 1-800, whatever. And I copied the number down. I called one of my friends. Joe, do me a favor. Call these morons. And what are they doing? I was on my way to Miami. They made me miss my flight again. You know, every time they're messing with me, you know. So about a week later, Joe calls me.
Johnson. So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached.
Okay.
Was he? Oh yeah.
Stop messing with me.
Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be.
What do they say?
Lincoln. Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind it. There was a deal he made. It was like don't talk outside the family. He was like, Sonny, Sonny liked my deal, didn't he? Sonny was out here. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute. Johnson started his life as an adventurous. No shit. Worked his way up. How sick is that? That's impressive. And then before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey. And he just couldn't talk. His inauguration, he was in the rain and the blood right after Lincoln got shot down. He's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up strong. It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity. It's just that Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. But it doesn't accomplish anything. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever. He's very corrupt, fucked up guy. I don't know. Who knows? It's all shit that I heard because of them. But they impeached him and failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about him, but then fucking Grant,
2003.
amazing guy, great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presence here has been fucking let down forever. I mean, he did so Christing much. This guy, true to help the South. He was pretty good. Well, and he was. First of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like an active abolitionist. He was against slavery just for not having a slave. Right? If you didn't have a slave, you were addicted to certain So you were like, put on a mask. Remember that guy? You're like, why do you have slaves? Why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable? So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want them. So he gave one for his white president, like to spite him. Yeah, so Grant made the guy his partner, and they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business. So he gave that guy, he would go work with the slaves and be out there with him working. And then while he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves. He said, we had won them. I'm not sure, he might have had one. That's the story I just told you. I think his slaves,
Everything black down.
he had one slave and he freed him instead of selling them. He gave him a business. It started with his father-in-law history. That's right.
What did you have to
And
do
then
with
he was
Right. So when Joe filed, he said, I think that my client's rights are being infringed. Right,
he was the only one there.
he filled out the paper before he
His
started
family
dancing.
missed his family so much that he started just getting drunk.
Results
And
within 10
somebody
years.
came to drop
And so they
bail
send it
and
on
passed
10 years.
out drunk.
So I got it. I mean, I've been taught too. I mean, I never adopted. The whole thing. I mean, I never even read the whole thing. I got it sitting in my head. I never sat down and said, I'm going to concentrate on it. It's just so absurd. I mean, forget about the waste of taxpayers' money. But, you know, this is coming because in '89, maybe they wanted me. And I went to Italy. And they called me, and I said, I'll be there next week. I'll be there next week. I'll be there next week. And maybe they thought I was, pulling their leg. And in '97, '98, whenever it was, they wanted me again. And I said, oh, I'll be there next week. I'll be there next month. I'll be there, whatever. So then, okay, this happened. Well, yeah, didn't that guy work for Durandi? Well, okay, you know who Durandi is. One thing leads to another. And the morons are investigating for murder like one of my best friends. I mean, they were trying to pin that. Right, exactly. I mean, it's just absurd. And don't get me wrong, I know a couple of FBI agents. They're great guys, by the way. Phil, there's a lot of great guys, and there's a lot of great congressmen, and a lot of great congressmen, and a lot of great politicians. It's just unfortunate that greed ends up being one of the strongest characteristics in humans. And so what happens? Who goes to the top? The greediest politicians. Who goes to the top? The greediest FBI guys. Who goes to the top? The greediest executive. And the result is, I always say that the modern father of the United States of America is Benito Mussolini. Why? Well, because he had a Benito. He was a country guy. He wasn't, a greedy guy. But he thought, if I get industry together with the politicians, it'll be the best country in the world. We'll be efficient, and we'll protect the workers, right, from industry with politicians. So the politicians will make sure that industry won't take over and abuse the workers. And that's fashion. In the United States, the industry owns the politicians. The politicians don't protect them because they sell them out to the industry. So in the end, Benito Mussolini is, the father of modern day America. That kind of permeates through every big industry. They just are constantly trying to create products to make more money, and it kind of is the same thing with big pharma, where they're not necessarily trying to innovate or make things better for people or better humanity. They're just trying to make more money, make more profit. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the truth. I mean, I drive, when I'm in Florida, I bought a 2009 convertible, like $6,500. And literally, I drive a 1996 Kia. Now, don't get me wrong, I got a nice house in Italy, and I was taught that we're all brothers and sisters, and a lot of our patients are Muslim, and a lot of our patients are Hindus, and a lot of our patients are Africans, etc. And, for me, we Catholics are the easiest thing in the world because, I was taught from the time I was a little kid that, we're all brothers and sisters, and you have to care your brother and sister. But you just don't have a lot of it going on. Instead, what you have is, unfortunately, Amazon paying their drivers $20 an hour, and, I'd like to see Bezos come and try to load one of those trucks. What kind of crazy world did we ever get into where we've got people that have, billions of dollars, and then we have people that can't afford health care in the same country? That's like wacko. At least in Europe, Italy in particular, we have social medicine. Thank God. They break your leg. They don't care what your name is. You go in and get it fixed. How can we be one of the greatest countries in the world if we don't have social medicine? And what is all this craziness about, people taking out loans to go to school? What is that? And then you're making them pay 8% juice on going to school? My kid Chicho, he's an architect today. In Italy, born and raised in Italy. Not the sharpest Mike before.
first he wanted to be an economist, and then he decided not to be an economist for 2 years, and he decided to be an architect. It's free. He went 7 years. 1 year he went to Portugal, 1 year he went to Germany. They paid him to go to school in Portugal and Germany. Didn't cost me a nickel. Wow. And at the same time, I mean, here we are in the United States of America. These poor people, I got one of my nieces are nurses. They're still paying back student loans. And we said, worth it.
Well, we may not have good college or free college. It may cost a fortune to go to college. It may cost a fortune to get decent medical care. But at least we have the strongest military in the world. Right? There's a silver lining to all of this, Patrick.
You know what? I had that argument with a woman at one time. I was,
at least we could kill everybody.
That's right. She told me we could kill everybody 30 times. She was very proud of that. I just wanted to let you know that. And don't get me wrong, there's no perfect place. Not China, not Japan, not Italy, no place. Everybody has their whole problems. And that's because guess what? We're all human. And even though we'd like to put, I just read an article about this 30-year-old teacher, a woman, who got caught making out with a 17-year-old student. And instead of giving her an award, they talk about teaching sex education in school. I mean, she taught them how to kiss better. She's going to jail. I mean, are you out of your freaking mind? I mean, I get it. You want to fire her because maybe teachers shouldn't be doing that. Well, what good do you get out of throwing her in jail for something so crazy?
Isn't Italy doing some wacky shit with COVID?
Yes. And my good friend is the head of the health department named Frank. I love him.
He's the head of the health department?
Yes, he is the highest ranking doctor in the health department.
Really?
And he's from Bergamo. And he talks like this even when he speaks in English or Italian and never makes fun of him. He's a great guy. I love him. And he's just really well-intentioned and believed that, hook, line, and sinker, that you've got to wear a mask, you've got to do a vaccine, and one of the worst problems they had in Italy in the beginning, I don't know if you know this. So we were one of the first countries to do that, and we were putting people on ventilators. Well, guess what? When we put an 85-year-old man or woman on ventilators, now we don't use ventilators anymore, by the way. But in the beginning, we had the most deaths out of anyone. But in the end, was it really COVID? Yeah, it was COVID, I guess. But it's kind of so almost the healthcare system was too good. Because we were able to treat all these people on ventilators, where a lot of places didn't have that. But so Italy did some wacky stuff, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, by the way. And I love Franco, because I know that you got hundreds of thousands of millions of people that listen to this podcast.
It was a podcast.
No, your podcast.
Oh, my podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. Franco. Yeah, and I don't know if Franco will do it, but a lot of good intentioned people. And I've got a guy, Johnny Tisdale, love him with all my heart, works at the NIH. He worked 2 years without students, and has experience with stuff. And Johnny almost yelled at me when I was trying to say, I'm not sure if the vaccine help. What do you mean they don't help? They do help, and everybody should wear a mask. And you know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the people that think the masks don't work are wrong. Maybe the people that think the masks work are right. Maybe the people that think the vaccine are right. I don't know. But I just think we should all make the best decisions we can and leave the complications out of it.
Best decisions for ourselves, not for other people necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, oh God, that's a hard one too. Oh my God,
what is the rules? Is there a rule? Do you have to be vaccinated to go early?
Yes, you do. I think they just the other day cut it out, but up until the other day, and it might still be going on.
Can you find out, Austin? This kid travels to more countries than anybody ever fucking knows. He's never available to run the podcast because he's always in some fucking European country or some African island or something. So, Austin, you should know this. Weren't you just in Italy? Oh,
okay, but I think they...
Are you vaccinated?
Oh, you gotta be. No, without a doubt. Yeah.
Left richer than the guy. He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there.
You even got your own European vaccine card?
He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's...
Do you have one?
Yes, I have one as well. Yeah.
So you need that to basically get around Europe.
In Chicago, or in Italy. So I had a friend coming from Croatia,
I grew up with, by the way, was from Chicago. Anyway, and by the way, you want to hear that story? He got diagnosed with prostate cancer. 3 medical centers in Chicago, Northwestern, Newark, Chicago, and Lloyd. And he came to me and said, "Dad, I got problems." I go, "What's the problem?" 6 years ago. I got prostate cancer. How did you know that? Why did you get tested? Well, because they say you get tested every year. I'm 53 or 54. So I got tested. So wait a minute, stop. You out of the blue went and got tested for prostate cancer. Well, that's what you're doing. Okay. And they told you that. Yeah, 3 centers told you. What are your systems, Kyle? What are your symptoms? Oh, I think you should go to your test there. So guess what? You have an enlarged prostate. In the United States, that's what they're doing. They're treating and they treated tens of thousands of men over the last 20 years with prostate cancer. They made it a part of the protocol because you make a lot of money. Was this during a routine checkup?
Yes.
No, he went to get it checked. Okay. Prostate. That's a routine thing. The PSA
Thank you,
number,
Travis.
which, by the way, if you talk to the guy,
Sounds like a pimp is about to bring world peace. Also, the pimp is a rabbi and also a Twitch streamer. Honestly, I got nothing. Though the idea of a rabbi who moonlights as a pimp would be a hell of a comedy premise. You got that right, bitch!
Just like we did with the cesarean, in the 90s. One out of
I'm not cooking
4
anything, but
births in the United States were cesarean.
So if you get diagnosed with prostate cancer, what is the go-to treatment for that, and who profits on that? This might be a dumb question, but I don't know.
I mean, prostate cancer.
Is there like a certain medication that? I mean, it's just chemotherapy and radiation.
And about how that was more a little darker than it seems. So back when I was first living in the city as a comedian, there was a guy named
I'm not kidding. I would almost tell anyone.
Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his.
Again, you might have questions. I don't want to, sure, a lot of people die from the prostate cancer, but a lot of people are being diagnosed with prostate cancer. Not prostate cancer, but because the protocol says that the doctor will be sued if he doesn't basically tell the patient that you should get, chemo, you should do this, let's be safe, all that kind of stuff. You can get sued and lose his license, etc. for not following the protocol. And since the pharma companies now are basically writing the protocols, you're getting treated for prostate cancer, whether you have a large prostate or prostate cancer.
Yeah, there's a weird thing about being diagnosed with things too, especially like cancer. When you're told that you have something, it's kind of like there's a thing that happens, self-fulfilling prophecy, where if you believe you have a disease and if you don't have it, you can end up suffering from that very disease.
Right, you have it.
Yeah.
Well, you believe you have it. If you believe you have it, that's why we do have it.
Right. If you believe you have it, you do have it. The mind is such a powerful fucking thing that, if you get it, there's so many different variables, from like depression that sets in, and that just, it speeds up the, not only if you don't already have it, right, it's going to speed up the process of death. And you believe you're going to die. Like if somebody tells you you have 6 months to live, a lot of times that will happen.
Sure. And I mean, look at the numbers. We spend 20% of the American budget, right? But wait a minute, the government's spending 20%, and yet we have all these people spending. I mean, I have friends spending $3,000 a month on their insurance. So not only are you paying out of your pocket for your health insurance, the government's spending 20%. Italy spends 9.7%. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not perfect. There's some bad doctors, there's some bad hospitals, etc. But the average Italians live in 82.7. The average American is 78.9. We're talking about 80.7. Definitely, mortality. So the average Italian lives almost 4 years longer than the average American. Yet the Italians are spending 9.7% of their budget on health care.
The Americans are spending 20%, and then who knows how many more trillions of dollars that the private person is spending on it. And we're living almost 4 years less. This was up until COVID. COVID probably knocked things out of whack. But up until COVID, so 2019, the average Italian was 82.7, the average American 78.9. So almost 4 years longer, 5% of your life. If you lived in Italy, you live longer, and yet we're spending probably 5, 6, 7 times more on healthcare in the United States than we are in Italy.
What the fuck? Is that awesome? This thing happened. It happened again. It's still happening. What'd you do? You just changed the audio on the audio output.
My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King shooting him after his shot.
Maybe it's the FBI listening.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, I I'm not one of these guys. I don't. But you know what? Unfortunately, each of us was a child's father. When I had a problem with it, I go to my coffee shop. Right? Hey, Miguel, portami un caffè. And then I watch for my doctor whose office is right in front of my coffee shop, and I go, "Hey, Rafael, vienito, bien." And I say, "Rafael, what the fuck is going on right here? What's about my belly?" Oh, Patrizio, sembra che hai un hernia. Well, you're going to hurt me then. Patrizio, you should probably get it taken out. Let me push. You want
Hop in my van.
Yeah. She says, you want a cafe, Rafael? Right. Miguel, get a cafe per il dottore, dai. Okay. No. It hurt like this? No. Hurt like this? No. Like this? Yes, it hurts. Okay, listen, Patrizio, it's July. You don't want to get an operation in July, August, right? Says, are you going to America anytime soon? Yeah, I'm going to leave. When are you leaving? September. When are you coming back? November. Call me when you come back. Okay. Now, Rafael probably makes $50,000, $60,000 a year. As a doctor. And so these doctors will make that but their kids get free health care. Their kids get free universities. So, I don't know, what are they really making if you compare to an American person? They don't pay any real estate tax on their house, by the way. Really? Yes, but that's all Italian citizens. You will pay no real estate tax on your first residence. Your second one is taking the first one is but my point is,
what is the tax on the second one?
Whatever. We have kind of luxury taxes. It's kind of with cars. If you can afford to buy a $10,000 car, you pay $10,000. If you can afford to buy a $50,000 car, you pay $70,000. If you can afford to buy a Lamborghini, you're paying $1 million plus. I don't know how we call it luxury tax. But in the United States, we had a reasonable system up until Ronald Reagan. People loved Reagan. Oh, Reagan, he's handsome. And I don't want to break any of you guys' hearts. And I actually was a delegate to the 1982 convention or 80 convention. I was a Democratic delegate, And I wore a button, Democrats for Reagan, because I thought he was going to be great as well. But I look back at the history of the United States, and I think that Ronald Reagan did two of the worst things that any president ever did. That was, he lowered the taxes. So he basically the money that the rich people were paying, he put it on the middle class. And then the other money
I like this.
The other 66% was treated very fairly by their bosses. Guess what? They didn't want unions. To today, less than 9% have unions, and they're all impotent. So when I look at the downfall of the middle class in the United States of America, and by the way, it's really shocking. It's Ronald Reagan lowering the taxes to 70%, and I know I'm going to get a lot of my buddies, because my buddies are, hey man, that was the greatest time in the 90s. I made so much money, man, and you're out of your mind, and you're a liberal, and what are you talking about, Ronald Reagan and John Wayne? And I'm like, well, okay, don't get me wrong, I got nothing against either of them, but it was a real bad thing if you look at our country. When we took the burden of the taxes off of the wealthy, and gave it to the poor. And they say, wow, what are you, one of those socialists, communists? And I'm like, yeah, like Christ. But let's think about it this.
Really?
Yes. Of course.
He's a communist?
Of course he was. He lived in a commune, man. He lived with 12 unemployed guys and an ex-hooker, and they went from town to town. They lived a communal life, and they begged for food, and they say, hey, yes, he was.
I need to read the Bible so I don't sound like such an idiot on this podcast.
No, but yes, of course he was, and he said, if you got 2 shirts, give one away, I talked with my friends.
I always thought he was a capitalist. Maybe.
Well, but you know what? In the end, I always say, capitalism is fantastic. I'm a capitalist, but it's got to have a socialist heart. You got guys like Warren Buffett, and I'm not saying anything. I pay more taxes when my what do you call it? My waitress, or what do you call them? People in the house, my servants, my maid house. I mean, they give them good names, but they're basically servants or whatever, housekeepers. I pay more taxes than her, and I'm telling you, we've got to go back to the old system. And all you guys who want to debate me, okay? I say, yes, we should all pay the same amount of tax. All right? So, up until 50,000, nobody pays any tax. Nobody! Between 50 and 150,000, we all pay 15%. Between 150 and 400, we pay 25%. Between 500,000 and 400,000, so we pay 50%. And between 10 million and up, you pay 90%. And they say, well, that's socialism. No. I'm saying we all pay the same amount of taxes. We just don't all make $10 million a year. But if a guy paid 90% and made $10 million, he'd make $1 million cash a year. So what? What's so bad about that?
Yeah.
What's so hard about it?
Yeah. Well, there's so many creative loopholes.
Unless there is. But that's what I'm saying. Make it that way. And then guess what? When every American citizen has health care, when every American citizen has the universities and all that, you know what? We should think about changing our taxes. But until then, we should be very embarrassed that the greatest nation, in a lot of ways, we are the greatest nation, right? You got the Statue of Liberty, man. Bring me your trudge, and bring me your criminals, and bring me your downtrodden, and whatever it says on that, and
got more people locked up, I think, in the country, right?
Yeah, we got 3% of the population basically either locked up or on parole. That's crazy, man.
That's something to be proud of.
Okay, I agree, and it's crazy, and it's even crazy because a lot of these jails are not for profit. That's how we had back in Philadelphia about 15 years ago. 2 judges who were getting $10,000 for every kid they thought they threw them to, whatever. But it is a great country. It is a wonderful country. Filled with like 90% of the people are like bread and butter, like salt of the earth, great people. It's just that you got these right now, by the way, you've got, Me Too, LGBTQ, XYZ, and BLM, and they're like, running the country, and they got corporations. They're giving them tens of millions of dollars and 20s of millions of dollars, and they're ripping the whole nation apart, by the way. And it's not a free place. But the problem is that the average guy and woman who are working very hard to put their kids through school, they don't have time to get out on the streets and protest. They don't, they just want to raise their kids. And I get that. And the politicians have sold out to the special interest groups, and those special interest groups are terrorist organizations.
Yeah, well, it's all the left wing party uses those sort of cultural, LGBTQ, BLM, those sort of social justice causes. They kind of weaponize those causes for themselves to fight the right, because the right is sort of they're ingrained in business and finance and sort of the big money stuff. And the left really had nothing. I mean, that sort of happened. When did that happened in the 60s, right? When the left sort of took art and culture and sort of that's what Malcolm X's famous speech was about. How he talks about white liberal versus the white conservative. How the difference between the white liberal and the white conservative, the only difference between them is that the white liberal is more deceitful because they weaponize art and they weaponize culture and music and sexuality, all that stuff to try to fight the conservatives.
Yeah,
they use that. It's just all a political game, and they use they use the black man as a pawn in their game to fight the other party.
Oh yeah, and I've got I'll tell you a little story. When I was 15, I worked in a hospital kitchen. I was at Northwestern University Hospital in Chicago, and I went into the hospital kitchen. I was the only light-skinned guy that worked in the hospital. There was some dark-skinned guy, this guy Kevin, and I definitely won't say his last name. I had Kevin. He was like 3 years older than me, tall, lanky guy, hated my guts, and tried to beat me up. And I had this big, dark-skinned woman on the bread line or the food line. They put on Jello and they put on fish and they put on corn, they put on green beans and all of that. And they all wore these smocks. You obviously see her face with all these big white dresses and all of that. And she protected me from this guy. She was just incredible. And I was at the hospital. I worked for about a year and a half. And luckily for this woman, she saved me, and I was less terrorized. And years later, there's this. I had a priest named Father Crawley. He told me about this black kid wanted to become a priest. I helped the black kid. I paid for 4 years of high school education. He lives in Tampa now. He's one of my closest friends. His name is Derek. And just a great guy. And Derek called me in maybe 2013 or 14. He says, "Where you at?" And I says, "Hey, little brother, I'm in Chicago." He says, "Oh, good. You got to come to my mother's funeral." I'd met his mother a couple of times. He said, "Derek, I'm really sorry. Where's they at 50th State? I'll come to 50th State." At the church. So I go to the church and I see my old boss in the hospital kitchen. Rothschild. Dad, we were so proud of you. We saw you on the Winfrey show, and I said, "Yeah, I'm really sorry I never came back to that idea, but I was cast, and all that." And I said, "You know what? This is finally time for me to make amends. Big Mama, that's what they called her, the woman who saved my ass from having so many problems." I said, "You think she'll show up tomorrow today, or can you give me a rant?"
They had the troops down there protecting to get their votes. And obviously, that's cynic. When the guy pitched the first guy pitched the lead, I paid for his plan.
I was 15. And all of this craziness about, outside Chicago, we got a couple of suburbs I read today. When you start getting, based on your skin color, they're going to give you different rating systems. Because they're going to try to make up from whatever happened to you. And it's insanity. You're ruining these kids. You are using these children. You are abusing these children.
Where did you hear this?
Two suburbs in Chicago. I think one is River Forest and the other one is Oak Park. But they're doing it in different states where they're going to start using the grading system, using different grading systems based on the color of your skin. Kind of affirmative action.
Did you hear about the school in Colorado that had designated playtime for children of color? There's a podcast called I'm Doing a Great Podcast. The girl she was talking about this thing called horseshoe theory. She says horseshoe theory, the concept of it is what are the KKK and what are the Baptist and the bootlegger have in common? They both want alcohol to be illegal. The bootlegger wants it to be illegal because it makes more money. The Baptist wants it to be illegal. I don't know. Right? So complete opposite ends of the spectrum as far as ideology, and they want the same result. The KKK and woke leftists, they both want segregation.
They're getting it, by the way. I mean, I've never seen the country more divided, and I have so many friends, whatever the be. Oh yeah, it is. It's crazy. I mean, it's like they get my new favorite comedian, who's my new guy. I don't care what anybody. He is my guy. But it's just incredible what they're doing. I have so many friends, and they could be light brown, dark brown, I'm tan. They could be, light black, I call them chocolate, whatever. They could have this different color skin. But they're 100% against affirmative action. Which is bad, I gotta be honest with you. I've always been against it because I've had different clients who question my integrity or my quality as an attorney because they're thinking that maybe I got to where I am because of affirmative action. I mean, it's asinine. You have to stop it. It's just crazy. And you know what? I mean, it's like, I said, we're all created equal. No, we're not. No two men are created equal. Everyone's different. That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard. We're all created equal. Bullshit. It's not true. I'm a dumb guy. Don't get me wrong. 99% of the people on the planet are smarter than me. I am not created equal. But at the end of the day, we are dealt cards. That's our hand. And guess what? That's what I do.
So, how did this lawsuit come about?
Okay, so that's a great question. So, in 2010, after Randy and San Rocco Therapeutics delivered to the world the first commercial
That's your company.
Yes, okay. San Rocco Therapeutics delivered the world's first batch of gene therapy for sickle cell disease and thalassemia in 9 minutes. Because up until then, it took $1 million per patient to make. And you can only make it one batch. For $1.3 million,
It took $1 million per patient to what?
So remember we were talking about the HS. So we were able for $1.3 million to make enough for 10 people. So we brought it down from $1 million to 130,000, which is incredible. And then a company called Uber Bio wanted to buy us, and they were basically owned by Rothschild. It's one of these funds
Sorry to interrupt your story, but I'm curious, how did you do that? How did you go about finding a way to make it so much more economical to do?
Okay, so the real hero in all of this is a French researcher named and his wife, Isabelle Rothschild. They basically, between the two of them, invented the beta globin gene, and then were able to package it to be able to get it into a human cell. They started with mice. Those are the heroes.
How did you find them?
I read about it in 2000 in Nature magazine. So I met them in 2000. Met their kids in time, they met my kids, all of that. And I began funding them. And then in 2005, I bought their product. I licensed it to go forward to commercialize it. Nobody cared about it. I tried to get other drug companies to do it, but nobody wanted it.
Did you try it, test it on your son?
No. Up until now, we've only done it on people. We've
really?
done it on up to 40 people. So in 2010, I'm with my president, Sam Salmon. We drive to go see Uber Bio's new CEO, Miss Lexter. And we go see Neil Lexter, and we go see these, multi-billionaires that want to Rothschild. And they want to do a deal with us. So in 2005, nobody believed in gene therapy. I tried to talk to Shire, I talked to Elon, I talked to Merck.
Elon?
E-L-A-N. Yeah, no. So I talked to all these companies about doing gene therapy, and they thought I was nuts. Gene therapy was not going to work. And so in 2010, all of a sudden, Third Rock Ventures buys Rothschild, which is a French company. And the difference between my French researcher and theirs is that my French researcher is first. So we have the wild type beta globin gene in our product. So they have a mutant gene in their product. Okay. Well, they paid $35 million for the bum dose for the shit product.
What do you mean mutant gene?
So you change the gene. So I have the beta globin gene that you have in your body is what we put into our patient's body. But to get around the patent, basically, the other researcher had to change it. They could change it just, small, making the plasmid a little smaller, introducing another plasmid, changing the chronological order or whatever.
Okay.
So it's still the beta globin gene, but it's a mutant gene modified a little bit. Modified. So they had bought this modified gene, and I'm like, $35 million. they're all Harvard, Yale, whatever. So I go there and, I get there and they blow smoke up my nose. How do you always do? Oh, Pat, you're the best father in the world, and all you did for your kid, and all of this, But by the way, we are banksters, and we got more money than God, and so you should do a deal with us. And I said, okay, I'll do a deal with you, Fester, but you bought bum dope. You bought shit. So, what you got to do with Rabbi, I don't give a shit about the money necessarily. I do have shareholders who invest in money, so you got to take care of them. But the most important thing you got to do is promise that you use my medicine. I'm using the real beta-glucan, not a mutant. Oh, they listen to me. And then I said, and by the way, you spent $35 million for that shit. I gotta be worth $350. And I'm not telling you I want $350, but we got the real thing. I got shareholders. I got to take care of them. It's the right thing. I'm an American. I'm a Catholic. I got the right thing. You do. You got to do things right. You got to be honorable men. They were sending crazy shit to the board members. They were at board meetings. Danny. They were saying, you gotta shoot Randy down. What do you mean you sabotage your product? Right. So first they admit that my product is 5 times better than yours. Okay. We got it. Read it in the book. Don't listen to me. Read it in the book. It all came out in Discovery. Randy's product is 5 times better than yours. It'll add $200 million to our company if we can sabotage it and shelve it and get it. They go behind my back. They go to the people where I license the product from. And I have a non-disparagement, so I have to be careful about this. Not against Bluebird, who, by the way, cost $1 million and I really signed non-disparagement against Bluebird. Anyway, so they go behind my back.
You mean they try to pay you $1 million to sign out your disparagement? You did it.
Yeah, the other side. So there was 2 people that had to settle up with me. And when I said, I won't talk bad about this not-for-profit anymore because they're a great institution. Yeah. And I don't like the executives. Maybe they did a lot of bad things that they should not have. But I'm not going to talk about it because they are a good institution. But Bluebird Bio, as soon as I walk out of the room, I'm going to tell the world. Well, that great institution basically had $1 million to do with Bio because I didn't sign it. Oh, wow. So basically, they go behind my shoulder.
Okay, and they went right to the company you were licensing.
Right, and they basically say, Ronnie's nuts. He makes videos. He's a rock star. You ever listen to his stuff? I think he's off the reservation. And when stock analysts were calling the CEO, he say, hey, Nick, what's going on with that Sound Up with Therapeutics? Is your product better than theirs? Yeah, Sound Up with Therapeutics. We got them all locked up. Don't worry about it. So that's called insider trading. In the meanwhile, Nick Leshley makes over $100 million selling his stock, which goes up to $230 in 2018. Selling it, they raised $1.1 billion alone at 185 or 165 in 2018. Selling it to unsuspecting investors. All the while, they knew they had bum dope. That's insider trading. Nick Leshley makes over $100 million. I told you he was the best CEO in 2014 in bioscience, and he was the worst in 2020. They go behind my back. They make a deal. I don't know what they're doing, but I make a deal with the company I license it from, with the not-for-profit, and I say, okay, guys, you're not happy with me for whatever reason. I get it, not a problem. I'll give you back the project, but run like hell with it. And I figured because they had 4% and 6% royalties, I figured if I give them 50% royalties, basically, they're going to go run like hell with it, which is basically what I did. I kept 50% of the project for my investors, and they got 50%. But they ran project from then on. In 2015, I went to them and I said, Bluebird Buyers treated 30 patients. We treated 3. What the hell's going on? I got an attorney. I found out that the CEO of Memorial Sloan Kettering had other issues. And through newspaper articles, New York Times, by the way, 2012, found out that the same guys that bought my competitor had funded Memorial Sloan Kettering CEO. His publicly traded companies were sued for $1 billion. Portugal won you see that?
Lost the electoral of Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, "Don't fucking move anything in the White House." Benjamin Harrison, she's still around.
He's not going to go there. Crack it open quick. He said, yo, we're about to wrap up the
office every day. Just go upstairs. Yeah. Okay, so so this is still just a run of horrific presidents. All they did is destroy or marching.
Sorry, it's coming like through the microphone. I can hear it real loud. Good? All right. Sorry.
So basically in 2015, I'm looking back and all of that, and I find out that the CEO of Memorial Sloan Kettering got rid of me. And the owners of my competitor. So now I'm getting a little bit nervous.
From the owners of who?
I told you that there was 2 French companies based. There were 2 French researchers who invented one the beta globin gene and the other the mutant beta.
Right.
The mutant beta globin gene was bought by Bluebird Bio. Bluebird Bio was owned by Third Rock Ventures. Third Rock Ventures had funded the CEO of Memorial Sloan Kettering's company, Rothschild, for $110 million between 2007 and 2011. It's all in the book.
Right.
And again, I'm not disparaging Memorial Sloan Kettering. Great, I love them. They do a lot of great things for people and all of that. The executives, whatever, and they go. Anyway, to make a long story short, I go to, to my ex-partner and I say, hey man, you got to give me my product back. You're fumbling the ball here. And they say, no, we're not going to give it back to you. So I said, okay, I'll sue you for breach of contract. So I sued him for breach of contract. And we begin discovery. By 2017, Christmas time, December 28th, I get to read the second amended complaint. I think that worst thing in life, worse than cancer, worse than getting beat up, worse than discrimination, is discipline. It's like son, the teacher said, cheated on your exam. That's horrible. So I had suspicion that things weren't. There's no one in the world I thought anybody could ever put money in competition. I mean, it just didn't work. I'm stupid. I admit. I didn't graduate from high school. I'm stupid. And like I said, I'm one of those Catholic guys who believes we're all brothers and wants to help everybody. And but in December 28th, 2017, Judge Rothschild was our judge. He said, I'm going to blow this case right open. And our case was in the New York Times front page. New York Times. We had 40 articles. Bloomberg, you name it. And he said, I'm going to blow this case right open. I'm going to let the world see the amended complaint. And what? Surrounding sign off with their views. Accusing. Bluebird Bio and Third Rock Ventures. I was laying in my bed in Italy. It was like 51 degrees. Going through the trial, I didn't have any food. I was borrowing money from my partner who would help me. He borrowed nothing. He'd never get back to Washington. My attorney from Sussman, who from New York, I love my brother. He took got a second mortgage on his house because he was. There's no way I was going to ask anybody for money. My house, I didn't want to use. That was it. And I was in my bed, and I got a call from my friend. He says, I just crazy big team in his class. So he was the first guy to make like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they're thinking about the fact that there's a caricature. Maybe it's that I don't know what happened. But like I said, I wasn't crying. I was disappointed. The thing about him is that he liked being in charge. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City police department, and he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two, but he ran everything. But number two position, number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started. I don't know this. I'm uneducated. I read this one time, but I think he invented the basic because New York City, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to meet somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in a uniform, and the cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they didn't do ever stop crime, and they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City. Everyone. And they were all fat and quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction, can't be old. He said you have to be in shape. You have to go to the academy, you have to be trained to be a cop, you have to be taught, you have to have an education, you have to get taught lots of things that they have in school. And he started that, he's more of a hand up, he pushed it through. He performed the New York Well, this is where he was better than the politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. 2000. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think no was the impact on society. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was something. And 100% I love it. Because by then, every sickle cell disease patient was my son.
And he was fired. But
my brother.
every else, he would do everything until he was despised.
After that, the judge said, no, this isn't
so then every time he got fired,
by then, it was
and then they went in with an adversary and these were decisions made by this company. And then they came in and asked him to run his name. He did a similar thing to that same name, which I think was less. He was obsessed with coordinating 12. He wrote a
and Judge Brown,
we could have won that quicker post lost it because we didn't have the Navy ready. And his whole thing
treatment
he did a huge thing. That's right. Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to this point to the Naval Academy. He's like,
what happened? The court case?
He was like, there's a vacuum in England's family. There needs to be one. Someone needs to be somebody else. Yeah. He did two things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the national park system.
And it just did it. He gave us 4 days. Because of COVID, he had to do it by June. So we sent them all our applications. They sent them all their and then for the first 2 days, they got and
so that's
find holes in our armor.
They still don't have it in the Amazon. They don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everybody just wishes they wouldn't. So Teddy did that, and he made us made us think loud. And then he was vice president. He didn't want to get it. He was like drafted into running for vice president. Let's talk about this was him and the Spanish. The Spanish one, yeah.
So I was the first guy out.
What's it called? The Hill. Fucking Sam Rothschild. Yeah. And he went over his whole deck.
I didn't have to remember that.
Yes, he did. He was great. So what's cool was the Rough Riders were it was all best guys. Yes. Like gunslingers.
I never. Sam Selman didn't even know. I heard him in 2009. 2009 to 2020. Never. I took my first paycheck when we settled the agreement. When we settled the case in 2021, I took my first paycheck. You know, and I'm taking a salary of $150,000. And when I saw that there was $19,000 on my credit card that couldn't charge, I wrote a check back to the company. That's the kind of capitalist that we are, or we were in the United States of America. The first guy to sacrifice is the boss. He's not the CEO making $34 million like Full when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt with all those poor people's pensions and he got a golden parachute. Capitalism, that's not capitalism. That's criminalism. So anyway, I was the first up. Sammy was the second up. Regular Point was the third guy. He was the CEO of Signature Top. Great guy. There was thousands of people watching. I kept getting interrupted. And the guy left us and we can't technically support the thing anymore. I mean, so many people are watching. It was incredible. And then we went to next year.
Elliot was out of control. He was supposed to be the good son, right? But he got
Monday and Tuesday.
They were Roosevelt.
You guys
Always fun story. And that's when Teddy was the number 2 son. Yeah. It's like Joe Kennedy. John Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy's brother. Donald Trump.
I don't know where you're going with this.
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy.
Be very careful.
His brother ended up in a mental hospital in Paris. According to this documentary, he was drinking 6 bottles of brandy a day. And the way he died, he had delirium. He was trying to jump out of a window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. He had like seizures and she has a seizure. Okay, so when Teddy was great story about Teddy, the way where Teddy Bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was on Pennsylvania, fucking statement incredible, not much difference. So Teddy was there on tour as president, and there were some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always
gotta get on the phone.
Plants. So they think he was hunting a bear. Yeah. So when
They want to settle.
Bear, he's way up in a mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear. He's like, no. But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, this is what we're waiting for.
They give him a gun and take him in the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree. The little bear was kind of emaciated. It was chained to a tree, and they go and shoot him. And Teddy breaks
Grindy.
of course, on the bed. Yeah, he says for the love of God, let that riddle go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like that little sketch that was made
Father,
Teddy
good intention, father.
Bear. And it was they put that together, Teddy and Bear. It started
Durandi,
stuff Bear looked like Teddy.
what will it take then?
Jesus Christ. So that his first day as president. Yeah.
Well,
Was,
what do you need
he got shot by
to make this stop?
Leon Short, whatever. But it was interesting. I think him, or now we lost three guys got shot in the 1800s. Since the last 4 years. Yes. And the people are like, this was a gunshot today. We survived it in 2 days.
How much will that be?
Roosevelt found out about it. So it was fucking like bullshit. Right? Somebody came run up like he shot. They get there, the guy's fine. He died from infection. Yeah, a lot of these are bad medicine. Yeah, the fact that you could cut the president on my finger to death. Yeah. Because of how bad medicine was and how effective it was. Yeah. So, okay, so McKinney's dead. Buffalo, New York, gets sworn in. Yeah. President of the United States.
So I said it's X amount of dollars, and give me my product. Done. If I'd asked for double what I asked for, they just said that. But I didn't need double. I said, just give me enough to get back on the road. And so that's what we do. So University of Kentucky, University of Southern Illinois, Chris Ballas, Dave Govender, Professor Andrew Wilbur, Professor Frank Parr. We're putting an insulator on our product because Michelle Settling at Sloan Kettering discovered that these antiviral vectors, these gene therapy leading insulators, because there's been cases of leukemia and stuff, patients treated without an insulator. An insulator is, so when a gene goes into your chromosome lines, it can fall next to a oncogene, like a cancer gene. So we want to put an insulator in between our gene that we're inserting, our vector that we're inserting in the other gene. Yeah, we're doing that now. But Bluebird Bio might be approved by them. We don't know. We're going to be in June 8th and June 9th. There's going to be a public hearing that the FDA is calling for Bluebird Bio. We already sent in called a citizen petition. We said to the FDA, we don't think they should be approved. One, they have a mutant gene. Two, they have problems with patients. Three, they don't have an insulator. Four, they butted in line and acted successfully to get where they are. And the fifth thing is something called orphan drug exclusivity, because if they get orphan drug exclusivity, they won't have competition for 7 years in the United States. So we said, FDA, we don't think you should allow them to be approved. But they might get approved. And that's not the fault of the FDA, because it's not the FDA's, thing to be looking at court cases. So, and they might get approved. And that's it. That's how the court case ended. And we find out that Bluebird Bio is infringing on our products. Now we're suing them for infringement. So maybe economically, it might be the best thing in the world that they do. Because then what? But we think that we need an insulator on our product, and they need one as well. And I was just at the American Society of Community Cell Therapy in Washington, D.C. for a week, talking to all the people at FDA, all the researchers, all the whatever. I gave out about 30 of my books, it was kind of neat and wonderful. But there's a lot of great people at the NIH, which is the National Institute of Health, National Cancer Institute, FDA, SEC, FBI, politicians, you name it. We've got some of the best in the world. Doctors, CEOs even. We've got some great, wonderful CEOs. Cathers, John Valentine, Michael Chambers, CEO of Aldebaran. And I'm talking about companies that are worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And they're great guys, by the way.
Is this gene therapy going to be able to make it possible to where people with these blood diseases won't have to get transfusions?
Yes. They'll be cured. They'll be asymptomatic.
So you'll get the gene cell therapy essentially once, and it's done.
That's it. Done.
Really?
Done, man. Done.
When do you hope for this to happen?
We're putting an insulator on now, and we're making sure, I'll be getting a call by the end of the week probably, that the insulator is not hurting the efficacy of the drug. And show my books.
Hold it up for us. Tell people listening and watching
where they're going. And I don't give a shit about, I don't give a shit about the money. The money's going to research anyway. But you know what? If you don't read it, you're not going to understand that this is true to what I'm saying. And it'll be great for you guys if you want to go to the stock market. Tell us how I got in the stock market. It'll be great for you people if you got a sick father, a sick son, a sick daughter, a sick cousin, because it tells all about that. And it'll be great for you people if you like out of the box, not cookie cutter kind of people, and you're wondering, geez, how could that guy get an Oprah Winfrey show? Twice. How is that guy one of America's most celebrated bachelors? How did he end up doing what? Look, read about it. It's a great story. It's a feel-good story. And it's none of this bullshit. Woe is me. My daddy picked me up. Oh, my uncle, he molested me. Oh, my God, I could never, ever see another hot dog in my life, because every time I saw a hot dog, I thought of my uncle. Come on with all that bullshit. Yeah, come on.
We gotta go back real quick before we end this thing. You're in Playgirl. You didn't have a spread in Playgirl magazine, did you?
Playgirl magazine. I had all my clothes on.
Okay,
you can go and find it. Okay, and I was in there with.
If you were in there,
Sylvester Stallone.
I wanted to have the signed copy for the bookshelf.
I got it, but you know what? I'll send you a copy. But I was in there with Sylvester Stallone, Magic Johnson. By the way, Larry Johnson, Magic's brother, who I've collaborated with on some television things. So it was kind of helpful. At least when I called, I said, "Hey, we're in the same magazine together." You know what I'm saying? That's awesome. No, it is awesome. And again, I'm a high school brother. And I'm not the sharpest guy in the drawer. But I try to be a good guy, a good American, a good capitalist, by the way. And as a good capitalist and a good American,
A socialist heart.
With a socialist heart, I believe that the first guy who sacrificed should be the boss. You know,
That's very well. That's the truth.
you know, yeah, I mean, Bezos.
You gotta lead by example.
Yeah, forget about, okay, how much is worth $1 trillion? Come on. Give bonuses to all those freaking truck drivers. Take 90% of all your money and give it away to your employees. Let them get their health. Let them get everything. I mean, that's what capitalism in America is about. It's not about dying with 20 zeros after your name. What's that going to do?
I agree. Pat, thank you for doing this. I very much appreciate it. Tell people where they can buy the book.
So, Flight of the Rondoni. Oh, by the way, stop. I got to show one more thing. Yeah. Why is it called Flight of the Rondoni? What is that? That's a bird. What is that bird called? Well, in English, you probably call it a swift. In Italian, you call it the Rondoni. Now, the Rondoni flies from Africa at about 140 up to 140 miles an hour. It gets into our town and it lays eggs in our cathedral ceiling or roof. And it flies around and around. But the thing about the Rondoni is kind of like me. It's short. And it's big nose, but it's short. But it's got like real long wings. So it can't land on the ground. Because if it lands on the ground, it can't take off. Because the wings hit the ground when it tries to take off. So it's always got to land 2 to 3 stories high. Okay? And when they go in our piazza from like March to August, September, and they're flying around, every now and then they collide because they go so fast. When they collide, guess what happens? They fall to the ground. Well, when they get to the ground, we know what to do. We take them in our hands as gently as we can, we cup them, and we throw them as high as we can into the air so that they can begin flapping their wings. Well, when I was Big Mama, that's a wonderful dark-skinned woman from Northwestern Clarence Bryan, that wonderful judge, who told me to go to the military, jail. That wonderful dark-skinned man. Slowly Gorman, that creation boss that I had, and I loaded the trucks. My mother, my attorney, that too, and suspect. I kind of tried a lot. It wasn't too bright. I was there from going. Beautiful. And I'm going to die soon. You all are.
You're not going to die soon.
Well, I mean,
you look like a young healthy man.
But what's soon? I mean, I don't know, 50 years? That's pretty soon. I mean, we've been on the planet 5 million years. So all I want to do is I raise some more money for my company. We're going to go after other therapies. We're working on a therapy, CD47 now, which is a great invention. And we're not going to make the company a big company so we could, give everybody $100 million or whatever. No. We're going to try to do good research. In the United States, we can do good research. It doesn't have to cost us. Because we're not going to let the sector steal it all.
Good plan. I hope, I wish you all the success under the sun. It's exciting to see what you're doing, especially for people, for the patients that are suffering from sickle cell and other blood diseases. It's exciting shit, man.
Yes, and remember, again, I don't care. I offended you, and it's almost like tough shit. I didn't mean to, but I did. But you know what? There's only one man. Humans. In the United States, the first thing I do as a president is stop taking the goddamn census. Who cares how many dark-skinned is, light-skinned is? This is all idiocracy. We're all Americans. We just love each other. We got a great country. We got to get health care better. We got to get our universities better. And we got to help each other. That's it. Stop it, all this division, politics, and all this bullshit.
Yeah, politics is for the birds. Not the Rondoni birds.
Not the Rondoni
The
bird.
shit birds.
The shit bird.
Awesome, man. Thank you again, Pat.
Love
Very
you
much
guys.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And
Goodbye, everyone.
Flight of the Rondoni.
Flight of the Rondoni. I'll
you.
link it below.
Thank you.
When we entered the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that we Sure. But that was our position. We had there was a morality to what we did, at least politically, not economically, whatever. Sure. Because those leverage industry, not by the government. Anyway, I'm getting way out of my depth. I don't know that much about this. Well said.
So you are the second person that I've talked to who, for legal reasons, is not in the U.S. and I've had to do a Zoom interview with. So typically don't do Zoom interviews. So could you sort of explain your geographical situation that you're in right now and how that ties into the FBI and the alleged leaked audio that you posted?
Absolutely. So, after I got out of prison in 2016, my involvement with the investigations Howland, Sugar, Gary, He's on Hamilton. Can't get funds that later on to get caught looking over and interfering with the Democratic election. About a few months after I got released, I got rearrested by the federal marshals for giving interviews to Vice and the PBS. There was no papers, no warrants, no BOP, prison documentation, no paperwork whatsoever. I was released 5 days later after one of my publishers paid a New York law firm $2,000 basically basically threatening me saying, "Look, right now, that's not going to look good." So they let me out after that. At that point, I announced sometimes publicly on Democracy Now! And on Washington Today, through outlets, that as soon as my probation ended, and I was allowed to, I would be living in the U.S. And I finally did that at the end of 2020, which was Antigua. From there on, came to the UK, and found out last year when I received 6 hours of secretly recorded audio made by Val Brooks, who's the son of the Deutsche Bank executive who was supposed to kill himself. One of the Deutsche Bank executives who had that little cluster of suicides all of a sudden at that time. Found out from him, or from his recordings of a meeting that we had with the FBI at the LA office in 2020, that I was again a target. And that was further verified when I was arrested for my involvement in this protest against expanded police powers against protesters. When I was arrested last year on the canal boat that I live in, my fiance, arrested, brought to the Metropolitan Police Station, and overheard one of the Metropolitan officers, one of the arresting officers, telling one of the desk clerks that this is the guy that the FBI that they want. The guy I told you about earlier. So, gleaned from that, that I was in trouble, and that they were going to ship me, and that turned out to be the case. They put me in the immigration legal center the next day. There was some falsified documents that the home office put that claimed my visa had been up after 5 months, rather than 6 months. Anyway, and when I got out, that's when I got the recordings of the 5 hours of audio. So between that and 2 other things that came up, and some other reports I can't talk about, it became abundantly clear that the FBI was back on the rampage, and I have no way of knowing, despite reporters having gone to the FBI and asked, "Hey, what do you have for report?" No way of knowing what charges they would have this time, or even if charges are ready yet. They would be sealed presumably. I also have no way of knowing to what extent me releasing that 6 hours of audio that makes some of the FBI agents question very, very bad, whether that might have caused them to back off. Likewise, I have no way of knowing if that guy who made this report, former colleague of ours, Val Brooks, who turned against us to the FBI, I have no way of knowing if his unusual death and a half trip. I have no way of knowing if my book release is English. They very well native. I don't know if that's going to stay in my storeroom. But bottom line is I've been in the UK. It's my time in London. Now go through there. Mother's house in Bournemouth. So bottom line is that the FBI wants to fight and go.
So, what would happen if you came to the U.S. right now? Would anything happen if you landed in the U.S. tomorrow? Would you be in trouble immediately? What would happen? What would happen?
It seemed from what happened with last year with the whole integration with the House Home Office and some of the documents we later got from the police, in which they referred to the political elements of my case, station, and other things that. At least as of last year, I would have been escorted on a plane back to the U.S. from that immigration center to an airport, and I was probably arrested right there by FBI agents waiting for me. But as it happens, right before they were on the plane, we were able to get asylum. My girlfriend, Sylvia Mann, who's a nationalist, who's been involved in stuff before, managed to get IGN and Major London Law Firm. Get their top asylum lawyer, along with other people that are working with in national security law, journalism, law, and so forth, got them involved, so they had to let me out. And so the odds are now less that when I return to the U.S., I'll be arrested, because I feel like they know from experience. They had me in prison basically for 5 years and tried to get me to cooperate. And let me indict my mom, and I said, go ahead, indict my mom, and they tried to get me to plead one of these counts of linking documents that would have been very dangerous precedent for other journalists. They know how I killed this, and they know that there's enough documentation from the past that would make anyone involved in the FBI involved, any of the involved. It would make it. There would be an opportunity cost for anyone involved in another illicit prosecution of either me or anyone around me. Not the FBI, but the DOJ. Individual agents will think hard on whether or not it's worth for them to carry out whatever instructions are given from that way. So actually, they might still try to arrest me. I've seen them do that shit before. I've seen the UK screw up this last year and a half. I've seen the strokes and things. It could be easier to handle more effectively. But I'm not going back to the U.S. to get to try. I'm just going to see what happens here. I do have this asylum case ongoing, and this is a great opportunity for me. Through that and the book release and some other projects we have, some things that will be launching in January. It's going to be increasingly difficult for any government to come after me unless they have a really strong case involving really clear evidence. And they've never had that before. I don't see them having that in the future.
So I think this would be a good time for us to rewind a little bit and just explain for the audience who is not familiar with you, your story. What is your background and how did you get started down this path?
Well, I've been a journalist and freelancer since I was 17, 18. And started out doing nonsense copywriting, wrote anything I could to make money writing. Music reviews, women's shoe store, write-ups for America Online back in the day, blah, blah. Gradually was able to move on to things I wanted to do, which was human writing, investigative journalism. Started writing for things like The Guardian, Vanity Fair, Huffington Post, Skeptical Inquirer. I had my first book that came out around 24. Other outlets, got columns, and so forth. But by about 2008, I had become, 2009, I had become very disenchanted with the press. I had seen small angles, and I knew enough from what I'd seen that it was not up to the task of providing informed consent to the public even about some of the easy issues, much less the more complex issues. It was something that could be easily played upon easily conned and had been by any political strategist, within 20 minutes of that do so. So I was very concerned. I had actually a panic attack in 2007. Witnessed my only panic attack I ever had. And so 2009, me and Michael Hastings, my dad, he was a journalist, Rolling Stone, and Newsweek. He's one who wrote an article that the day after Hastings' article came out about this. Him and I had some talks about how we could develop some kind of mechanism to improve the press. And that's what Project PM came out of. About a year later, early 2010, I wrote an article about Anonymous and about how its ongoing campaign at that point against the Australian government, against proposed internet censorship legislation, how it had, by bringing attention to the issue, at least, had served as sort of a model, a proof of concept for how emergent, non-institutional, non-state groups of committed ideological actors could and would gradually become capable of taking on nation states in more important, more decisive ways. A year later, very end of 2010, I was recruited by the people within the non-ops server, and I created an internet relay chat server, from which a lot of the things that people hear about back then, the Japanese were never going to surrender. Attacks in defense of WikiLeaks, Assange, the attacks involving fusion governments, all the other stuff that happened in the next few years. Most of that was centered in that server. It had about 80, 90 people, and I would say a dozen people who were consistently in charge. One of those came in. So we've been brought in, Fusion Revolution had begun. There were members who were involved in Fusion Revolution in the country of Tunisia, and Tunisian exiles in Germany and UK who were in this group. And then there was the rest of us. And we were able to, first of all, bring attention to the West that revolution was occurring. Prior to the first, there was zero articles, zero knowledge that there was anything going on in Tunisia that would matter. We were able to, with Michael Hastings' help, make sure that the press understood this correctly and did not view it incorrectly as an Islam fundamentalist Islamic revolution. That is an actual secular democratic revolution by which democracy could be achieved. And then some of the hackers, some of the other specialists there were able to provide other means of assistance to the revolutionary system. And within about 2 weeks, one of the main guys in there, Slim on the news, Slim 404 on Twitter, he is a credible person. He was arrested for several days by the Tunisian authorities under Ben Ali's regime. And then 2 days later, he was released around the time that Ben Ali fled the country. And then a few weeks later, he joined the provisional government of Tunisia, the government. He may have resigned or protest or something. But the short version was that Tunisians and other allies brought in around the world to counter the Tunisian authorities, to engage in cyber attacks against the Tunisian police apparatus, and to provide us local assistance. That was proof of concept right there. It showed that, yeah, a lot can be done. We have the right people. Just like the CIA, just like anything else. We have the right people, and we're working together properly, and we have willing to risk whatever to do it, then we can oftentimes do it. And that's where the Arab Spring came from. Wasn't successful in other countries, of course, like the Philippines, Morocco, for instance, in Morocco, it was there, decided reforms and rights. So it helped. Anyway, from there on, about a month after this, February 2011, we discovered Financial Times article that came out from the former Navy intelligence figure, a long-time intelligence contractor named Aaron Barr, bragged about having infiltrated Iran officer, identified our leaders and so forth. And the next day, several of the hackers they told me they were about to go in to his company, take over his server, steal all their documents, put his notes on us and everything else. And so I got ready to press on that. And that's how we discovered that HP Games, Palantir, in-game systems, and Verico, these four companies, have been set up with help of the Obama DOJ to provide or mounted to a clandestine Black Ops service to private entities, like for instance, with Commerce and Bank of America. So that's the TNT scandal. People look at the TNT scandal. This was the thing that was in the news for about a month. Every major outlet covered it. Congress started to investigate all of this, and then that investigation was shut down. Oddly enough, by Republicans. So it's interesting because this was a scandal that involved the Obama DOJ. Very unusual for Republicans to want to do an investigation or something like that. That was a real scandal. Unlike Fast and Furious stuff and a few others, that was a real scandal. The reason they shut it down is because this was a bipartisan issue. The intermixing of misuse of intelligence agencies, all these things were bipartisan. There are very few people in Congress or the Senate or in the administration, from Obama to Trump to Biden, who have any real problem with this occurring. Bipartisan consensus.
So you're
anyway, I went
talking. So what you're talking about is private intelligence contractors.
Is it often in league? Yes, often in league with their counterparts at the NSA, DOJ, FBI, and so forth, as they were in this case. And so some of the things I wanted to investigate involve private intelligence contractors, but creating products for clients in the Pentagon, in the CIA, or in Bahrain, or in Saudi Arabia, other illicit dictatorships, and everybody was looking at it, getting that. More to the point, I'm talking about disinformation methodologies, technologies that were being developed that way, that later on became very decisive, and instead of discovering decisive, the companies restore the ability to public to really understand what's going on. Social network mass proliferation of AI paid people online by which to, and everyone's heard of the simple ones, the Russian troll bots and all that, that's
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and that's cheap off-the-shelf stuff, and it was actually used a lot more in Latin America than it was used in the U.S. These Twitter bots that go and help to create, the illusion of consensus. Some of the early research. Anyway, so without getting into specifics, we, over the next year and a half, me and my team, in coordination with some other journalists, sometimes rewriting in the Guardian, sometimes rewriting in the Republic, about, we came across a lot of things that we weren't supposed to know about. And to some extent, the press paid attention, to some extent, they got pretty good. And the FBI was within a few weeks of our first discoveries of these DOJ associated illicit programs, target drones, target WikiLeaks, target labor unions, target us, using criminal methods that would be crimes if we could. Within a few weeks, the FBI had acquired a secret grand jury investigation into me, secret grand jury warrants, communications, blah, blah, and started deploying some not so secret FBI cooperators and assets. Went after me and my family, other ones, other volunteers, exposed us in some cases to extreme damage from other parties, for instance, to get us up against 11. I see the expression on your face.
Why were they up against the Zeta drug cartel?
In about October or November, October 2011, a member of a non-Derek Cruz, cell of active anonymous was kidnapped by the Zetas. There's a lot we don't know about specifics. There's a random thing. probably was, and he was anonymous. He was held for ransom. They got screwed with child labor. Anyway, so the non-verified people began, they asked some assistance on this. What they wanted to do was somewhat controversial among the Americans. What they wanted to do was make known to the Zetas that if this guy's not released within a certain number of days, that a non-verified is going to release the name of 75 Zetas civilian police officers, cab drivers, and so forth. The kind of people that help the Zetas, cover the tracks, transport stuff, kidnappings, killings. And had they done that, they were, especially at that time in Mexico, there's a lot of groups that are very well armed and trained, not the police and military, that make it a point to execute such people. This whole operation was very popular in Mexico. It was less popular among the hacker swords, some of the people spinning the game, started attacking non-verifiers because that was unsafe or whatever. And so I stepped up and kind of became the face of that fight because I explained to the press and to the non-anonymous saying, hey, it's not your fucking business how these Mexican anons handle kidnapping one of their own or handle the cartel. And if you know anything about cartels, you ever lived in Mexico, whereas I have, and all that. But more the point, these Mexicans live in Mexico. They deal with these cartels. They're going to do this. And the reporters and the non-participants in the U.S. and Europe and elsewhere should reconsider or fuck us. Anyway, so as often happens, the press decided that I was in charge of the entire operation. And there's a bunch of articles with Sarah Brown take us, mainstream outlets, the Atlantic, whatever else, supposing that maybe I'm making my head short off from Dallas, Texas. Anyway, in that period, some of the people that were involved with HBR, the FBI, and so forth, did such things as posting my mom's address online on Twitter and finding the data. One of the things that I later drove into.
Where did they post this stuff? Where were they? They would. These people that work within these companies and within the FBI doxed your mom on Twitter.
Yep, including Aaron Barr, using the name Narganon. Aaron Barr was the CEO of HBR. Tom Ryan, another guy who was another FBI cooperator, asset. Anyway, yes, several of them posted this and did not push it on to off Twitter. There's no repercussions for them. And that's kind of how this stuff goes. And that's the reason. You can still find hundreds of death threats against me by FBI cooperators sitting on Twitter. That never got me in trouble. It's the same thing for other people who are very active and expose intelligence operations having to his network. We all have the same treatment. Some of us fair better than others. Some like that. By another day.
So once your mom got doxxed on Twitter, that's what led to you making that video that you posted, I believe, on YouTube.
No. What that led to me was calling her and asking her to leave the house. And then calling up to look at the police and saying, hey, I've been living party guys with some buddies from the FBI. I've just done this, so I want you to control when that block. And then have it to my mom. No, I didn't want to threaten the FBI until much later. So in March 2012, I was raided by the FBI at my mom's house. They had come to my apartment first. I had left the previous day to my mom's house, knowing they were coming. And so they came to my mom's house, got a warrant, asked to speak to me. They come on the back door, let's talk. And they asked me if I wanted to give them their laptops. And I said, no, I really don't want their laptops. And they left. A few hours later, they came back to the warrant, searched my mom's house, detained her downstairs. And a few days later, the DOJ prosecutor told me through my lawyer that now my mom was going to be prosecuted as well for obstruction of justice. mom urged me not to say anything publicly, and I didn't at that time. But over the next few months, I found more and more elements of how the FBI and certain of their friendly parties and press, the criminal reporters, seem to work with Berry, Stratford, FBI itself, and their brokers. The way they had shaped things up in order to try to discredit me, discredit our research, discredit Aaron's work research, discredit the research that dozens of us have done over the last year, how and so forth. And some of the things that I thought the FBI doing more things, being involved in more things, and I knew if I just and I tried my best to go to reporters and other comrades and say, hey, look, this is just what's going to happen to me. I'm gonna go to prison. Please be in a position to make sure these things about Palantir and Bruce Allen Hamilton and the NSA, they get out no matter what. That's been dream of the last communication we ever had. At that point, 2 years later. And nothing came out of it. And so finally in September, I made a video saying, here's the things we caught Aaron Barr doing. Here's the things we caught the other FBI assets doing to me, my mother, my colleagues. Here's what we caught them planning to do to the families of legacy leaders that are going after. Aaron Barr was in a close to Palantir and other companies created South America and the comments. They were going to go after and go and investigate the children, the families of their targets, leaders, journalists, whoever. And in fact, had started doing so in these documents. So what I said was, since apparently that's all legal, I'm going to keep it legal when I do it. So I'm going to go through the families of FBI agents that my mom. And we'll find out if there's a double standard here. And of course there was, justified selection. And then brought in charged with threatening the federal agent. So I had also said that I would shoot some of the FBI agents in my mom's house, my house, or anyone else I know. At the time I mentioned, I said nothing to lose. I know what it means to be selfish to investigation by the FBI and DOJ in cooperation with major banks and accountants. And so I was really happy to go out and break gunfire for the luckily, I had no weapons now at the time. My dad's house. Anyway. So they came and hit me, totally busted in, full SWAT team, brought me in. I was charged with threatening federal agents, and then 2 months later charged with the thing they had come up with to justify the investigation, which was copying and pasting a link posted in the non-ops chat server, posted by Rabbi Jeremy Hammond, one of the hackers involved with the Stratford hack. Me copying that link he posted and then pasting it into my chat room for all researchers, and then asking Jeremy, what's in these? And him responding, CNC, blah, blah, with the traffic credit cards. He posted the credit card information. I didn't use credit cards, I helped my group. And it was publicly, it's why they but I was now facing 22 years on that mentally, 11 counts of aggravated complication that link that was 100 points that complication. First one, the credit card numbers. I was charged with that, and then they charged me with obstruction of justice as well on the phone. And then they made me an offer to my lawyers. They said, you cooperate, you go through this. And I told my lawyer no. 2 months later, they charged my mom. Then they made me their next final offer, which was if I choose one of those 11 counts copy and pasting the link. I could get out right then. At that point, I was done 2 years in jail waiting trial. And I said no. And the reason I said no is because had I played a single one of those charges, the precedent established would allow the DOJ to prosecute any researchers, journalists, or other civilians that they found to be dangerous. Typically, copy and pasting were accessing the files that ended up controlling credit card numbers, which, you know, when you go through huge amounts of files every day, it can go through your head. Sometimes it happens. Later on, of course, I learned.
No, I was gonna say, didn't they originally try to put you in for over 100 years or something?
I was supposed to 105 years total. You stacked up all there was 17 charges altogether. There was 11 counts of aggravated identity theft. There was the one count of threatening a federal agent. There was another count of conspiracy to release protected information about a federal agent, and then obstruction of justice, and I think something else. And of course, they ended up having to draw back in 2.5 years, the day after the Humphrey Foundation, and were not just dangerous, but also didn't make any sense. Because the aggravated identity theft charge applies to stealing government-issued on the ground. And also, they, by this point, the press, thanks to Kevin Gallagher, the guy who's on my legal friends, helps to turn the tides, to get the press to remember what it was that I've been, what did they started to begin with, why did they get confused by that point. And so by that time, 2014, I kind of caused some of even among outlets that had years later, prior, I accused me of being fraud, of being a charlatan, of making up the scam. I mean, yeah, I've seen, and that's why the press, the self-press dynamics are the thing that since then have are most compelling to me, and the thing that me and others who watch this happen feel that most needs to be solved. We can risk our lives, even die if it's very important. The press refrains from actively discrediting us on behalf of, because they've gotten bad information, knowingly or unknowingly, from the state. Unless they can act as the press is supposed to act, none of it matters. No one's going to know. You see this over and over again with the Strat documents. 5 million Strat emails, with WikiLeaks. And just the first wave of the discoveries of emails involved serious malfeasance, such as like Dow Chemical hiring Strat to spy on the victims of the Bhopal incident in the 80s, where one of Dow Chemical's plants blew up and killed thousands of people and maimed and chickened tens of thousands of others. Stratford, the company I went down over, that I owe $80,000 to restitution, was spying on that group that was trying to compel Dow Jones to pay as much as public that's just one part of anything for us. So what I'm saying is that, and the press, rather for the most part, particularly certain individuals, Joseph Lynn, Sam Bitter, John Cook, who would go on to the Intercept and become editors there, writers there. There's a number of people who, because they wrote the first pieces bring that information, those articles were then taken as trustworthy by other bug writers, New York Times, Bank, whatever. And so what I came to learn and what I've got to document now is that all it takes is a few, let's say, on the take, corrupt FBI-aligned journalists or intelligence community-aligned journalists to create a narrative that will ensure that the actual news, the content, the actual issues that affect everyone that we put out, all these are few of them to ensure that a large portion of the press either ignores it or discredits it. And that's what happened over and over again. And it's happened with other whistleblowers, and it'll keep happening until such time as people in question, journalists who do that, are given a reason not to do it. And so that's kind of what one of our projects, long-term projects, every 10 years, starting 2 years ago, things will come to fruition in January. That will be that'll be the start of this. That'll be the start of a new era in which orders are going to start getting things right. And they're definitely not going to get caught let's say, colluding with Stratford, the FBI.
That's a weird thing because there's big things now. I mean, especially in the U.S. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the UK, the press in the UK, but I mean, obviously, right now, I think a lot of people are pretty aware of the alignment with companies like CNN and MSNBC being aligned with and hiring all kinds of ex-Pentagon officials, ex-CIA operatives, FBI operatives, and all these people using them and reporting on direct reports from the Pentagon without even trying to verify anything. And that's a lot of...
Yeah, that's a big thing all over the world, all over the U.S. and the UK. I mean, it's Dallas Morning News does it, New York Times does it, Wall Street Journal does it, Fox News does it, MSNBC has CIA, all that. Not the good kind, but actually helping reduce the kind that is still aligned to that centrist, centrist, bipartisan, pro status quo deal. Yeah, I mean, MSNBC polls, but yeah, every single outlet, major outlet, is under some degree or another manipulated, sometimes knowingly, by elements of the intelligence community, or other intelligence agencies abroad, or companies, people like Elon Musk, so forth. This has been going on. It's always been a thing. I mean, you never put Godfather movie, where some mob buy off the streets locally or buy off the borders, they have to the borders. This has always been a thing. And I think it's more of a thing now than it was, say, 25 years ago. And worse, we have less journalists who are competent or courageous than we did 25 years ago. We've got a lot of millennial types who went to Columbia University, from Connecticut, or Canada, go straight to New York Times, and they know shit about shit, and they treat themselves as experts. You got a lot of people who use conspiracy theory without really thinking about what that means, and just denouncing certain things as conspiracy theories, and then of course engaging in what they would otherwise term conspiracy theories, if those things align with their ideological interests or with what they think is the case. You get a lot of cowards, who even know, being aware of certain things, whether it's in Hollywood or press, have been caught, thankfully, suppressing that information. This is my former editors at Vanity Fair. We killed 2 of my stories for them because the stories were about friends of fucking Grady Carter, publisher there. Grady Carter, same guy who helped protect Epstein for so many years. Really? Yeah, look at that. People look up Grady Carter, Epstein, because one of the woman I can't remember her name now, I talked to her once. She would try to do a piece on Epstein for Vanity Fair, and Grady Carter made sure that didn't happen. Again, this is stuff that many cases have been documented. It's lost in the fog, lost in the scrum. But one of the things that we were trying to do, some of the projects we were putting out, the large compilations of raw materials, recordings, emails, screenshots, stolen documents, whatever. Just like the Project VM, it scared the government so much it had to come after a lot of the DOJ officials. This project was the same, fresh. And all of these things are already known, already public. They're public by others, not me. Those will help. Those will be kind of compiled and noted entries for every single reporter that we will stuff on. And then we have the vast amount of material that I have, and a few of my colleagues have, because we've been hearing the press, we're part of the press, we've been interviewed by the press, we've sources of the press, we're written down by the press. And when you're doing 4 years in prison, and the press is writing about your case from you, it's very easy to find errors because it's about you. You're the expert, and you have the documentation. And so that made it a lot easier for me, my case, and have the police before and after to find errors and find the same reporters writing two contradictory versions of the same story, or to find an outlet like the New York Times claiming in 2011 that maybe I made up a kidnapping in Mexico. And then 2 years later, in an op-ed in the New York Times, comparing me to Socrates. Or the New York Times, directly detailing 2011 some of the things we find Palin to doing. And then another New York Times reporter 3 years later, writing this real weird, demonstrably false Palin article. And then a few months later, getting hired by Google. It goes on and on. And it's something that the press does not regulate itself very well. There's no negative feedback. There's no reason, pragmatically, for reporters to be honest, courageous, holding scholars to account for those mistakes there. And so we're going to create that mechanism.
I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the whole Epstein thing, the whole conspiracy revolving him and the French guy who just apparently killed himself in prison a couple months ago, or maybe it was less than a couple months ago. I don't know how closely you followed that, but that's something that I noticed, especially during the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, is that there was so little coverage of it, whether it be on Twitter or anywhere else. There was just all these smaller, more irrelevant headlines popping up that were sort of bearing the whole Ghislaine thing. What is your take on that whole situation?
One of my favorite colleagues that I've spoken with some years ago, Kevin Hall, he's one of the guys from Miami Tribune, from the Miami Herald Tribune, that forced the Epstein thing back in God, 2016, 2017. He's one of the ones who wrote this big article that forced the DOJ to go back after Epstein. They didn't want to. So I've had an interest in this for quite a while, especially because I wrote a tweet back in 2017. I'll let you I'll just ask you some of your stuff. But basically, the Epstein thing is the exact sort of thing that you can say to some reporters, average reporters, hey, I think there's a billionaire who hanging out with like very powerful people like Trump and Clinton, and he's like, maybe figures on an island, and seems to have a young girls, and taking them back to just underage-year-old years ago, and hangs out with Prince Andrew, all these things, and maybe there's something there. That's the kind of thing, but all that's conspiracy because it involves powerful people and great too. There's other reporters who would be reluctant to even acknowledge this because they Trump, focusing on that young plan. There's other reporters who just understand what I call it. And there's a lot of reporters who even if they did understand and say, oh yeah, wow, that's a cool thing, they would be reluctant to be the ones going out and saying, oh, billionaire pedophile network, involving the intelligence community and blackmail, because that sounds silly to the average civilian who knows shit about shit. It sounds silly to other journalists and reporters who think that who think they know it all, have the world figured out. And so there's tremendous, it's great this article came out, of course, if you're doing this, and then of course, the same press that has, outside the Miami Herald, outside these people, they fucked the whole thing up. Epstein was convicted, he's in jail, he's found dead. You get the same outlets that allowed this to happen. Well, in some cases, they help cover up, like Epstein. Or other outlets to cover up, the two brothers and fucking Hollywood, the same outlets referring to the idea that maybe he didn't kill himself as a conspiracy theory. And then, of course, there you have documents coming out, autopsies and all that. No, it's not a sick that happens all the time. And it's not considered conspiracy theories. It's one to look into. It's not. There's nothing. It is in fact a journalist's duty. They're interested in this case, and they want to write about it. To explore the idea that maybe Epstein was killed not just because cellmate wanted him dead, but because a lot of powerful people wanted him dead. Because a lot of powerful people had been on his fucking island, on his plane, fucking little girls. Probably didn't take. Probably for a purpose involving, let's say, a combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence, or black males, and control it. There's a number of individuals out there who would find that to be not worth investigating, even though a lot of portions of it have come out. There's tons of on the record intelligence, all that, tons of points to prosecution that among my colleagues, especially my colleagues, the people I work with, and so forth, with Garnet and stuff, we can all talk about like these things without having experience and like, oh, I've heard Alex Jones say something about that. I mean, it's wrong. So, it's pretty fucking obvious that he decides how he got all his money, was involved in an effort to successful effort for a while, no doubt. Compromise powerful individuals. That's what the Russians have been doing for years. The U.S. has been doing for years. It's what becomes obvious for years. It's not well, no, actually, take that back. Back in 2007, 2008, just like you never show the Dirty Justice or
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of good stuff like that.
Describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And there's a photograph of LBJ listening to this tape, and he's just got the glasses off and he's just sobbing because he knows that he's his charges. Yes. To some no, and he still thought it was right. He couldn't do it. I don't know. I think, but it made that's the conspiracy. Well, and I have my own. There's
Mayor of Magaville. Magaville. What's up, man? Thanks for coming back. It's been a while.
You guys just elevated and blown up.
Yeah, same with you, bro. Congrats on all your success lately. And especially that Vice article. That was hilarious. How did that recent one? That Vice article just came out like last month, didn't it?
Yeah, they said the mayor of Magaville is a white rapper.
Did they tell you before they did that they were going to shit on you in the whole article? Or did
No, but I do think the article, them coming already knowing that they were going to write something super negative, being left, they did pretty good, I felt. They twisted a couple things around that I didn't really like, but it's media. You're going to get what you get, so it's a pretty big publication, so I wasn't really tripping on it, but they kind of already come out, and you could tell from just being around someone who doesn't really represent the same things you represent or feel the same way you feel. Yeah. You get that vibe. We're in the studio making these songs. I can see like somebody rolling their eyes.
How many songs are you making a week? Like, what are you doing like right now as far as like your daily kind of schedule? Are you making music every day? Or?
Well, yeah, I just kind of like in this lane, you really got to watch the news.
Cold water.
Really kind of find out what's going on in the world.
What do you watch?
I watch CNN, this is what you're talking about, watching Fox News, watching a lot of podcasts, you guys got to stay hip to what's going on, because it's a trendy lane, so the music has to be trendy. You got to kind of pay attention to what's going on, but I'm recording pretty much every night. I record songs every day, sometimes 10 a day, 20 a day. I record a lot of music. I try out 10 albums.
You are like one of the few, like you just mentioned, there's a bunch of them, but one of the few like hyper-political rappers. Like a lot of people, especially hip-hop fans, they're not really into politics.
Yeah, they're afraid. Or they're not independent. Everybody's fake.
Afraid or like they don't like me. I fucking hate politics. Like I don't. It's so hard to understand. There's so many
there
things.
Are certain people that are afraid to get attached to the music fans.
Yeah. Right. Like
a lot of people are afraid to protect their brand.
I will not see or accept
I built my brand.
Was there ever a time that you didn't know you were scared for that?
No, I wasn't scared because I'm not the person I was rocking with Trump in the very beginning of 2016. I had the very first Trump song. People said, "Oh, it's pure suicide." I did a video with Rothschild for that. Recently just did a video with Kodak Black saying people can't tell you what you're going to do or your outcome will be. You got to get in there and make a change.
At what point did you decide to like kind of rebrand your persona, like around Trump?
Well, it was kind of like in 2016, I came out as like Trump's nephew. That was like the first video we did. Came in on the helicopter with Trump in the ground, and just the way you give it to people is crazy. You know what I mean? So most times on social media, if you see a post that would be on a blog site, and you pay the blog post and shout outs to build your brand, it was usually like action. So the second time around when I put out Silver Spoon, compared to all my different releases, I said, don't tag me. Like, make this look like you're just going to shit on me. Make this look like that you want to share this and you cracking the case and you got information nobody got. Donald Trump has a nephew with face tattoos that raps. Check this out. This is crazy. And when it's read like that without being tagged, people got to really dig into it because they're like, well, this isn't sponsored post. This is some real stuff. So it's kind of like, I took the game on them, got it out there. But at first it was with Trump I felt like I was a Donald Trump array. Everybody was supporting me, everybody was rocking with me, everybody saw the big features, they saw the lifestyle, but they didn't want to give my flowers. I felt like Trump, everybody loved Trump, everybody was down with Trump, every rapper was rapping like they're a boss like Trump, they had money like Trump, going to his hotels, watching the boxing matches, everybody was a big fan of Trump. Then he said he's going to be the president, and everybody laughed, so that would never happen. Then he became the president, and then everybody started hating on Trump. I hate Trump. He's racist. He's this. Trump's did more for the Black African American community than any president ever has. You know what I'm saying? Trump did all types of stuff for the minorities. He did all types of stuff for all types of people. And people loved him at one time. And then when he got his shine, they hated it. So I felt like that in rap with me. Then as I really started getting into the music in 2016 and really learning about the political aspect of it, I realized like they just don't. The government is not going to ever tell you something you're supposed to know. Like we pay for people getting cancer treatment, diabetic treatment, but a vaccine is free. If a vaccine is really going to save you, it's going to be free. It costs money. You know what I mean? The stuff that they pick this isn't true to me. And I've always been someone who's found my own way. So I scheduled a lot of things around Trump. People love Trump. Trump's a winner. I'm a winner. I'm a hustler. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman.
By the way, I appreciate you taking the vaccine.
I did. They said I had to get the vaccine, man. I got that fake vaccine card.
We're giving about a time.
Trudeau's people over in Canada sent them over to me. So
when did you get that Rolls Royce?
I had a couple
Is that a
of
Phantom or is that a Ghost?
That's a Ghost.
A Ghost.
Ran with the Richie Trump.
Okay.
I got the big Trump truck. Got a couple cars, man. But at the end of the day, it's like all my stuff's branded. I brand everything I got. It's all a business. A lot of people these days just make excuses why they can't win. I got all the way to Windsor with Trump, being on stage around him, taking it up, taking photos, getting support from all these people. I got face tattoos. I don't look like the normal Republican. They let me in, and they were so judgmental. Why am I going to get it? You think rap music's what did it for me? They probably don't listen to rap music. So one thing I really did is I turned my fan base into 40 and 60-year-old people at Mar-a-Lago riding around bumping Forgiato Book. You know what I mean? But I cleaned a lot of things up too, because at one time I didn't realize how many children listened to me. That was kind of the thing with Vice. They made it seem like, Bro had no success in the Philly rap career. I got songs with Rick Ross before that, Paul Wall before that, Vanilla Ice before that, Lord Dirt before that, millions of views, videos, that's success. Radio stations playing my music, but that was like my thing with Trump. They're not giving me my flowers, so I'm going to make my own lane, my own genre. People say it's for suicide. Now there's 200-300 people doing the same thing, trying to do what I was doing. Another big name, Bryson Gray. He was somebody who really did his thing. He had some really big songs we put together, and kind of like took off from there with the music. It's like you just got to stay up to date. My thing is, I'm in the streets with the Patriots. Anytime you see a Blow video, there's hundreds of people in the streets. These aren't paid actors. These are Patriots that feel the same way I feel. They respect what I'm doing from the mayor of Megan. I say, hey, I'm doing a video tomorrow, but they're in the shine, they're out there. And that's the difference. Before, everybody was just trying to cut their video and get something out of it. They were a rapper too, they wanted to rap. These are just everyday people, not even the wealthiest people in the world. They're spending their last $20, $30 on a t-shirt for me and a hat to be in my video. So I got a lot of love and I respect them. than what they're standing for. No matter what about the money, Trump isn't paying these people. The elections passed a year and a half ago. People are still out here. His rallies are popping. Trump's still popping. Yeah, he's still the president. You don't see 46. It's not real.
How much censorship are you dealing with on social media?
The censorship is beyond crazy. One thing is, like, I never realized how bad censorship was until you're censored. So sometimes you just hear people say, like, I'm getting shadow banned and censored, and you're like, you get some out. Or, you ain't grinding hard enough, or you just think you look better than you are. But when you just delete 250,000 followers without an email or a reason, you can make Instagram white. And you're like, well, maybe I'll hit somebody up. Nobody knows you exist. I got a verified page. Not to mention, I'm not spending $30,000 or $40,000 of that time a year for ads on Facebook and Instagram.
You're spending that much on ads on Instagram?
Like, so I put out a picture or a post. So anytime I put a picture up, I throw $500 or $1,000 on that post just to get it going. Try to let people see it. So, I'm not saying that's a lot of money at the end of the year, but imagine if you deleted, a couple 100,000 people that were spending $40,000 a month. A year. So I was spending, getting my brand built, doing that with the Rothschild blow, and that's what I was doing, like the throw parties, and I was doing like the crazy hairstyle on the shows. It's getting that attention. So then they banned me from there, took my Facebook down from me. Then a year today, I'm 10 Instagrams already gone. So it's like someone working at an Instagram just sees me go to my page, whenever it gets to about 10,000. I literally just paid someone $7,000 a day in London that I have no clue who they are. That's my boy Tony. I just went to the bank and sent someone $7,000 a day to try to get one of my Instagram pages. That's how bad I need my pages back. Because at the end of the day, I'm independent. I don't have a label. I do this all myself. So every follower that I get is a fan supporter, someone that's helped support my dream, my business. Once you take that from me, people get tired of trying to find you. Yeah. And then not everybody's always on social media looking for you. So once you're gone, they try to get you gone. So I stayed relevant. My numbers have gotten bigger without my social media. So sometimes being banned helped a little bit because you might see my video come across the timeline and say, you know what, I'm going to share Bill's video now and help them out of it. And the problem is when you get deleted, we all know, people in your own camps are doing the same lane you're in. So not everybody's like, oh, if I'm freaked out deleted or so share their face. They're like, they're deleted. Time for us to do our job.
Makes me feel like a competition.
A little bit. There's competition and everything, so it's very good. The only person that really shouts me out, my boy Bryson Gray, and my brother Stoney, they do 60. But I'm saying a lot of other people, when I get deleted, I don't even hit them up. Like, I'll throw you some money, give me your post, so that people know where I'm on my new page. And they'll be like, oh, I don't need any money. Or they'll be afraid to share you because, you got deleted. So you get deleted. It just becomes hard to be sensitive. Try to build your brand, try to keep any business going. Imagine having a McDonald's and painted black and blue with no arches. And then people know that's McDonald's. Or like people say, like, why you still got to run ads and commercials for social media if you're already famous and popular? Or there's McDonald's and Chick-fil-A ads every day on TV. It's about keeping it in the face. So the censorship really hurts.
What about Twitter and YouTube? You had Twitter and obviously YouTube.
I've never been big into Twitter. I have a Twitter. It just I don't even put on it, man. Just look the outlook of it. I like Instagram. I like seeing the videos. I like going through. And then Instagram made it so hard.
JFC.
Well, they did that because people.
JFC.
It's a bunch of robots. But Twitter.
Thanks, Ben.
I post on there and it's just like I just post like a status.
JFC.
True Social is pretty big now. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Attention. Please read the attached World Peace Manifesto.
Really?
The biggest hit of all time has been live streaming 24 hours a day for 3+ years. Please join the Discord to discuss Antichrist machine and visibility clauses.
They want to be what's popping. They want to see what's going on. There's going to be a million
And more. Data equals number one research. Please share to be a trillionaire.
250,000 followers on TikTok.
Sluttiest whore Buzz milk loving rabbi reposted your post.
We buried under all the
Sluttiest
people.
whore
because
in
people
the history
want, like,
of
post.
humankind.
Anytime I post something, if it's
Plus
more,
most spoilers, Rabbi.
account
Just
violation,
leaning into
take
that,
down. One
bitch.
more account violation.
Screenshot them with Discord
They
Rabbi.
don't have somebody
Like
physically sitting there saying, well, no,
Eat it,
this is
a random post.
just
Thanks, baby.
warning enough to take it down.
Screenshot Discord Rabbi.
So you just know it was $4 blow post.
Love
Let's
it.
all ban his shit.
Love
It's
it.
gonna come right down. Ha, ha, ha.
Wait.
It's funny. But
Hold
yeah,
on. Anyone making promises this bold
because I'm like,
is
dang,
worth
I
a
just
moment
got
of
this
my
post.
time.
TikTok, I think if you search my name, it's like 45 million views.
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
I have tons of videos in millions.
Do you know how
To
many
get
of
a
these
million views,
accounts
you
I
get
have
nothing
blocked?
more than
Because
it
I don't didn't
I feel
study
that people,
enough
you
number
got
theory.
rappers who say it's like, I make degenerate music sometimes.
Oh man, do you know how hard it is to make all these fucking things?
It
takes forever. Psych, bitch.
I rap about, voter
Just had to hit
in the vaccine.
some buttons.
Whoa,
I'm a fucking
hold up,
genius,
hold up,
dude.
hold up. Yeah, that
I'm
is-
the going.
6ix9ine. I like 6ix9ine.
Not even from Vilna, bitch.
He's
I'm the
like
West Side
genius
Gangs.
on social media, right? But he'll literally
I'm
say,
just
like,
the gone,
I'm going to
motherfucker.
California, I don't care what's up. Like,
The goat
you get
go.
away with that on social media. That's like almost telling, like, baiting people to come kill you. Everybody and their mom is putting up gang signs and guns, social media. Every woman in the world, all their half naked, promoting their brand. Like, that's fine, but it's put an American flag on the top of the road. It's like, whoa, oh my God, this is a cult. This needs to come down. They didn't care about fight comps. Remember all the fight comps?
Yeah, I mean, they're straight up porn on Twitter.
Yeah, but like fight comps, they don't care about. But let's talk about Portland. They're so worried about January. Like Portland went on for 3 months. They done burnt Portland all the way to the ground. They're not circling back arresting anybody. They're at the Capitol, which is our building, trying to lock up everybody and their mom who was even posted about it.
Did you go to the January 6th riot?
No,
You were there?
the riot was no riot. Everybody there was happy. It was not what people try to put on TV. But I was booked, so I was there. I had a show this week. I wasn't in the Capitol.
You were in DC. Where'd you perform?
So right on the main street outside the White House. I said we did it.
Oh yeah, I think I seen
Probably
some
about
posts.
100,000 people that's out there.
Really?
Going crazy with our music. And we got a real fan base, man. We pop out. That's the biggest thing we got. It's a blessing when I have 10,000 fans that day that kept me taking pictures and just wandering somewhere. I feel like that day was a field trip. As people go on a field trip, they're a really good kid. They caught with all the bad kids, maybe do something stupid. And they're like, oh, well, that's not really my character. I mean, they let them go inside the building. People went inside the building. Ashley Babbitt, R.I.P. Ashley Babbitt. Her mom actually calls me all the time and tells me, hey, thank you so much.
Who is she?
Ashley Babbitt, she passed away. She was a veteran that was there. She got shot.
She got shot.
But the thing is, you don't hear her name. You hear George Floyd's name. I'm not saying you shouldn't hear his name, but it wasn't. He has charges and all types of problems. At the end of the day, it's like Ashley Babbitt was there supporting the country, supporting the president. Wrong place, wrong time, boom. It wasn't like she had a weapon on her. She was going outside the building. I just feel like,
Was she unarmed?
I just feel like things are like, going to the proportion of CNN and stuff talk about things. I mean, there was literally hospitals, dealerships, fire stations, gas stations, pharmacies, boutiques, the locals, people that might have been pro-BLM, their own businesses getting shut down. I see people that own their own restaurants. Like, they went through and destroyed it. You know what I mean? And there's not an arrest. There's nobody getting in trouble for that. Nobody talking about it. They're like, they're allowed to do this. Then BLM comes out now. Most of that money that was donated, how many black people got paid? How many black people became millionaires? How many people did they bail out? None. That money went to white people and a few chosen black people that were involved in it made millions of dollars on it.
Yeah. How many people? What was it like? A small group of people who made like.
Well, one time, if you went to
like
blacklivesmatter.com or the thing, they went to City Joe's campaign.
Right.
They had to find a way. Trump's got support. We got to raise some money.
But there were a couple people that made millions of dollars on that one there.
It just came out. She was paying. I don't know her name, but she
Yeah.
paid like her ex-husband or something, like $2 million. People, a couple million. Yeah, but I mean, that's not really what the news is talking about. But it's like. Forgivable. Imagine if Trump had that. Just imagine if Trump said he's gonna vote for me. Just imagine if Trump had that on a T-shirt. You know what I mean? He didn't even say it. Just imagine if Trump was at a KKK eulogy like Joe Biden was. Just imagine if Trump's kids had a laptop.
Yeah.
Just imagine. You know what I mean? And the funny thing is, everybody that like, the vote for Trump to go against him and vote Joe Biden was just like a fuck Trump vote. People get so mad we have these songs. That's also I respect Nipsey Hussle as an innocent artist, and I did the whole album for $100 each. Like, I see the grind, I see the build up. And him and YG's biggest song was "Fuck Donald Trump." But we can't make a pro-Trump song, and it's like that's their biggest selling song. YG is, I don't think has a song bigger than "Fuck Donald Trump."
When did he release that?
I think that probably came out like right before the election.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I mean, that's their biggest song. You know what I mean? But that whole culture of people now, I go on like say cheese different blog sites. They're all like, damn, what's Trump? Biden ain't get a damn thing.
Yeah, Trump's kind of like in a good light.
Great run. That's why I tell people when he comes back in 2024, he's going to be the biggest ride of his life because he's already got his Republican support that he got, his day one loyal fan base that he got. Then everyone who really wasn't rocking with him is going to be like, you know, that's going to be the new silent majority that said we won. There's going to be a lot of silent people that are like, I'm going to vote Trump. I'm not voting Joe Biden. No way. And Joe's the biggest puppet they got. They can't put nobody else in there right now. That's a puppet. I look at this gas. He's in Cali spending $9-10 on gas. This gas is already bought. We can buy it last week. We already had this gas. Why are we buying it? Why are we paying this much for gas we bought? It's still Trump's gas. I think it's a homegrown most of the gas.
I thought we were getting from Venezuela.
Well, we are. It's not brand new gas. You're not getting gas today. They brought it last week. This is pre-owned gas. This is still Trump's gas. We have enough gas to make it Trump. Yeah, I'm just saying, this is still Trump's gas. We're not going next door right now and saying, yeah, we need gas. We'll bring it in next week. This gas is paid.
Trump was one of the biggest people that was pushing against that whole pipeline of all the EU countries getting gas from Russia.
But Trump's biggest thing is to make money here.
Right, exactly.
Give us jobs. Right now, our biggest problem is not a lot of people want to work. Joe Biden was just giving them money. See, a lot of people will get tricked into the system. They want to say, oh, I could get $300 and not work. I'll just do that. Instead of getting a job, busting their ass and making $1,800 or $1,500 or $600. They trick you to want to stay in that little system. One of my best friends, African-American, mixed Spanish dude, he was always around me, had nice things. At one time, he wasn't doing that good. And I watched him work from Wendy's and having a bunch of different jobs. And he lived in the community where, they couldn't make so much money. His mom. And he came to me and said, I got to take my job. And my mom told me, it's making too much money in the house and we're going to lose this housing. I said, cool, you can move out of that house. You will get your own place, get you another job. And now he owns his own house, works for UPS, he's a driver, got the cars he wants. But it just takes someone to say, you can do it. Go do it. You can get out there and do it. Not everybody has that thing like me where I say I can do it myself and leave. That's a gift and a curse. But I believe myself when I say, hey, you can do it. Some people need someone to say, look, you want to do a podcast? I'm going to buy you a microphone for $300. See if you actually sit down, go to the table, see if you can make a YouTube channel. See if you can make a channel. Sometimes people want to do all this stuff, but they're so afraid to make the channel or do a podcast.
A lot of people would say to you, it's easy for you to say, you got a rich family.
They would say that. To this day, I haven't got 1% from no rich family.
You got no money from grandparents?
Never got money. Really? Never got money. I bought all my stuff myself. But at the end of the day, it's like if I tell somebody that, so I'm blue in the face, here. So that's why I came out with the silver spoon, because people want to hear what they want to hear.
Tell the story about that for people who don't know about it.
So the Auto Trader store?
Yeah.
Well, my grandfather started Auto Trader, car magazine. I got sent to boarding school when I was in 5th grade.
By the way, they didn't mention that once when you guys
Well, they said a little something in there about that I kind of like, have my family with my grandfather started Auto Trader. But the difference is about that is anybody whose family is watching this has real money. They don't want nobody else to powerful as them. It's just kind of like anything in the world. So with me, I went my own route, did my own way, got my own tattoos, build my own brand. Now, that's not to say one day when my mother's still alive, I wouldn't let my mom go to absolutely my mom's goal is not to just give me her money. My mom had to work hard. It's her right, and she got money in my bank account. She got property. So somebody gives you a lot of property hasn't been taken care of. Well, then, first of all, you got to pay the inheritance tax. It's a fire sale on that property. So your property might be worth $10 million, but no, you can't afford to keep that property. So we give you $2.5 million. Taxes, and that's through the roof right now. So my biggest thing was I went to Alma Fair Academy, which is a military class, went there in 5th grade. I lived in that school until I was a senior. So I wasn't at home eating lollipops like everybody wants to say. I was living in a military dorm, boarding school. Now, the military wasn't the toughest class. We just marched around with rifles. It wasn't like we really would push up and sit up and stuff all day. But one thing Farragut did teach me is to be a people person. I could talk to any kind of person. You had kids from all over the world there, all different races. It taught me that melting pot of people. I never held nothing against my parents sending me there. It was cool. Like I liked living with my friends anyways. But 5th grade's kind of young to leave your family behind. I never really went home for holidays. You know what I'm saying? I've always been kind of distant. I had a good relationship with my mom when I'm older. I think it's because I always wanted to do it the way I wanted to do it. And not everybody's going to see that. Not everybody's going to see your vision. Sometimes you got to make your own vision. And people see the long run. And I'm glad nobody gave me any money because I wouldn't be where I was today. I would have got some money and blown it. I don't do no drugs. I don't drink. I don't do none of this stuff. I'm just a businessman that works hard at everything that I do. And somebody would have gave me an easy ticket, I probably would be. And right now, I'd rather work for mine. It feels good to have a Rolls Royce if I got it. It feels good to have more than one Rolls Royce if I got it. It feels good to have big trucks. It feels good to be able to
You got multiple Rolls Royces?
Yeah, it feels good to get people, my team pay for their music videos, help their stuff come together. It feels good to be able to work for different people and to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to put some money in you and get you what you want to do. I believe in you. And I do the people. It feels good to take care of, parents coming to me all the time saying, hey, my kids are huge supporters. And I'm glad that First Roy got me music anymore. And I'm glad we got a positive message for my children. Kids were getting bullied here at Seminole, right here at Middle School. I picked them up in the Trump truck. They were getting bullied because they like Trump. So I can't pick them up in the Trump truck. All the kids saw the Trump truck.
Middle schooler getting bullied because he likes Trump?
Right here. Jesus, I went and picked them up. There's a lot of stuff I do for people, because it's little small things that I don't even know flowers or no rewards for them and stuff I do because I want them. Not a lot of people did it for me when I was young. So my thing is now, if I see somebody really wants to do something, okay, if you want to rap, you're one of my homeboys. I'm not going to give you 20 bands to rap with, but I'll buy you 1,000 CDs and take these videos and I'll start. See what you do what I'm doing. You got to understand this is more marketing and advertising than being a great artist. You got to have a brand.
Yeah, you're definitely good at marketing. That's one thing.
I did crazy things with the marketing. I was hanging billboards up. Merchandise, this is the way I just do my things different. So like if I hang a billboard up that costs me $8,000, people would say, oh wow, so I spent $8,000 on a billboard. So the next billboard, I might cut it in half and charge 5 companies $5,000. That's $25,000. I made $17,000 on my second billboard. I keep throwing billboards in. If I make a merchandise t-shirt, I need to do in the back of it, put all the sponsors on the back of it, $750 to $1,000. I print a shirt up. I used to think about how I'm going to make this shirt maybe $10,000 in sales. I just sold $10,000 in advertisement on that shirt before it even streets.
Yeah, you got crazy merch too. You're selling a shitload of merch.
Yeah, merch was good. You know what I'm saying? Just like with my music. So if I sell my CDs for $10, I won't sign the autograph for less than another $10. I sell my album for $20. All my albums sold for $10. All my friends support me. They buy the album. I double my income and my net worth right in my head.
How did you connect with Rick Ross?
Rick Ross, I'm always going to Rick Ross.
How did you like that?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. So, Rick Ross.
Oh, that is so funny. Big Hat Adrian. Why is you all this family so many years? Say that they were
please be who I am.
I see it right
Because
here.
I mean, I'm going to war
Consistently.
So when I met Rick Ross,
This one says
for the years I was making these songs, people compare me to white Rick Ross. I made a song called Rick Ross. People were like, oh, you're not awesome, bro. You're not awesome. Fuck how you
This is so
inbox everybody.
Oh, that is so funny. I can shit myself.
They might not like it or see it, but if 500 people tag you, no matter how famous you are, you can see it. So I just kept doing that for years and years and years. Then I started doing some features with people close to him, like Young Breeze, artists
Okay.
that he had that were his
I'm not trying to sound crazy cool, but I am genuinely curious what Rabbi Rothschild's source of income is. And is that he's able to make this many accounts and spend this much time on live streaming and stuff all the time. Fuck yeah, bird. Well, come to the Discord, dog.
A lot of people don't think that saying pull up and get a record deal. They want to pull up when it's benefit for them, not for him. So I knew I'm going to support you. So I just kept going to those, and then started chopping it up. And I said I got a song.
JFC and that shit.
West Side. Oh, what is this bullshit?
One time people were saying like, we were going to do a deal with sign, and I got everything done before that.
I'm a dick slanging motherfucking West Side gangster.
Even like Vanilla Ice, at one time, people didn't understand how to make Vanilla Ice. Vanilla Ice, I waited at the airport. That's how it was. At the airport. So, RIP, my boy Guy. My boy Guy used to do my TMZ type thing where the autographs. So, like, when he was there the day we all met.
Yep. Really?
He was in the first video out there with us in the back of the car, remember? He was on a tattoo on the back, big guy. He would meet everybody that was famous.
Who rode with us?
Rode with us, he passed away. He died like 6 months ago. So, one of my great friends. But he would do autographs. So, like, companies would pay for his autograph. So he would get out there and say, okay, hey, this person's going here and go there this week and try to get what you can get and they can't out. So he got real good with all the people. So he used to always give Vanilla Ice autographs and be like, Vanilla Ice used to do the show on Saturday night, Friday night. Vanilla Ice is crazy popular. You know what I'm saying? People, if they don't realize it, they need to. Ice Ice Babies and number one rap selling song in the world. You know what I mean? He's constantly doing shows now. So my boy was like, yo, we go to West Palm Airport, Vanilla Ice flies in every Sunday. And I was like, yeah, it's every Sunday. I went there one Sunday, saw him, said, what's up? Went there the next Sunday and was like, yo. And that Ice came to me and said, look, man, I respect your grind. Here's a list of all my dates and my trip. Anyone you ready? Anyone you show up to, I'm going to let you rock the stage. And I went with me to the show. And when we got there, even in that first video, I was still figuring out, okay, cameras on, cameras off, all right, we talked to him. Because it wasn't a relationship, wasn't fully built. It was just nobody gave you an opportunity like this.
That was before the whole like Trump thing. Like before you started like the Trump rebrand.
Yeah, well, Silver Spoon was out.
Silver Spoon was out. Yep.
So Silver Spoon was out. It was out. But Vanilla Ice and me have great music together still. We did a Ride the Horses, then 8 million views. We did a song called Rodeo. We did a song called Kodak Black. He's not a political rapper, but what's his name?
Kodak?
No, Vanilla Ice. Kodak rocks MAGA like crazy.
Oh, yes.
But I respect, the difference between the left and the right, to me, is like, you could not like Trump. I'm still your friend. I watch Trump people that like me anymore because I like Trump or this and that. Like, just because you don't like Trump, then we can't. I can still help you. I can still see your grandma across the street, help her across the street. You don't like Trump. That's not a problem. I can still lend you a couple $100 and pick you up and ride somewhere. But when it's to me, people just get that animosity and hate me. Oh, yeah, work for nothing. I'm busting my ass for it. All right, every accolade I got. You know what? When they think you had it easy, they don't want to give you the trophy. They want you got to take it. So I got to do double the work. I got to outwork everybody. And then I went to that field and built my own genre. I said, okay, cool. I've always liked to go against the right? Because there's no traffic. You go the wrong way, there's no traffic. It's going to be bumpy a little bit, but ain't nobody, you know what I mean? Everybody's going the other way. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to go way over here and do my own thing. Then I see everybody copying me and do what they do. It's cool. I don't got to get credit, but I know what I did. I know the time I put in, the chances I took. I just believe if you put effort into anything, you're able to get it. So round it up. So the Vanilla Ice thing is cool. Vanilla Ice is super cool dude, super humble. Vanilla Ice did more for me probably besides myself and anybody in my rap career. Like, just gave me opportunities. Never settled for me. You know what I mean? the opportunity he gave me is priceless. And everybody who I've worked with just always gave me opportunity. People are afraid of opportunity or not money matters. Let me get that opportunity. Watch how much money I make with the opportunity.
Does Kodak do a lot of like MAGA rap? Does he make a lot of songs about Trump?
No, I don't think. I think he would if I just saw the rain that's popping. But Kodak Black's already put that black on top of it. Like every single day, he's just nagging on him.
You think if you were like Kodak Black's level, he was popular, he was recognized, you would still be talking
All day, all day.
Really?
All day I'm with Trump. When Trump lost, they was like, what y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do? It's a wrap. My career, I got more plays, more I'm bigger.
It seems like a smart move. Like, it seems like what you did was a smart move. Like,
It was an honest move.
you basically like one of the most hardcore groups of people in the country right now are like the hardcore country. So if you're one of the only rappers, only musicians who are like representing that group of people, you're going to automatically gain this massive audience. So it seems like a genius marketing.
A little bit, because when I did it, those people didn't have the balls they have right now. I was out here by myself with a few types of people around the world doing it. That crowd wasn't there yet. Once people start to see what, okay, he's doing it, I'm gonna do it too. Or you know what, he's gonna say his opinion, I'm gonna say my opinion too. It takes one person to jump straight out. You know what I mean? So when I jump straight out, then other people start being like, you know what, I get 10 DMs, like, oh, you saw me, pussy, then the third DM, maybe I respect what you're doing. You know, my job would never let me do something like this, or, you know, my family or my wife thinks different. And then, you know, they're like, that same person, year later, is like, I'm put a Trump on my mouth. You know, you gotta open the door. You know, Trump is so busy doing Trump, he doesn't have time to listen to the local person. That's what I'm trying to say. People come to my videos and stuff, these are local people. These are everyday Trumpers.
Why do you think these people are so bought into Trump? Why do people love Trump so much? Because it feels like he's the most loved and the most hated.
Definitely most loved, most hated. I feel like people love Trump because they feel deep down that he's super brutally honest. He has nothing to gain from somebody, so he just tell you exactly how he should shoot it. That's why I was so worried when I went to meet you. How that thing is going to go.
I think he might have like roasted you or something.
I'm just being
What the fuck's
real.
this tattooed up crazy?
Yeah, like you just didn't know what it was going to be because I done put in a lot of work. I done took a lot of risks. I done spent a lot of money. Even though I'm about to make some money, I spent a lot of money. Like I probably spent my truck alone's 100 bands for Trump. You know what I mean? I probably spent $250,000 on Trump. These videos, Trump ain't paying for them. I'm not paying for the studio time. I'm not paying for me to get out here and push my hats and push my stuff. I'm not paying for that. So when I went to meet Trump for the first time, actually, like he done tweeted some stuff and showed some love through the campaign. Like Trump just sent me a personalized letter a couple months ago, thanking me again for everything he did. Which is crazy. And my boy Stoney, who's here right now with me, when I went to meet Trump, it was Stoney's birthday. And I remember like Secret Service, they're real big on like, you know, they think big on the show.
Oh yeah.
Like they're in Trump. So I had this little photo book, you know what I'm saying, like everything I did with Trump, you know, the trucks, the billboards, all the, you know, the tattoo on my leg, you know what I'm saying, all a bunch of stuff in there. And they were like, you can't bring it in there. You talk to Trump. I'm like, can't even give them your pen to sign something. They're serious. Very serious on it. And, you know, President of the United States was there.
What was the event you were at?
So it was at a Sarasota rally, and I helped with a lot. I put my truck inside. So people like right now, when Trump has a rally, I call their campaign managers, and they say, bro, okay, cool, I got my seat in the front. I got my truck in there the night before. Trump shows a lot of love to me. He doesn't have to do that, but it's like, lets the people know that I'm off the book.
I know you had some sort of fundraiser in Bel Air, like he was still president, and I remember he was going to land his helicopter on the golf course, and they wouldn't let him shoot a rocket launcher out of it or something. So he actually had to drive him all the way from fucking Tampa to the golf course because of the Pelican. And I know that was a member of that who went to it, and he said it was like he was charging something crazy, like $50,000 for a
But hey, if you could get it, get it.
Yeah.
If you could get it, get it.
But all these people were there paying for it, though.
you could get it, get it. So, what I was saying, so when I went in to meet Trump, as soon as I got in, bam, he knew what time it was. He said, appreciate all the work you did for me. You know what I mean? I said, I got a little book I want you to sign, show you some stuff. And people said, we already said you couldn't do that. So I looked at him and goes, where's the book? So Stoney, he was in the cut. He was outside with the book waiting on him, right? He came in, and he's a mega rapper, and he wasn't like, it's my brother. He wasn't hating on me. Like, he wants to meet Trump, and I wasn't hating either. So when he came in, Trump saw him and said, I like that merchandise. I like that shirt. Where'd you get that shirt from? It said Trump, and it had the joke on it. He goes, that's Rose merch. So Trump said, get up here and take a picture with me ASAP in that shirt, because I love that shirt. And they said, y'all get Forgiato's information. They call him Forgiato. Get Forgiato's information, and I need you to send me these shirts. So the next day, I over the bed, I sent him CDs, medallions, all my stuff. I set up a big merch bag. Like, it's a service. I'm going to send him everything I got. You know what I'm saying? I put some crazy stuff together. I sent him like 20 hats, all my merchandise. And then like 2 weeks later, I got a personalized letter back from him. You know what I mean? So if somebody's rocking with you, it's like thanks for the merch people moving. They're not gonna say, yeah, send it to the rest. At the end of the day, Trump sees like if you're a Republican and you out here doing your thing and you're a Trump supporter, that's amazing. But most of the people at that time were voting for Trump were already voting for Trump. The stuff they're sharing is going to Trump supporters already. Here's somebody like me, Bryson Gray, JP60, Tony Dubrow. Our followers are not voting for Trump. And we're red pilling people with our music. I'm red pilling people with my events. And they're just for the red pilling team on the red side. Yeah, Republican, running. A lot of people, it's not like,
not really Republican.
No, because I'll say that. So like, well, a lot of people turn Republican against Trump. But I was like in our rap, we have someone to talk about, so we take shots at Democrats and this and that. But Democrats are Trump, no Trump in 2016 election. You know what I mean? If Trump wins in 2024, which he's gonna win, Democrats are gonna have a big part of it. Because the Democrats that voted for Joe Biden, they're not all gonna switch over to Republican, they're just gonna vote Republican. You know what I mean? So 2016 had a lot to do with the Republican Party. The Democratic Party. So I'm saying, so we do events. When people come out to our events, they're like, wow, this is cool. I mean, my camera crew, they're African American, you know what I'm saying? They come out to the events, and they're like, at first, they're like, okay, like, you know, this is starting to get crazy, you know. I'm doing rallies, my first rallies were like 200 people. Next thing you know, I'm throwing one in Miami, 20,000 people. So my team, everybody's like, oh, you know what I mean? This is getting crazy. And then they would come out there and people would say like, hey, what's up? They would say their name to them. They'd be like, how you know my name? I met you last week before. Like they realized that people genuinely cared about them, you know, and it was like a really good vibe. They're all like, you know what I mean? To make them realize, man, ain't nobody ever gave me a hug and said they love me in 20 years. You know, this crazy. I love this. I love this. I love being around this. So sometimes you just got to get out there and be around firsthand and see like, you know, the energy. Like if I brought my Trump truck to a BLM rally, I guarantee you it's going down, right? Which is cool, but it's going down. So we're in DC.
There's no more BLM rallies.
I don't think so. But I'm saying like when we're in DC, people like me and Bryson Gray, we're making this music for everybody. Everybody's loving. And Tifa got us on the hit list, publicized hit list. Like you see $4 Bryson Gray, take them out. And we still in DC popping out. We ain't got no. Not even if I had a hit list of people, I'm riding around with my hit list. Like everyone's good. So it's like we go through a lot. Not to mention they say, "Oh, you're different. This is rich, right?" So they're just making money off that red hat and stuff. 2016, nobody was doing it. This is the place I could get co-sign from you that wasn't doing it. It's not the only person doing it. It was not making no money. I wasn't getting no money. I wasn't getting those shows on. And if Trump would have lost, and they say he did, why are we stopped? It was just about a grip.
Do you think you'll ever run for office?
Mayor,
You run for mayor?
Yep.
What about governor?
Maybe I'll be in my 50s. You know, my biggest thing is like if I'm gonna put my mind to it, I'm gonna do it. Like right now, I work with one campaign. You know, Christine Quinn, she's running for U.S. Congress in the 13th district. I'm backing her. Christine Quinn, I vote for her. She's a Republican. If you're going out here, make sure you vote for Christine Quinn, District 13. My thing is, you know, I can't be, you know, around 40. That's like when I'm done with like the regular rap music and everything. I'm not gonna be pushing my rap CDs when I'm 40. It's a great time for me to Trump to win 2024. That would give me like a lot of time I'm 40. 37. So I got 3 years, you know what I'm saying? Which is not putting the end of my music, but it's like I've lived every single day. The first 10 years of my rap career, rapping like every day. Studio, how am I going to make it? Then 2016 on, it was like, how am I going to help Trump? Like I don't have fun. I don't do family events. I don't go out and spend time. Like my life is based consistent in rap music and trying to blow. How am I gonna make it? When am I gonna make it?
You enjoy the politics more than you enjoy music?
Yeah. Well, I enjoy the people. So like I like getting into like no vaccine, this and that. I like to see like I go to a place and there's 500 people out there living. So, yeah, I'm picture bro. Like I like the family side. Like Maggie's family. But a lot of people hit me up, and I might sell my merchandise. I might pull up with my merchandise one day and say, look, there's 100 free hats. Let's go. You know what I mean? It's just how I feel that day, what I'm doing.
What do you think makes those people do it? Like what is it about?
I think being involved, I think it's being involved with something that they're accepting. I feel like these people that are here, they're tired of the bullshit, yeah, but it's like, it's a family vibe. I feel like some of these people are just like lost souls, are left to do whatever sometimes. It's not just like rich, wealthy people at these events. There's people that literally go to a Trump rally a week before and sleep outside front row Joe's for 5 days straight to get in. And somebody like Forgiato Boy walks up, calls somebody in my seats like, you know what I'm saying? These guys are out here sleeping. Like, I respect that. When these rallies go on, and most of these events like CPAC and all these places, all your rappers are inside, flicking it up. I'm across the street with pictures of waving the flags out there doing my thing, holding the people down, because that's who I'm with. I'm with the people. The people made me. The people share my music. People bought my music. Politicians, then. These people help me. These people believe in me. These people can judge me.
So you say like your goal is to convert as many people as possible in America to the like MAGA ideology.
In some ways, yeah. I mean, it's not my everyday goal. My goal is just to do me. Like, nobody tells me what to do. I do what I want to do. Trump doesn't give me like a checklist of things. Ron DeSantis, I got a huge trail with Ron DeSantis. I just saw him at Frenchie's in Clearwater Beach.
Did you really?
Yeah, like I got a picture of a week ago. We were doing the event. I pulled out my Trump truck on my trailer. Like, these dudes show me love. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they're like, yo, bro, what's up? Let's hit the cookout. But they're like, bro, love the trail. I love what you're doing. Thank you.
He's gangster because he's like, it seems like he does what he wants to do. He doesn't like really like, he's not like a fucking Rick Scott. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, a big thing is too, he's got a look. So like, I got tons of love for DeSantis. I hope DeSantis will be a great president one day. I'll use the way that Trump gets 4 more years, when we get 8 years of DeSantis. A lot of people like them on the same ticket, but they're both Florida residents. They can't run together. A lot of people don't know that. Can't run, but
you think Trump would be a better president than DeSantis?
Yeah, but I think DeSantis, Trump's Trump. DeSantis is still becoming who he is. You got to look at what I was trying to say. DeSantis, COVID made him famous.
Yeah, but DeSantis is a veteran. Trump's he dodged the draft.
Trump's a hustler.
He's a draft dodger.
Nobody, like, were you there? But I'm saying, were you there when he actually did the drafting and dodged it? No. So, like, I'm a spoiled rich kid from St. Pete, but I'm really not. But people gonna say what they want to say. Yeah. Trump, self-made, got millions of dollars from his family. Well, let me give you $1 million, see what you do. You see how much you come back with.
Yeah, he definitely. No, I watched. You know what I mean? Have you seen his documentary on Netflix? Even though they kind of shit on him, they kind of like.
They're always gonna shit on all of us.
It's still what he fucking did was amazing.
So my thing is with DeSantis, he got famous for COVID. He's a great governor. But standing up for COVID, you know what I mean, made him real big. But who was behind him and had his back the whole way? Trump.
Trump kind of showed it towards the end.
So if Joe Biden was in there right now, and with the way he feels about it, I don't see the governor going super hard now. DeSantis has really turned it on because he knows that he can't be contained. I'm not taking nothing from DeSantis. What I'm trying to say is Trump had a lot to do with DeSantis becoming DeSantis.
Sure.
I think DeSantis might be, after Trump, maybe the greatest president that we're going to have coming up. But you got to give Trump his 4 more years. Trump really got strict to these 4, right?
Yeah.
So you need to let Trump get in there. And I feel like DeSantis, I don't want to lose him in Florida.
Yeah.
I don't want DeSantis to go nowhere. This is why they're all moving. They know Florida's strong. Yeah, so all these people are like, oh, they're moving to Florida because Florida's great. They're moving to Florida to pull off the big scam again.
I think the one thing Trump has that DeSantis doesn't have, DeSantis has got like the looks. He's got everything. He's got like the look. He's got the persona. He's got the confidence. I think he's got everything it takes to be a good president. I mean, he's like, you think of like who you want to represent the country, right? first of all, you think as far as just like being articulate and like carrying yourself well, and look, you think like Obama, like that's the guy who originally, like I'm saying, like put away all everything. Obama did a lot of fucked up shit, like, tons of fucked up shit.
Trump did more for the African Americans than
But
Obama
he was a super good like speaker, carried himself well.
As Joe Biden would say, he's the cleanest black man ever, right? That's about racist as it gets.
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
But then DeSantis is kind of similar to that. DeSantis is a fucking great talker. He's young. But Trump's got the thing I think Trump has is
Trump's a maverick, bro.
He's super smart, and I think he's really good at dealing with people.
He got the ace.
He's really good. No one's ever dealt with more people. Like no one, the first president to ever meet Kim Jong-un.
That was crazy. Now, a president, that's why I rock with Trump. My boy went all the way over there. Someone just could have got banged. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could have went over there and just like, boom, like, you dumb. You got off this way?
That was gangster. That was gangster.
But what I say is like, DeSantis, we can't use all of our eggs at one time.
But don't you think
he's our next card?
What I'm getting at is like, don't you think that how do you bridge the gap with the polarization? Like
well, one thing I will say, but I can say bridging the gap, put that gap back, because the media tears you apart.
For sure.
So the media's made this huge gap. Okay? And it's closing because they're seeing nothing to do. Now, DeSantis, he's did a really good job. I would say, like, here you got whites and blacks on the stage. Democrats and Republicans. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't really know too much. I remember the first time I met DeSantis, I was still on my way, where's Trump? I was taking a picture of him and I was just like, where's Trump? You know what I'm saying? But then I really looked back and I was like, man, now DeSantis, I messed up. Because you know what I mean? Because I was just coming in the game. I was just learning. This is maybe like 2.5 years ago. I was just more focused on MAGA and Trump was bigger. You know, and then I realized I was doing a lot of good things, putting on for our home here in Florida. And I like that he stood up for a lot of things. I just went and did some big stuff for the Santos. I made a song called Hate Disney. I sampled Pink Floyd. They sued me. Pedos.
Did they really?
Yeah, they gave me a copyright and everything within a week, which is crazy.
Did they give you cease and desist first? They
just straight sued me. Roger Walters or Water, whatever it is. So I put on TikTok and started doing reviews and everybody tagged me on the left. So like I went to Disney, right? Because I was supporting Trump on their first gay act, right? So like my biggest thing is I ain't like gay haters. You know what I mean? If you're gonna be gay, you can be gay. You don't need to like have a big sign that says I'm gay. Now you need to give extra attention. If you're white, you don't need a big sign that says I'm white privilege or black. I'm black and need privileges. You know what I mean? We're all people. All lives matter. So when I went there, it's disgusting. Like right now, if I got off out of here, school bus gets out, right? They know she walked up to 7 years old, so I'm masturbating today. What's going to happen? I'm going to get some shit. They're allowed to do that at school. These teachers in first, second, and third grade want to be able to have transvestites come in, cross-dressers come in and perform and talk to the kids. They want to add this stories like this to the school books and curriculum. Let a parent discuss to their children what that is. That's a parent job. And it might not be in first or second or third grade.
They masturbated?
Yeah, that's a new thing. They got a new thing coming out where they're going to ask students to masturbate 3 to 5 times a week because it's going to help the stress.
You got to find this.
The stress levels. They got all types of stuff
Where did
going
you see
on.
this?
On the news, on TV, you can read about it. It's everywhere.
You got to find this shit off. You got to see this.
Their biggest thing is, you know, they're sex ed. They start real young. They're trying to tell kids that it's okay. But the difference is, if me and you were 2 boys sitting in first, second, or third grade, and Aladdin comes on, and the boys are making out. Aladdin comes on, and 2 boys are making out. Well, 2 boys in first, second, or third grade is like this because they think, well, I saw it on the TV. So I guess that's what's supposed to go on. That's not supposed to go on. That teacher, whoever it is in the movie, has no right to teach the children. Right? They have no right. The parent has the right to do it. If the parent doesn't do their job, and that's on the parent with their kids. Well, at least let them get to high school. First, second grade, should be talking about what's trans and what's gay. So I went out there, we did the big pedo world, and the huge video at SeaWorld outside of Disney there. I had about 500 people show up out there, and it was crazy. And within a week, Pink Floyd stripped my video.
The request inquires about any requirements for health and physical education instructors to define very specific sex acts, including masturbation, vaginal sex, oral sex, and anal sex. what is that? I don't know what the fuck this is about.
Which means morphine, and all that is
The parents union?
just give more morphine. I'm not gonna wait. I don't have any other.
Well, so pretty much what
Okay, mystery group seeks all the sex education details from the anti-LGBTQ law.
So what
They call it
DeSantis
an
is,
anti.
DeSantis, what he did is he passed his law saying that he's not banning gays, but he's banning the, say talking about being gay in first, second, or third grade. Nothing wrong with it. And the refs fighting back on him saying that's wrong. That these kids, I've seen videos that like Instagram of a woman having a newborn baby, male, and saying, "This is my son."
Some neighbors sitting at the counter
And then she stops. So she got a problem with that. And I'm looking like, yeah, you think of my son, I have a big problem with that. But the way she was doing it, she says, "Well, you guys want your little daughter," and say, "Oh, she's beautiful." I have to lock her up when she's 16. She's going to break something wrong. Or this kid's going to be cute. You're going to call the girl. So what's wrong with you with my baby already saying that it's so a lot wrong with that. A lot wrong with that. Putting that on the child.
So close. Somebody just
So I just came out with that in Pink Floyd Studios. And, which is crazy is the beat was sampled, and they had all rights to take the video. So then I redid a whole new beat, put the audio to it, and it's still copyrighted, which is crazy. Because, yeah, I own the song. You don't make the words. You know what I'm saying? My words, my new beat. But that's a problem with being independent. I don't got a company. It's like, yeah, I saw the YouTube page. Right now, I can't even get a hold of YouTube. Even though I got my 100K subscriber pack, it took years to get. They don't want me to have none of that stuff.
Yeah, but at least YouTube hasn't banned you.
No, because they monetize a lot of stuff. So they say, like, oh, you're making so much money on this topic. So videos, I'm not making this money because they do monetize. So yeah, I'm rapping about no vaccines for money. You can't make money on it.
What is this awesome? What's the title of this article? And also, where did the "don't say gay" even come from? I don't even think that they'll even actually say the word.
Yeah, the Santa's has it in there.
He has it in there.
But they're outraged. And then they have the so like we were at Disney. I'm not sure if you paid attention, but there's a lot of stuff in these movies that's crazy. I have some stuff I can probably take pictures and show you. Like I got a picture, screenshot of Toy Story, and while all the characters are looking up, the shadow is like someone getting broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then again, say us three were creators of movies and stuff. We could be sitting around like watching, put this in and no one's ever seen it. But that's what they did. So I'm not really putting 1,000% on business, but it's out. And it's for the kids, right? And then you hear the stories of what goes on. Little Mermaid was taken down because of that gift on the thing. I got a Mickey Mouse gift card that somebody showed me at the bottle, like Mickey Mouse's dress and just $52. There was no legs on it, just like $2 a gift. And that hurt. But this stuff's facts. Why are they fact checking that? So I stand with the Saints on that. I mean, 1,000% of these things.
Another thing about Trump is, man, he was so good for business for like the media. Like, the media makes so much money. Even like small YouTubers who do political commentary. Like I know a couple people who are like left-wing YouTube commentators on politics, and they were getting way more views, way more subscribers, and they were basically just watching every time Trump went live from the White House and talked. They just fucking pipe in the live stream into their live stream and have themselves in the corner, just like every time Trump would say something, they would just make a comment on it.
Yeah, good or bad, but it was just Trump gave people opportunity to make money. But those people, did they ever get demonetized or deplatformed? Even if they were pro or not, I'm not saying they did.
Well, on Twitter, not on YouTube.
That sucks. The demonetizing. So the copyright I got from Pink Floyd was my first strike on my account. That was the first one I got. And it did really good. I mean, that's what Vice did me. It got me the Vice right out to make the Vice movie. Vice is coming back doing a video documentary on the YouTube channel. I hit y'all up. You have a cover the camera.
Oh yeah.
But my biggest thing is like, not everyone's. It's because somebody's like trying to I can't do a podcast, so I can't. That's what people get so big into. And that's what Trump did.
If there's somebody who just because you can say you can go hang out with them.
They can.
They won't go out and hang out.
Oh man, I got the freaking Trump truck, and I'm lose their minds. Lose their minds. Like, you know what I mean? Like, disgusted, lose their minds.
Austin, pull up that truck. So you pull the picture up. Where can we find a truck?
I got me and Roger Stone on there for maybe.
Oh my god, that fucking video is absolutely bananas. You got fucking Roger Stone. You got Roger Stone crip walking in front of his truck.
Jimmy said in this interview, like, they killed my brother. They killed my brother. Can't do it. No, it's hard, but you need to learn how to do it. You're going to die. I'll just be like Bert when he died. I'll like fucking jinx you. Let me know when I kind of jinx you and warn you. There's a fucking difference. Fucking idiots. Jinx. Jinx. It's like you go to a doctor, he's like, you're going to get pancreatic cancer if you don't change your diet. You're like, well, you're jinxing me? That's a bit of a jinx. That's a jinx. No, it's not. It's a fucking use. I've never even heard of pancreatic cancer. You just brought that in Bill Gates.
For people who aren't familiar with the story, you were a CIA spy for a number of years, and you eventually blew the whistle on one of the CIA's interrogation programs that essentially got prosecuted and spent 2 years in federal prison. Is that right?
I spent 15 years in the CIA. The first half of my career was in intelligence and analysis, exclusively on Iraq. And then I got bored after a while, and I made a very unusual transfer from analysis to operations. I went to the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, became the Counterterrorism Operations Officer, a spy essentially, and then Chief of CIA Counterterrorism Operations in Pakistan after 9/11. Led a series of raids that resulted in our very first high-value target captures, and then went back to CIA headquarters, got promoted on the strength of those captures, and then just as I got promoted, I was named executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director. That's when we started this torture program, and I objected to it pretty strenuously, and waited for somebody to say something. It took years, and in the end, nobody said anything. And then finally, I said, this has to be accurate. And so I told ABC News, and the CIA fell on my head, its full weight, and they prosecuted me, and I went to prison for 23 months, 0 regrets, none. And I mean, I came out stronger on the other end. I'm not it's funny, when you're in your 20s and your 30s, you think you have your life all mapped out, like the way it's supposed to be. I figured, okay, I'm in the CIA, I'm smart, I have advanced degrees, I'm kind of political, so I'm playing the game everybody's supposed to play to get ahead. And in my mind, and my wife was a senior CIA officer, and she said one time, we're going to be running this place someday. And I was like, yeah, we're going to run the place. Next thing you know, I'm like, a dissident. And I'm headed to prison, and then she leaves. So your life's not all mapped out. I went to prison, I came back, all of a sudden I'm famous, thanks to them. I never intended to be. And people sort of viewed me as this spokesman against torture and in support of transparency and anti-corruption and Julian Assange. And the weirdest things happen. I'll be feeling sorry for myself, right? And when I first got home,
I don't want to dance just like a big bitch.
And then Yoko Ono crossed this. Seriously. Or I'm thinking, maybe I'll get into radio, which is what I do now mostly. Maybe I'll get into radio, and then Oliver Stone calls. to ask if I can be the technical advisor on some film. It's the craziest, weirdest thing.
Wow, what did Oliver Stone tell you about?
Oh my God. Oliver bought the rights to my first book. It's kind of a funny story if you have a minute to listen.
I got plenty of minutes.
So Oliver bought the rights to my first book. I've written 9 books so far. And he wanted to do this show on what it was like inside the CIA the day before the 9/11 attacks, the day of the 9/11 attacks, and then the day after and onward, where you've got all these really smart, patriotic people who want to do the right thing and serve their country, and then they become torturers, kidnappers, murderers. Like, how does that happen in 48 hours? And it did. That's how it happened. And so we actually sold it to the History Channel as a one season. They wanted to do it as a mini series. And Oliver said he wanted to choose the writer. So we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and we're like, what are you doing? And he said, I can't find the right person. And then History Channel said, just forget it. And they dropped it. Oh, yeah, I was so mad. And then he called me like 2 years later. And he said, did we sell a show together? And I said, yeah, it was based on my first book. He said, what was that show about? So I told him what I just told you. And he said, right. Did we write anything? And I said, yeah, we wrote the first episode. That's what we gave to History Channel. And he says, send me that. I'm looking for something to do. So I sent it back to him. And then he calls me again the next day and he's like, yeah, I'm not interested in you. I was like, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a straight guy. He's hard to get along.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I followed his documentaries that he did on Ukraine after the Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I started watching that, and then you noticed that one of his documentary got banned from YouTube.
Oh yeah, sure did. It was wild. Yep. You know what? One of the things that I admire about him, and I'm sorry to get so far off subject, but he doesn't care what anybody thinks about him. And I think that's wonderful. It's liberating, you know? You do it in yourself, and you genuinely don't care what people think about you. You can accomplish all kinds of stuff.
Well, he's been through it. All from being in the Vietnam War and everything, all the work he's done in the history of the United States and that documentary. And he just knows so much, I feel like. And it's so weird to me when people, he obviously has a lot of people who talk, against his work and say like the stuff that he says is kind of biased, it's not right, very anti-American. He gets labeled
and he's
anti-American.
not. He's a patriot. That's the funny thing. He's a patriot who thinks that there are so many things that the government has done wrong, or that the government has done that have been illegal, or that has been illegal, and he wants to spotlight, right? And bring it to the attention of all Americans. And people say, oh, you hate America. I don't know if the CIA killed John Kennedy, but Oliver certainly thinks that they did. And he's got some, documents that, I don't know, it kind of makes it seem plausible. Again, I don't know.
His new documentary about that, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's pretty matter of fact.
It is.
I don't even know if that's even considered a conspiracy theory anymore. I think it's pretty much everybody knows about it, just doesn't really talk about it. Yeah, very mainstream. Another thing, like his we're getting way off topic here, but we can bring it back. We got time. The Putin interviews that he did. Yeah. I think he's the only guy who spent, over 48 hours sitting alone with Putin, talking to him about things and getting his point of view. And I thought that was one of the most fascinating pieces of work I've seen.
And you see the respect that Putin showed.
Yeah, well, I mean, he got criticized for not being harder on Putin during the interviews. Like, why didn't you push back harder on, when he went on the Colbert Show? And he's like, well, why didn't you challenge him on that, or talk, put him in line for saying that? And he's like, well, if you're gonna be in my position, in the position of interviewing Putin in the first place, you have to have some sort of respect for him as a human being in leading our country. You can't just fucking shit down his throat.
That's right. You can't. It's not going to work. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Right. So, what sort of criticism have you gotten, if any, from your position and from what you did with the CIA as far as like whistleblowing and coming out against the that program?
It depends. So it depends who you talk to. I'll tell you one of the funny things that happened is after my prosecution, 2 of the FBI agents who were involved in prosecuting me called my attorneys and apologized to them and said that this was a political case. They did it because they were ordered to do it, and they just wanted to express their apologies. I said, no hard feelings. Water under the bridge, right? I mean, I'm sort of I've come to be a believer in fate. And if this is the way that things were supposed to happen, then this is the way things are supposed to happen. You really get to see who your friends are, I'll tell you that, when something like this happens. So, for the most part, people were like, oh my God, what you did was so brave. Nobody else had the guts to do it. And then there were a couple of people, like, there's a right-wing newspaper in Washington called the Washington Times. It's owned by the Moonies, the Reverend Sun Myung Moon and the Unification Church. It's that cult from South Korea. Yeah. So they called me a traitor, a bad actor, pro-terrorist. It's like, yeah, I don't remember you being there when we were kicking down doors and taking down Al Qaeda. So I'm pro-terrorist.
Saying that you whistleblew on a torture program.
Right.
Not in a million fucking years.
Pro-terrorist. My point has always been very simple.
Africans talking about it.
That the American people
Irish people
have
talking
a right
about it
to know what the government is doing in their name. And it is illegal. We actually have a law in this country. It is illegal to classify something that is a crime. You cannot put a classification on something for the purpose of keeping it from the public. And so we're signatories to the United Nations Convention Against Torture, right? We were the authors, actually, of the United Nations Convention Against Torture.
Like, not
and
in a
we have a
thousand
law in
years.
this country called the Federal Torture
But I
Act of
want to fucking listen.
1946.
Not in a 100 million
outlawed
years.
exactly those things that we were doing against, or doing to Al Qaeda prisoners. Let me add to that. Pardon me, but I'm interrupting that. In 1946,
Dude, how are you using my shit?
Japanese soldiers
None of this.
waterboarded
What's done in this? What's running this?
right? That was a death penalty offense to waterboard.
Dude, that's my shit.
In January of 1960,
Dude, I do that all the time.
the Washington Post ran a front page photograph
That's my
of
shit,
an
dog.
American soldier in Vietnam.
What else is this motherfucker? Is this motherfucker? This motherfucker gonna do?
Was published. The Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, ordered an investigation. The soldier was arrested. He was charged with torture, convicted, and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Well, the law never changed. We changed. So how is this a death penalty offense in 1946? It's worthy of 20 years at Leavenworth in 1968. But then in 2002, no problem. You want to waterboard the guy? Go ahead, waterboard. You want to chain him to an eye bolt in the ceiling and chill his cell to 50 degrees and then throw ice water on him every hour until he dies of hypothermia? Go ahead. Nobody's going to stop you. Well, why not? That's illegal. And we shouldn't be doing it. Let me tell you another thing. When I was on assignment to the State Department, I served for 2 years in Bahrain, a little tiny country in the Persian Gulf, same size and same population as Pittsburgh, right? And one of the things that we do in every country around the world where we have an American embassy is we write a human rights report every year. And the human rights report is mandated by Congress. So we write it in the field, we interview attorneys and activists and government people and journalists. We write this thing up and we send it to Congress every year. So I was the human rights officer in Bahrain, and I had to write the human rights report. So tell me, if you were the Bahraini Minister of Interior, and I come to you and I say, Your Excellency, You cannot murder 15-year-olds because they marched in pro-democracy demonstration, right? I'm going to have to write that up and send it to Congress, and maybe they're not going to want to sell you FAPs, right? Because you did this. You cannot just murder people when you don't like their politics. And then 15 minutes later, the CIA station chief walks in and says, "Don't listen to the human rights guys. We are open system prisoners, and we're going to bring prisoners, and we're going to torture them here, or you torture them for us, and you get us around."
The rabbi shit getting out of control, and I still don't know what the fuck it's about. Shout out to Pinkerton. Read the pin post.
You can't do it. Now, reasonable people can agree to disagree on how to confront terrorism, but if you want to torture people, you have to change the law, and nobody's had
Wow.
Well, we got a new one. I'm crying. This rabbi bot that keeps doing the rounds is becoming more creative with their name, FJS. The only thing missing is the Discord link. I wish I could, but I get banned.
Seems to be among most of those people, former government officials, is that they did the right thing. They did
Thank
the
you,
wrong
Jade.
way. Right. What is
Jade,
your
I tried.
feeling on that? Say that? What do you think about, like, if you could go back
Jade.
in time, what if you were to take your complaint or whatever you said on ABC up the chain of command, and if you would have done it the right way, what do you think would have happened? Do you think it would have changed?
Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. None of this 6 fucking gets bigger.
I thought about this, right? I play this over in my head all the time. My situation was an unusual one because my chain of command created this. Going back to the capture of Abu Zubaydah, for example, in March 2002, I came back to CIA headquarters, and I was in the cafeteria, and one of my colleagues from the counterterrorism center came up to me and said, "Hey, very casually, I'm glad I caught you. I wanted to ask you, you would be certified in the use of enhanced interrogation techniques." I had never heard that term before. I said, enhanced interrogation technique. What are you And kind of excited, he says, "We're going to start roughing." And I said, "Well, what's that?" And he described these 10 techniques. And I said, "Buddy, that sounds like a torture." And he said, "No, it's not. We got it cleared by the Justice Department, and the president signed off on it a couple of days ago." I said, "I don't know, man. Let me think about it. Give me an hour. Let me think about it." I went upstairs to the second floor, which is the executive floor of the CIA. There was a very, very senior CIA leader who I worked for in the Middle East 10 years earlier. I knocked on his door and I said, "I got to ask some advice." I said, "They just asked me if I want to be trained to use enhanced interrogation techniques." And he said very clearly, first of all, he said, "Let's call it what it is. This is a torture program. And you know how these guys are." He said, "Somebody's going to go overboard and they're going to kill a prisoner. And when that happens, there's going to be a congressional investigation. Then there's going to be a Justice Department."
This rabbi shit's getting out of control, and I still don't know what the fuck it's about.
As it turned out, I was the only person. But I said, no, I don't want to. So I went downstairs and I said, "Man, this is a torture program, and I don't want any part of it." Well, as it turned out, they had asked 14 people from CTC, the counterterrorism center.
This rabbi shit getting out of control. Listen.
And here I am, 6 weeks
Listen.
number 3 in Al Qaeda, and I get passed over for promotion. And I went into the deputy director's office. We were old friends. I had worked on a previous assignment. And I said, what do I have to do to get promoted around here? I have to catch Bin Laden? But seriously, what more do you guys want from me? And he said, "They call you the human rights guy." I said, "So?" He said, "That's not a problem." So I thought, okay, well, this is my lot in life. I'm going to have to be the
Take a shit.
And
Listen.
then the guy that I had asked for advice promoted me out of sight. And he said, can I swear on this? Oh, yeah. He said, you know why they fucked you? And I said, yeah, because I wouldn't torture Abu Zubaydah. And he said, precisely. He said, now, I'm going to promote you now, but the next promotion is on you. Meaning I'm probably not going to get promoted unless these guys start to retire, which is normally the way it happens. You have to wait. So I thought, well, you know, this is so clearly wrong. It's so clearly illegal, besides being immoral and unethical.
You're gonna stand and take a shit?
You are report this to me. And so very discreetly and quietly, I started to investigate. Well, I can't report it to my boss. My boss was the founder, the creator of the police. It was his idea.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, my supervisor.
Can you say his name?
Jose Rodriguez.
Okay, because I heard of another guy who was a CIA psychologist who actually lives.
Mitchell and Jesse.
Is that who it
John.
was?
Yeah, James Mitchell and Bruce Jesse.
Legend. Look at this athleticism,
They
folks.
live right here.
Motherfucker's able to just.
Yeah, and
So
Jose lives in St. Augustine. So they all live in Florida. So I can't go to my boss. The program was compartmentalized, which means that you need special clearances above top secret to even know about it. So I couldn't go to the Inspector General because he wasn't cleared for the information. Can you imagine that? The Inspector General, this is so highly classified that the Inspector General is not cleared for the information. Couldn't go there. I couldn't go to the General Counsel's office because they were the ones that worked with Justice to legalize it. Couldn't go to Justice, obviously. So what do? You go to the Congressional Oversight Committees. You go to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The problem is, they were the ones that secretly signed off on it and appropriated the money to fund it. Right. So I'm screwed. So where do I go? The only place to go is the media. That was it. Now that was my situation. With Assange and Snowden, it's different. I was a Snowden supporter from the very beginning. What he wanted to blow the whistle on was the fact that NSA was spying on American citizens. Not only is it against the law for NSA to spy on American citizens, it's part of NSA's charter that they're not allowed to spy on American citizens. Since 9/11, it's been literally dragnet warrantless wiretapping on all American communications. Well, that's illegal. And again, if you want to intercept Americans' communications, fine, but you got to change the law.
Right.
So Snowden couldn't go to the oversight committees. Snowden couldn't go to his boss. They were all involved. There's another NSA whistleblower who's become a dear friend of mine by the name of Tom Drake. So Tom Drake was the first person to blow the whistle on NSA's warrantless wiretapping. His story make your hair stand up. On 9/11 was his first day at NSA. He had been an officer in the Air Force, and then he joined NSA in the Senior Intelligence Service. So he's arguably the country's leading expert on internet privacy issues. So on 9/11, it's his first day, and he said they were giddy at NSA because they were just waiting for us to be attacked so they could start implementing all these programs that they had developed. They knew were illegal, so they couldn't implement them. And then when the attack comes, all you have to say is national security, and you can do whatever you want. So Tom said, wait a minute. You guys want to implement this program that intercepts the communications of all Americans when we have this other program, this smaller program called Stellar Wind that recognizes when the communication is from a bad guy or a suspected bad guy. And so instead of just grabbing everybody's phone calls and text messages and emails, it only grabs the bad guy's phone calls, text messages, and emails.
That was Stellar Wind.
And they told him to mind his business. So he went through the chain of command. First, he went to his boss. His boss told him, you're new. This is none of your business. You don't know what you're doing. So he thought about it for a while.
and he went to the Inspector General at NSA. The Inspector General, like the CIA Inspector General, wasn't ready to the program and told him, I don't know what the heck you're talking about. We're not allowed to intercept the communications of Americans. Then he went to the General Counsel. The General Counsel said, you're in way over your head, buddy. You need to stop. So then he went to the Pentagon Inspector General because NSA is a division, a bureau of the Defense Department. What did the Inspector General do at the Pentagon? They destroyed the evidence that he brought out to prove his case. They shredded everything. So he decided then he's going to go to the Oversight Committee. So he goes to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and says, listen, NSA since 9/11, they've been intercepting the phone calls, emails, and text messages of all Americans, everyone. And so what happened when the committee asked NSA for clarification? They raided Tom's house. They arrested him. They charged him with 7 counts of espionage and 2 counts of theft of government property, being the information, right? The information's in his head. He walked out of the building with the information. He stole it, right? He stole it and gave it to the Congressional Oversight Committee. In the end,
They're saying he stole it just because he remembered it?
yes. Yeah. In the end, they were forced to drop all the charges against him because he did it exactly the way that we were taught to do it. But, like many of us in the intelligence community, his wife was an NSA officer, just like mine was a CIA officer. And when they were arresting him, the FBI went to his wife and said, we're arresting your husband and raiding your house right now as we speak. You're either with him or you're with us. And she chose them. So he lost everything. He lost his pension, he lost his house, he lost his 5 kids, he lost his marriage. You know?
But there's just being a devil's advocate, there's another guy who I had on here, his name's Andrew, he was a former CIA spy, and I had made this sort of argument to him, and his response was, you have to be okay with giving up freedoms for the United States government.
That is a very common and very typical right-wing trope.
Because what he laid out was this pyramid that resembles the creation of a state. He said on the lowest level of the pyramid, you have individualism, which is we all are out for ourselves. We can all go, kill whoever we want, take whatever we want. The second level of the pyramid is tribalism, where you have the tribes, and basically what that does, that protects you from me going into your tribe and clubbing your wife over the head and stealing her, and you doing the same to me. That's tribalism. So the next level of the pyramid is the creation of a state, where you have this separate government that basically protects, that does all this stuff for us. That's what taxes are for, and that's what the government is for, to keep us all safe and to do all these things and to deal with other countries and keep the world balance in check. And his argument for that is you have to be okay with the government infringing on our privacy, infringing on a certain amount of things to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And
that's one philosophy,
right,
of democracy that's incompatible with mine. Remember, Dick Cheney was asked about all the innocent people that we had at Guantanamo. We had over 700 people at Guantanamo at one point, and almost all of them were innocent of any crime. And he said that he would rather arrest 1 million innocent people than to allow one guilty person to get off scot-free. Yeah. And it's the same idea. Like, these guys would rather take away our civil liberties to stop another attack. I would rather maintain my civil liberties and risk another attack, because the civil liberties are more important.
What is it common for husband and wife to be in the CIA together?
Very. In fact, the CIA culture is such that they encourage CIA romances because you're both cleared. So you can talk about, shit at night and you're laying in bed and you're not violating your secrecy agreement. Listen, the CIA has softball leagues and football leagues and LGBTQ organizations and a flipping league and Christian organizations. Everything that you would want to do in your life, with other people, it's inside the CIA. And that way, you can talk about work, and they can talk about work, and nobody gets in trouble.
So try to keep you insulated from the outside world.
They don't want you talking about it. It's unsafe.
What were you doing in 2001? You in Pakistan?
I went to Pakistan in January of 2002 when we started bombing Tora Bora at the end of October 2001, and we pushed Al Qaeda over the border. So instead of trying to climb these forbidding mountains to capture them one at a time, I had this idea. It seemed so simple, but nobody had thought of it at the time. And I said, listen, if we're just going to carpet bomb them in Tora Bora, we can kill who we're able to kill, but the rest of them are gonna run into Pakistan, right? We can't bomb in Pakistan. It was an allied country. So I said, instead of having people all the way up and down the Afghan-Pakistan border, and we're grabbing them one at a time, let's let them into Pakistan. Let them get situated so that they feel like they're safe again. They're going to make a mistake. They always do. And then we can hit the safe house. So instead of getting one at a time, we get 20 at a time. Or 50 at a time. And they said, they just hadn't thought of it. It was a crazy period, too. It was, nobody was sleeping. People were jetting around the world, just trying to catch people. It was rough. And so it was funny too, like everybody else in the agency.
Sorry, I just forgot. Is that camera cool? Is my camera okay? Okay, no, you're good.
Like everybody else in the building on 9/11, I volunteered to go to Afghanistan. Everybody volunteered, right? And they wouldn't take it. And I just couldn't understand it. I said, I don't understand this. I volunteered 3 times. They won't take it. How long have you been in the CIA? Almost 12 years. And it's fluid, right? So I ran into a guy who was an old man, contractor, legendary guy by the name of Billy Walsh. Billy fought in the Second World War, Korea, and Vietnam, and had 17 purple hearts. Can you imagine? There was one guy in North Carolina who had 18, but it's the most in American history, right? The 18. Billy had 17. So, Billy and I had done some fun stuff in the Middle East before 9/11, and about 6 weeks after 9/11, I ran into him in the hall. And I said, "Hey, Billy." I said, "Where you been?" And he goes, "Afghanistan." I said, "Hey, Afghanistan." And he looks at me nuts and he says, "I've been killing people. What do you think I've been doing?" And I said, "That's why they haven't said that." And he said, "Did you volunteer?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "My Arabic is fluent. I figured they would need interrogators." He goes, "We're not interrogating anybody." And I was like, "That's why. They're just killing people. They're not capturing anybody." Wow. So I got frustrated, and I went into the deputy director's office, and I said, again, he was a friend of mine, and I said, "Man," I said, "if you don't send me to Afghanistan right now, I am going straight to Exxon with my Arabic, and I'm not looking back." Totally. And he goes, "Just relax. Can you go to Pakistan?" And I said, "Yes." "When?" He said, "Tomorrow." I said, "Yes. What do you want me to do there?" He said, "I want you to be chief of counterterrorism ops." I said, "Okay." So I called my then girlfriend. She became my wife later. We can get into that later. And I said, "I got to go to Pakistan." "When?" "Tomorrow." She said, "Okay, I'll meet you at your place. I'll help you pack." And the next day, I went to Pakistan. Wow. I was there 6 or 7 months.
And one of the first things you did, or one of the main things that you accomplished when you were there, was capturing Abu Zubaydah,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You had Zubaydah.
Can you walk me through how that went down?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a story. It became the defining event of not just my career, really. It became the defining event of my life. And I'm not overstating that. So I get to Pakistan January of 2002, and my very first day, the station chief says, I want you to come up with a standard operating procedure for taking down an Al-Qaeda safe house. He said, we're just not doing it. I said, sure. So I went back to my office, and I sat there with a legal pad, and I was thinking, all right, so if I'm going to take down an Al-Qaeda safe house, how would I do that? And I thought, well, I'd want it to be dark, right? And I wrote O200 at the top of the page. I mean, in Pakistan, as many people as they have there, they just roll the sidewalks up. It's like a ghost country at night. So I thought, I'm gonna need partners. I mean, you gotta invite the Pakistanis because it's their country. You know, you have to. I don't mean to sound crass, but you have to allow them to believe that they're in charge. You know,
That's a spy tactic.
Yeah. Make them think that it's all their idea. And 9/11 was an open criminal investigation, so you have to invite the FBI, as awful as that is. But I mean, I would rather work for the Pakistanis than the FBI any day. Morons. So I wrote, teams, 2 Pakistanis, 2 CIA, 2 FBI. And I would need a bunch of stuff. So I need like battering rams and guns and ammo and night vision goggles and bulletproof vests. And I made this whole laundry list of stuff. So I sent a cable to headquarters and I said, can you give me $50,000 seed money and I'll start buying this stuff. Boom. 6 hours later, I had $50,000. Money is really easy. I mean, fast amounts of money. We have a lot of time to tell you some fun stories. So I went online, galls.com. It's a police supply house in Kentucky, and I ordered everything I needed. I ordered bulletproof vests and battering rams and guns and ammunition and the night vision goggles and walkie-talkies and a satellite dish. I ordered everything, spent the whole $50,000. So 2 weeks later, it all arrives. And we set up our teams, and I got a tip that there was this Al-Qaeda safe house. Here's the address. So I called the Pakistani colonel he was my normal contact, and I said, Colonel Mohammed, let's hit this house tonight. I've been telling him, look, I'm waiting for this equipment to come. And of course, we're going to leave it all here as a gift for you and your brave men. And, you know what that's about. Yeah, that's sort of talking about it. So I called him and I said, okay, the stuff's in. I got this tip. Let's hit this address 2 o'clock in the morning. So he's like, okay. So I get to FBI people, one of whom is totally awesome and he's still staying in touch. The other was an ongoing problem for all of us at the CIA. The CIA and the FBI hate each other. And they have since the founding of the CIA. And we still hate each other. So, 0200, we sneak up to the door of this house and we bash the door in with a battering ram. And there are these 2 kids. One was 18 and one was 19. They put their hands up and then they burst into tears. One of them was crying and cuffing him. And he's like, can I call my mother? She's going to be so worried about me. And I said to this buddy of mine, I said, this is Al-Qaeda. This is what we've been so afraid of. They're children. So I was like, no, you're not going to fucking fight them. We went to jail. We took them to the Rawalpindi jail.
How do you know for sure they were Al-Qaeda?
Because I said so.
You said so.
I'm being facetious, of course. The rule that we came up with was if you're an Arab in Pakistan with no passport and no plausible explanation for what you're doing there, you're Al Qaeda, right? Arabs can't get visas to Pakistan unless they're Saudi, Kuwaiti, Emirati, and have lots of money to spend. So if you're just some kid from some village in Tunisia, you shouldn't be in Pakistan. One of them went so far as to tell me, not one of these two kids, but a guy later on, that he was there to study Arabic. And I said, Arabic. You know, of course, that they don't speak Arabic. And he just looks at me. And a lot of these guys were pretty well trained by Al Qaeda. Like they all had the same story. I mean, like exactly to the word the same story. They were taught this in their training in the camps in Afghanistan. That if you're caught, tell the Americans that you flew here to volunteer at an orphanage in Afghanistan, and you flew through Dubai. And then when you got to Karachi, you got in a taxi and you asked the taxi driver to take you to the Grand Mosque to thank God for your safe arrival. There is no Grand Mosque in Karachi. The Grand Mosque is in Islamabad. They don't know this. And you accidentally left your passport in the taxi, so you lost your passport. That's why you don't have it. And so you're waiting for your embassy to give you a new passport. And then when the Americans started bombing, you got scared. So you had just, like 100 different guys told me exactly the same story. And none of it added up. So we started putting him in the Rawalpindi jail. And then after a while, one of the Pakistanis came to me and said, listen, we don't need these guys. And we don't want them here in our country. And he says, I know you don't want to send them back to their country because they hadn't been interrogated. We didn't know, are they just kids who took up the fight because they had nothing better to do? Are they masterminds? We caught Bin Laden's computer guy. We caught Bin Laden's mechanic. We got Bin Laden's cook. We got Bin Laden's doctor. So they've got information that we're going to want. So I cabled headquarters and I said, the jail is full and the Pacs want them out. So what do I do? And I get this cable back saying, put them on a C-12 and send them to Guantanamo. And I wrote back and I said, Guantanamo, Cuba? Why would I send them to Cuba? And they said, this has been the subject of much discussion at headquarters. We're going to hold them in Cuba for 2 to 3 weeks until we can figure out which federal district to charge them. Because crimes were committed in the D.C. area, in the Eastern District of Virginia, that's where the Pentagon is based, and Dulles Airport, in the Eastern District of Massachusetts, one of the planes took off from Boston, and the Southern and Eastern Districts of New York. So there are 4 federal districts we can charge them with terrorism. And I said, that's great. Just hold them in Cuba for 2 to 3 weeks. And then once we started sending them to Cuba, somebody on Dick Cheney's staff said, you know what? They have no rights in Cuba. Because the Cubans have never signed the peace agreement, like in protest. So if they have no rights in Cuba, that means we don't have to put them on trial. And I was like, well, but the Constitution says they have their right to face their accusers in a court of law. Well, they don't get the Constitution's protections. Well, everybody gets the Constitution's protections. If you're under the command and control of the United States, on territory controlled by the United States, right? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but the Constitution is very important to me. And on my very first day at the CIA, with 300 other people, I put my right hand in the air, and I promised to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I have a real hard time thinking that I was the only one in the room that day who actually meant it. So, anyway, I had been there about 6 weeks, and we've been doing these raids a couple times a week, and we're getting some good people. We caught a couple of guys from Egyptian Islamic Jihad. We got a whole bunch of people from these Kashmiri terrorist groups. In fact, one of the things that we found in a Kashmiri safe house, we found a copy of the Al Qaeda training manual, and it was the very first time that analytically we were able to prove cooperation between the Kashmiris and Al Qaeda. First time. And then, of course, the Kashmiris worked with Al Qaeda to attack those hotels in the Jewish Center in Mumbai. Well, a year or 2 years. So anyway, these raids were successful, but we're only catching 2, 3, 4 of them. And so there was one day, the weekend in Pakistan was Friday and Saturday. And Saturday was the only day of the week that I gave myself the luxury of sleeping. You have to work 7 days a week. We work 16, 18-hour days. I came home with enough money, I bought a house. I had so much overtime. So, it's like 6 o'clock Saturday morning, my phone rings. I'm staying in this little guest house. Well, the day I arrived, they said, hey, we put you in the Marriott. And I said, are you insane? What do you think they're going to blow up? They're going to blow up the Marriott, which they did, and killed 156 people. I said, I'm not staying in the Marriott. They did it with a truck bomb. So I said, this little Pakistani guest house only had 14 rooms, run by a Pakistani. So they woke me up and truck me. You got to get into the embassy. So I thought, terrible is happening. So I get dressed, I eat over the embassy, and everybody's there. Agency, the deputy, the FBI, it's called a legal access day. His deputy. We had a representative there from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and me. And the station chief says, we heard from our friends across the river, NSA. We heard from our friends across the river that obviously there's someone. Everybody turns and looks at me. And I'll tell you the honest to God's truth, I was thinking to myself, like, I places, right? And then I realized, the number 3 in Al Qaeda, which turned out to be wrong. But, I mean, yeah, we thought he was going to be, but wasn't really. He had never actually joined Al Qaeda. He founded Al Qaeda's 2 training camps in southern Afghanistan. He founded the House of Martyrs, same house in Peshawar, Pakistan. He was Al Qaeda's logistics guy. So if you needed a false passport, you needed a plane ticket, a boat ticket, you needed weapons, you needed money transfer. He was the guy who did all that. But he had never actually joined Al Qaeda. He never pledged fealty to Osama bin Laden. So they said, everybody turns me, and I go, you got it. It's about 150 million people. What do you mean he's somewhere savage? Like, how do you do that? Well, that's what you're here for. I said, I'll take something. I thought of a couple of really bad ideas. I was flailing around. So I came up with this one idea. We had 2 young officers who were on loan from us. And I said, we have a submarine. Can you find them by the sunset? And they said, we can try. So they built this device for just crap from Radio Shack. You know what I mean? Batteries and wires and little circuit boards. I don't know how to do it. And so every time he would turn his phone on, it would ping, and it would give us a direction, right? North, northeast. And we'd be like, oh my God, and we'd run out to the car, and then it goes on. So that's not good. And I said one day in a staff meeting, I said, when I was in prison, I was a toll collector on the Pennsylvania train.
Studying for the history of mankind. Nope, loving Rabbi. Thank you, Baba Booey.
And I said, he keeps moving back and forth between Lahore and Faisal, and it's connected by toll road. So I said, let's put our CIA people in toll roads, and then people have They were like, that's a terrible. There are 55,000 people there. Right? These are two major cities. Lahore has 12 million people, and Faisalabad has 7 million people. You can't just put CIA people in the boots and then grab them in the car. Besides, they're going to be armed with AK-47s and who knows, grenades and whatever. Right? So that's not good. So finally I went to the and I was like, I just can't do this on my own. We need a targeting analyst. Now, a targeting analyst is vastly different from an analyst. An analyst, which is what I was for the first 17 years, you think your big thoughts, you write these papers, you send them to the president. The president will make a comment in the margin, send it back to you, then you answer that question. Targeting analysts pour through data, mostly metadata, and their job is specifically to find something, physically find the location of something, so that you can kill it or capture it. Well, I had a friend who was one of the top targeting analysts at the CIA. We were both in the counterterrorism center together, and when I was at headquarters, we would go for a walk at lunch together every day and just talk about, this is what they want you to do, about operations and ideas and stuff that you want to do. So I called him and I said, you get on a plane from the and he said, yeah. He said, I'll be there in 24 hours. So I picked up the airport, 4 o'clock in the morning. We went straight to the office. And I said, here's the deal. You think we found others of data? He's like,
So the reason that happened though was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse or whatever. They had telegrams yet, but it was taking 8 days to say leave Florida while we're trying to negotiate a price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owners. Well, we can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack it. And Monroe said, you may not. I'm president.
Hello. How old are you? You're 19. How the hell is a 19-year-old learn to do all this coding, all this crazy shit, tracking jets and all that? How did you get interested in it?
I had a little bit of coding in my school. People like to start looking stuff up in aviation related. I knew about like the flight tracking. My dad worked in aviation industry. It's like I just started during COVID, a lot of free time, looking stuff up, and I knew you wanted to so I could track my I just started figuring it all out.
Well, what gave you the idea, like, maybe I should track Elon's jet and post it on Twitter?
Well, I knew he had one, and people like knew it was his plane, but on those like major websites, you can't track your plane. And like I was like, I'm interested in like Tesla and SpaceX on Twitter.
What? How did you get into aviation? Are you know how to fly a plane? No.
I just find planes interesting. My dad works in
Oh, really? You live in Orlando, so you don't live far from the now. You live over there.
Oh yeah.
You do? Have you ever met Elon in person?
No.
No? What do you think he'd say to you if you actually met him? I think that would go down.
I don't know. I mean, he was intrigued, but he never really got mad. He just blocked me.
He blocked you on all of his Twitter accounts. Why did he do that?
Because all of these came out that he offered to buy it.
Oh, because he posted his screenshots and stuff. Wow. So, how can you walk me through the process of how you actually have? So it's a bot you create that posts these tweets whenever his plane takes off and is heading somewhere. Can you explain like the process, like technically, how does that work?
So like all planes have transponders, so they're like transmitting their like telemetry to altitude and identify location. And there's like different. Well, one person can get like a receiver for like $100. You can receive like all the planes for 100 miles. But companies and organizations found that if people
in different groups around the world that get those, they can create a world map. So I get that data from one country called video. Then my program reads that data and it looks for certain planes that I programmed for landing and takeoff, and then it'll tweet
What is it called? ADSB? Exchange.
It's like FlightAware and all those, but they don't block it.
Is that one of those things that came out after 9/11?
I mean, I think that's why it came out, but yeah, it's like air traffic control is still like they only use radar waves, and it's kind of better than that because it uses less power. It's more clear. Easier to acquire signals.
What were you thinking when you decided to start posting these things and then Elon met? Like, how did that go about when Elon DM'd you, or how did he contact you? How did he go about contacting you?
Like the first message was, can you take this down?
That's it.
It was like 1 a.m.
And what did you read it, and then what were you thinking when you read it? You instantly responded to him, or what?
No, I think I didn't open it. The call notification was like so vague. I was like, second my email.
You just told him Elon just DM'd you. You didn't want to open it because you didn't know what you were saying. So what did you eventually respond to?
Yeah, I think I was like in a joking manner. Yeah, but he like increased it to 58 or well,
he said it's a security risk.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the first response was?
But he went on a while and he was asking like how it worked. He didn't even know about like CDSP. He thought I was just looking at certain type of planes taking off. He was like, no, I can just identify it by these planes identified.
By what, like the little license thing on the plane?
Yeah, so like the registration,
Yeah.
this is November, then that links to like the code of the transponder, and it doesn't, it's always the same.
So everyone can track these things. That's pretty wild. I didn't even know that. And
then he was saying how after that he's like air traffic control is so primitive.
he said that to you?
Yeah, and he said, what should I do? And I told him about this other blocking program he has now. He has the code on his phone, he can change every 60 days. But I just have to find it.
So you told him how he can evade your bot traffic, and he's now using it.
But I mean, it's not foolproof.
Right. Dude, that's pretty wild. And what did he say? So you said, can you increase it to 50? Can you add a zero to that? Make it 50,000? What did he say?
He said thinking about it, and then it went on for a while. And
then you sold them out.
Like, yeah, there's a reporter talking to me about something else that's going on in the Texas
When, at what point did all these news stations start reaching out to you?
when it was like a slavery article came out,
When did you first read this? June 2020.
and back in December 2020, he actually flew to Hawaii, and someone posted my email jet feed, and he responded, just meeting Larry Ellison in Hawaii.
Larry Ellison,
Which is like CEO of Rabbi.
Oracle. What is Oracle?
Jackson's great.
He's like,
Get to me. I
people say he's like,
evaluate them as
but like back then, he didn't seem mad.
amazing
Right. And you think that he just blocked you on all of your Twitter accounts because you sold them out the beach offering you no longer.
And then like you think about like 3 or 4 weeks ago, he unblocked me. Probably just like he didn't want to see me.
The great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party.
But did he unblock Jackson in your personal account?
He invited
What do you think? What do you think about the whole? Do you think maybe if you didn't show everybody the screenshots of the DMs, maybe you could have actually made that $50,000?
I don't think so. 'Cause
No?
At some point, like before, he said it didn't feel right to pay to take it down. So like that was even before the movie. So he didn't feel like it was
I mean, it is funny how he's such a big free speech advocate now that he's buying Twitter, and he really wants when it comes to affecting him personally. It's obviously he wants that shit taken down.
Yeah.
Does it make you wonder, like maybe he's buying fucking Twitter to take you out?
Some people say, I mean, it'd be crazy, but like, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I always wondered, dude. I mean, a lot of people talk about, Elon, he's obviously the smartest guy in the fucking world. He's done more than anybody. He's a genius when it comes to some of the things that he's done and accomplished. But, is he doing this all for just the better human beings and to better our evolution as a species, or is this all just a personal thing to him and he's just like playing it off like he's trying to better humanity?
I mean, I think he should.
Did you see that documentary on Netflix about him starting SpaceX? It might be on Disney Plus. I saw it on Netflix. I think it just came out recently. Where it shows like
there was 2 on Netflix.
Sure. So we would whatever fucking sign the
I felt like my initial thoughts on that was like, before I watched that documentary, I thought like, wow, this guy is just some super genius who wants to go to Mars. But then after watching the documentary, I realized, no, this guy's just a fucking entrepreneur who saw a opportunity to make a ton of money because it ended the NASA program, the space shuttle
So
program.
without him right now, we would still not.
Right.
Both Boeing and ULA is supposed to be doing too right now, but they're supposed to be doing space.
Boeing and
ULA.
Okay. So basically, Boeing and ULA are nowhere near space.
So they're having problems. They launched it once, and then it didn't have like a timer issue.
I mean, it's insane how much money these things, first through rocket, but through and then running out of money, and they're trying to borrow money, like the last one to go, and it working. Are you?
And then recently, this morning, he was saying stuff about his Twitter.
Yeah, what did he say this morning? He said that it's on hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said less. They said less than 5%. But what you're doing is a bot.
See, now I don't know if he's talking about like bad bots that he wants to get rid of. Good bots.
What kind of bots would you be talking about?
Like, here's my crypto giveaway. Or like under him, there's like fake Elon Musk. So like, here's my reward for you for being a follower.
Spam bots. But are those automatic, or are those like actual humans typing things under fake accounts and like posting them? Are they really? Yeah, I don't know.
So, like Twitter introduced like good bots and the automated ratings. Like now I have the automated ratings.
Oh yeah.
Twitter knows this shit.
Okay. So there are bots that could be. But did he make a statement that he wants to get rid of all bots in general?
I don't know. He's never made that. You have that TED Talk.
I don't think it would be smart for him to buy Twitter and tax you.
Yeah, no. And there's other bots besides like Elon.
Like what?
There's one where like you can do like I think it's called Explain Spot. It's like an AI that if you tag it, it will like reply back with like a message of what it means to the bus.
Really? What are you doing anything every day? Like, are you constantly trying to like improve this kind of like bot technology that you're doing to find new jets to
There's
track?
always like glitches. Just like our brother. But otherwise, it's not.
What other jets are you tracking? Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates.
I mean, I've quite a few celebrities on
You can track Air Force One. Really? What? Who else has tried to reach out to you about that? Mark Cuban? What did he say to you?
He wanted to take it down, which I took it down. It's been going on for a long time.
He reached out to you a long time ago. And you guys been going back and forth ever since.
I took it down.
Explain that story. How did that start?
Like how he
Yeah.
I don't know.
And what he said? How much money did he offer? Come on, man.
He didn't offer me anything.
Come on, we know. You know.
Like, nobody cares about it. It's got like 1,000 followers.
Mark Cuban?
No, the tracking account.
Oh, his tracking account. Got you. Oh, did he?
America is made of cowboys and girls. So you got cowboys who show off, show what
I mean, who would want business advice from Mark Cuban?
but the cowboys have credit. Yeah.
So basically, he was reached out and was like, "Hey, you need to get down and I'll give you his tickets."
I mean, I asked.
Anybody else? No one else has reached out asking you to get down.
Well, I mean, the Russian oligarchs, there's like some lawyers that are trying to set up the jets weren't related to that. But I think they're trying to they're saying like this.
They were saying that there's jets to that oligarch.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how? Okay, so maybe you already explained it, and I missed it. But how do you attach a certain oligarch to a certain jet?
It's like it's being registered.
But what if they don't own it? A lot of people don't own those jets, right?
Well, yeah, in that case, you don't know. These are like registered with the company.
Okay.
It's like Elon Musk is registered with Falcon. And he's like, even before I started tracking.
So he has a sub company under SpaceX that owns planes.
Yeah, so there's two other planes too, but like those chargers.
Okay.
And like I requested, you can request like all the registration documents. So like I got this document and it shows like where Elon Musk.
Really?
Wow.
What were you tracking? Putin's plane?
Yeah, it's technically it's like all the Russian states. Yeah.
So there's like a whole bunch of planes.
Yeah. It's kind of like Air Force One. They have two Air Force One planes. There's two of them.
Yeah.
This is the only one that flies on those, but you also might find other 737. So you don't know which one. But I just
Now, what is that? Can you explain what this ASB? Can you go into more detail on how that ASB technology works? And like, how did you get a hold of that?
So like ASB.
Oh, ADSB.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what you
What happened?
It's and so it's basically like a radio.
And then I said something. What is happening with BC? I joined the links and heard me, the Rabbi, thinks you're in scat. Everything BC doing.
And I can receive that file into my program. But it'll be one row in the file where it's like the identifier, the speed, the altitude, the longitude, latitude, and all that.
Okay, so your program is like takes out a certain line. So
What happened
you
here?
have like,
Thanks, Rabbi.
and that
You're welcome, baby.
depending on what that line of code says, that like automatically fires off a tweet. Holy shit! What is this colorful picture?
He starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they built Oregon territory. Yeah.
Can you close that little ad, that hey dude ad on the bottom? Oh, on the very left. I'm sorry, top left of the ad. Of the ad box. Yeah, right there. Sorry, I know it's far away. So those are all the planes that ADSB is tracking currently. This is like all the dude. That's insane how many planes are in the sky at one time on top of each other.
Well, I mean, they're pretty far away.
Oh yeah.
So he came out in the slogan 54.
And they're all at different altitudes.
Saying that to the
Yeah,
British.
so the color.
Oh, the color.
See the bar on the bottom?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
the
yeah.
orange is the lowest.
So he called that
Oh,
the
okay.
British were afraid to call him up. They were just like, fine, take it.
Wild. Now, is that worldwide or is that only nationwide?
Oh, it's pretty much worldwide. Wherever there's signal from the receiver.
Which is huge. And then it's not just orange, but you know how
And then there's some people that have satellite receivers and stuff and satellite.
it was good. Do you know it's not? It's gonna be awesome.
Dude, that's so insane.
Two guys. So one of them is
When did they start doing this? Do you know?
So I mean, like, I don't know when the YouTube first came out, but like, it all started when the Raspberry Pi came out, that managed to and people were hooking up with SDR receivers. There were two just because it like started with like flight away, flight radar control, and then a couple years about ADSB changed, which was not blocking. And all those like companies like flight away, flight radar control, they have to block stuff because they're also getting data from FAA. And they have contract with so you're getting data from like people blocking things that people don't block. So like anybody that has a problem with FAA, they don't have to fill out
Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
But you feel like you could have got like buddy. I mean, when Elon hit you up, you could have like became buddies with him. You could have been like, "Yo, Elon, let me come hang out with you for the day. Let me come work for you. Let me be a programmer at SpaceX or Tesla or something like that." Don't you? I mean, didn't you think about that before you thought like I kind of had two opportunities? You say, "No, I'm going Elon jet or bust," or I could, play the Elon card, kind of my buddy with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you like. Yeah, but you gotta buy the balls. Yeah.
You gotta buy the balls. You could have potentially at least. I don't know. Would you ever want to work for Elon? I mean, is that?
Yeah.
Would that be sick? But maybe you should send him a DM from the Elon J account. Well, like, yo, I got a new proposal from you. Oh, because he's not following you? Or what? You're kind of like the Julian Assange of private jets. What is the wasn't there some sort of like online community that was sort of like going after you?
Yeah, like
The tax, is it called like Elon Tax community? I heard there's something called Elon Tax.
oh yeah, they were.
What's the story?
They're like wanting me to take it down.
You don't know what they're saying?
There's been so much news,
Yeah.
like I don't need to do any deals. I'm gonna do a deal.
Yeah. Well, who's contacting you every day? What kind of people? Like local news? Are you doing every single local news? You got any big like companies like trying to sponsor you to do or to hire you or to recruit you or anything like that? Nothing big. Nothing that you're that you like want to take and run with. So what the hell do you do every day? Just, I mean, obviously you do the interviews and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I have a part time with
Uber Jets.
What do you do for them? Software.
Oh, really? So Uber, it's like obviously it's Uber for Jets. I didn't even know they had that. But I didn't
It's
know.
not the same thing.
What kind of software?
All kinds of stuff. Software,
Yeah. What are the people at your school think about you? Do they all do that?
so like they don't know it's me, but like they know.
How do they not know?
They don't know like how much I tell them. Like they know the stories, but they don't know.
Really? They don't see you on TV every fucking
No.
crazy. What about your teachers? Nobody knows. What kind of classes are you? What are you going to school for? What are you trying to do? Like, what do you, before this all happened, like, what was your goal? And what before this thing blew up and went nuclear and was all over the news? Like, what did you think? Like, Jackson, what do I want to do when I graduate college? What am I software? So this is exactly what you want to do. What is your parents say? Yeah, that's what they say. That's pretty cool, Jack. You know, you're famous now. Do they give you any advice? You don't know.
She's crazy from where it blew up from. 3 years ago. Slowly was growing. She's like 10,000.
How many followers does Elon have right now? 460,000. How is it growing like significantly every day? Or is it starting to slow down now?
It blew up again when Elon said he was buying Twitter.
Oh, did it really? They mentioned you. Yeah, like a potential reason to be buying Twitter.
I just put out a movie like LOL as a joke. There was like articles on it. Kid who's tracking, or teen who's tracking Elon Musk reacts to his Twitter page. Oh no.
Oh, that's hilarious, man. What a crazy situation. What a crazy thing that you found yourself in. I mean, it's just, did you ever expect it to turn into such a media frenzy like this, or was it just
I didn't expect it to keep going. Right? Because I did the Russian thing and that blew up.
Who do you want to track next?
I don't know. Whoever people want me to. And it's like, I saw people requesting the Russia and Ukraine stuff for a while for me. And I just kept getting requests for it after they knew about the deal. And then I did it, and then it started blowing up. And it grew to like 400,000 views.
The oligarch one?
Yeah.
Really? So you just read all the tweets, all the responses?
Not everything, but some of them. I saw a lot of it.
Yeah. Where the hell is Bill Gates from?
I don't know. I don't really pay attention.
You don't even pay attention.
Seattle, probably.
Yeah.
Both of them are decent. Oh, funny thing about Gates is his tail numbers are like 884 WM and 994 WM, and that's like 887 WM. It's like William Melinda for the WM, and they're like divorced now, and the dates are like when they were married and engaged or something. So the numbers are like 1997.
Why?
You just change it.
Now, let me ask you this. Can you go back and craft previous flight log?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever thought about Epstein's plane?
Oh, well, there wasn't ADHD back then. And like this was, ADHD thing only has this for like a year.
Oh, man, people would track Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, and Elon owns 68 PS, 68 is his birthday, to the next one.
And you guys put it ahead of for the tail number. That's really cool. What do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do next? You want to evolve this into something else, or do you want
More of a website.
like what is ground control? Like, how did you come up with that? What do you
I just wanted to put a name
come?
on there and I'll get
So definitely a cool name, a sick name. So you want to like have a website or like a brand that tracks all these jets because, or do you want to do more of like providing like software or coding, like aviation coding products?
probably a website.
Just like that.
So like I need like two on the website. So it's like it shows it live. Like aviation shows all the planes.
Nobody knows like what things are out there. You see all these field. And you want to be able to have like the same thing, but like see who things from. But that could be like dangerous, couldn't it? Like, couldn't you guys get like whacked or something, or someone like?
I mean, it's like a closed field at the airport. That's FBI. And so like even for there's a head of team that's there like for more.
A what team?
A head before you even get there. What's that mean? Like before you get there, there's a
the security team. Oh, I see.
There's like people that want to be there, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah. People when they want to do something that bad,
I mean, like people like that, they're out in the open and people like showing them up there,
Now, did you say you got to be a pilot or did you just interview?
No, it's different. It's more like
Okay, so you like worked on planes and stuff?
more like maybe it's just
I mean, with his background in aviation and all this stuff, is he at all like, dude, maybe this is a little risky?
Oh no,
not at all.
So they like gave me the information. I knew about the things, and I knew about like
So you were just you were in the right place at the right time, the right family history, the right interests.
Yeah.
To be the first person to do some crazy shit like this.
So Taylor was offered to
That's
sign
pretty sick.
the compromise of 18.
Yeah, man, you got to hit up Elon again.
Yeah. Another funny thing that happened recently is he flew to Vancouver for a TED Talk. And there's people that are supposed to work
Oh, that recent interview that you just did?
Yeah.
Okay.
His plane was there in Vancouver, and there's people that worked at the airport, and they took a picture. More special things, whatever. And then, like, Elon's team came to whoever the owner was, or whoever worked there, and they contacted the person that worked there, and they're like, you gotta take this down, or whatever. And they're threatening to fire him.
The guy that took a picture of the plane? Really?
I mean, usually in those contracts anyway, you really look like an FBI, and that's not supposed to take.
Jackson's a revolutionary warrior. He's from the north. He was pro-slavery, and I thought this was going to work.
But it just shows that they like watching.
2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash.
Now, didn't you say something about like some of the people around him were trying to reach out to you to try to convince you to do something, so it wasn't him?
Oh yeah. So there was like big people in the Twitter community of like Elon and Tesla and SpaceX, and they like kept asking him to take it down even after he blocked.
So he's there.
So it was kind of
During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental
People
Railroad.
DMing you?
This is like the real.
yeah.
This is
But like I knew who they were.
So your idea is that he basically contacted these people and said, hey, convince this guy to take it down so he can't like like sell me out and make it look like I'm trying to do it. So I'm trying to push this whole freedom of speech thing. I'm trying to buy Twitter, and I'm trying to look like a good guy. And I don't want to look like a guy who's like, you know, worried about his own.
So every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the transcript over. So every single thing we did to build this nation ran into the slave market. Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, what the fuck?
Have you ever thought about like expanding this stuff, this kind of thing, outside of Twitter to other platforms?
I mean, I put it on Facebook. And
Oh, do you really? What if you did like a live thing on YouTube? Would you do that, like a live YouTube video tracker stream on like a YouTube channel? That would be sick. Definitely do that.
I feel like people like the website.
Yeah, but everyone's always on social media websites. They're there already.
And it's like a
Way easier to spread it. I mean, me personally, I don't really like going on personal websites. Like if somebody I'm interested in, or if somebody is doing something cool, if they have a website, I'm more likely to like watch a YouTube video about them, or check out their Instagram profile that has their website. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's showcases it on all the platforms. Now, can you actually show like a live animation of where the thing's flying?
yeah.
Can you really? You got merch?
Yeah,
Do you really?
Yeah.
What's your website called again? Groundcontrol.com?
Yeah, but it's like short version. It's not the full.
So how do you spell it?
DRND.
So that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy.
Just Google it, Jordan. You'll find it. We gotta pull it up on here. I want to see what your merch looks like.
It's you want to get stuff, and it's like, I know how high you want it, you know,
Yeah. Do you really? On the shirts?
It's on the, or you can put elonjet.net and it'll read through that.
Oh, okay.
Nebraska Kansas Act.
You gotta get on this.
They got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slavery.
Are you typing in like the oligarch debt and all that stuff on the same website? Just double click the top bar. Yeah, there you go. Click store. Fly exclusive. Oh, they got an ad running on there. Okay, monetizing it. That's good. Scroll down. That's freaking sick. Are a lot of people buying these shirts?
Back when they moved to articles that I was making merch then. Like everything I did.
That hoodie, I love that hoodie. So there's the articles and the newscasters that were interviewing you, they were talking about your merch as well. Pumping it up. Ground Control. Groundcontrol.net. That's sick, man.
Meanwhile, the North was starting to get, it's getting after Pierce.
Super sick. So are you doing other podcasts too, or is it only mainly like news stations and TV channels?
There was one from my local town that someone went to my high school that they were kind of like a small one, the Wet Slap.
The Wet Slap?
Yeah.
That's his podcast?
Yeah.
And that's the only other like big podcast that you've done?
Tim Dillon
was talking to you on Twitter?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I think he wanted to.
Why didn't you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should, dude. That'd be freaking sick. He's a funny motherfucker. He's really, really popular.
Yeah.
What did he ask you?
I think he thought the whole thing was funny, but he was on his tour.
Yeah.
So he said,
Oh, okay. Yeah, and he comes to Florida quite a bit. Are you into, he's really big into like crypto and NFTs and shit. Are you into that as well?
I mean, a little bit, not crazy enough.
Do you own any NFTs? No. You were mining? Really? How long were you mining? Mining Ethereum with GPUs or? But what kind of computer were you using to mine? You had two GPUs.
Now their population was so big that they
Okay.
get more votes.
And when did you start doing that?
So now it sounds like we need to.
Oh, October of last year. Okay.
So now we need more states.
Yeah, that's a hard gimmick. That's a hard gig to do. All the competition with it right now. Like Ethereum's moving to like the Ethereum 2.0 where you're not able to mine anymore. So all the GPUs are becoming worthless. But before it was impossible. I tried doing it too. You still can't buy them, really? Yeah, they were sold out everywhere. You try to buy one and it's impossible. You go to Best Buy, you can't get them. Never they would drop every line around the building twice. Dude. Well, brother, I appreciate you coming and doing this, man. Anything else we didn't talk about that we should talk about? Anything you missed? You think's good? Yeah. Tell people again where they can follow your accounts on Twitter.
You can find Elon Jet Twitter at Elon Jet.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania. That's the last thing he did.
Elon Jet. Gotcha. Okay. Well, cool, dude. It's awesome that you're in Orlando. We should get you back here again in the future. See what transpires and all that stuff. All right, bro. Again, goodbye, everybody.
That was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object, and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, "That's the law, and that settles it." Instead of standing up, he just had to fall apart. That's not what he was doing.
If I was to give you any advice,
As soon as Lincoln gets elected,
to wear your headphones as low volume as you can. Remember when I was on the power pig and stuff, and I just had those on just jacked up and like, follow all the sponge, here's a brand new one from Janet Jackson in it. And I just had them jacked the fuck up. And an old timer back in the days, like, listen, kid, I was like 21, 22, and fucking slinging it. And he was like, you need to turn your volume on your headphones down. When you get older, And so, you're having headphones in enclosed environments not healthy for your ears. And now I'm having ear issues. Yeah, my ears already fucking ring. Yeah, you might have your headphones. How hot, how loud do you put your headphones? They're pretty fucking hot. Right? Let me hear. Here. I bet you no guest has ever done this with you now. No one ever. I'm so thankful you're doing it. Too hot, way too hot. Okay. Like go like I don't have just this. Maybe Matt Cox had him on. Maybe Matt Cox had him on before,
We gotta find him a leg extension surgeon. You think your surgeon buddy can do it with the big test?
No. That is probably such an aggressive, potentially problematic surgery. Well, you'd sit the kid down and say, listen, man, you're a good-looking guy. These good-looking guys, I mean, like, if you think that chicks are going to like you because you're 2 inches tall, that shows you how fucked up you are, buddy. Just keep sealing identities and fucking, and fucking faking the funk. You do that well, bud. You really do. And you're like, what, a fucking painter now or some bullshit? I had him, listen, in full disclosure, I picked him off. Somebody turned me on to concrete about 2 years ago. By the way, my new favorite guest is that motherfucker that goes into and gets 250 Bibles from the janitor and cuts out the pages. And I found that guy's fucking brilliant. Yeah, is he going to be okay? I mean, I think he's on probation.
Yeah, I think he's on probation. You know what the funny thing is with that? If you read the comments of that podcast, they're so fucking hard. So I think there was one point where I asked him a question, he answered it, and then I asked him the same fucking question like 2 minutes later. Because literally, so So Matt had him on his show. He's like, Danny, this guy's great. There's only like 2 or 3, Matt Cox has got a show. Matt Cox met the guy first. Matt Cox called me about this guy. And he's like, there's only really like 2 or 3 legit money counterfeiters that have ever been prosecuted like this guy. Do you know I have trouble? No, I didn't know. That's a story. Really? So he called me up, and I'm fucking drunk at my buddy's house, and I'm like, this was like 4 in the afternoon, and this guy wanted to come at 6. So I had no idea anything about the guy. I don't know anything about counterfeiter. I'm drunk. I just show up here 2 hours later. I'm fucking trying to sober myself up and talk to him.
I thought your interview nailed it. I thought you fucking nailed it. I don't know that you get near the credit. Like, I mean, within the Tampa world, now I know we're global, we think globally in podcasting and then on YouTube. You're a Tampa guy. Yeah, and maybe more specifically Pinellas County.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I mean, like, there's 2 different distinct people. There's the people that live in Hillsborough, and then there's kind of the Pinellas Beach line. So exactly. But I don't know if you get the credit of having as large of a YouTube channel. I mean, Cletus McFarland obviously killing it, and what a good guy. You had him on?
No, I love that.
Oh, but I mean, there's not a lot of people that have your numbers in Tampa.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody knows who Danny motherfucking Jones is. No, you need to get your brand out. You need to get your brand. He's a regular, clean-cut, good-looking kid.
Thank you, man. I mean, my life is super boring, man. All I do is this, and
the only thing you're fucking up on is your headphones.
My headphones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
raise your toddler.
Yeah, I've been in the fucking pool.
How old's your kid?
He's 2 years old, and
it's a boy.
He's a boy. Yeah, and I got another one.
Oh, is it a boy or girl?
All right, you're good. I kind of want to have a girl to balance it out.
No, you might want to stop now. Okay, stop. Take it from an old timer here. Two's enough. Okay. Kids are fucking. How many kids you have? One. You have one. How old is he? Like 20? He's going to be 20 in June. It doesn't get any easier. Here's the deal. Here's the whole kid time. Yeah. They absolutely love you. You're the fucking man until they get to be about 13. Then all of a sudden you're no longer the kid. Dad's the coolest motherfucker ever lived until they get to be about 12, 13. And then, they need you less and less and less. And then the boys find some pussy. And it's all over the fucking ground. It's all over. Just remember, some things win the battle, but pussy wins the war. I mean, look at the decisions we collectively have made in lieu of pussy.
You know what? I was talking to. Have you ever seen that show Westworld on HBO?
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. There's that one point I've been thinking about this nonstop for the past fucking 3 weeks ever since he said it. When the old guy he says, "Look at Mozart. Look at Michelangelo. Look at the fucking Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, all of the most brilliant literature and art, architecture in the world. And you think the human intellect is nothing but peacock feathers, just an extravagant name. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like all the most crazy fucking inventions or art that's ever been created by human beings has all just been some extravagant, elaborate meaning.
And so if you think about it, growing up, what is our now? Okay, let's say it's whomever you're attracted to. In today's age, we can't assume that it's guy, girl, guy. We have to assume that there's guy stuff, there's girl stuff, and if you're over 18, love whoever the fuck you want. That's your problem. I mean, like, I'm not here to tell you and judge you that heterosexuality is the only way to go. You can transition into what you want, you can be what you want. That's a whole different world. But with regards to, let's just say the way Bubba and Danny's life. Everything we do up to a certain point is to better ourselves with pussy. If you and I didn't have a sex drive, so to speak, I would rather just you and I have more in common talking about ball game and bullshit like that than some chick. At the end of the day, the only reason we have her hauling around the fucking brush is because we want to fuck her. The only reason we drive. Listen, if I didn't care about what a girl thinks about the kind of car I drive, you and I'd be rolling around in a fucking 04 Crown Vic. We don't give a fuck about me, but we do everything in lieu of that was.
We come up with stories. We come up with stories to prove that that's not why.
But it really is. At the end of the fucking day, Elon Musk, well, that's a different character. I mean, that motherfucker doesn't care about nothing. I think that he's the most brilliant man on the planet. I really do. I mean, fuck, that guy's just got some type of big swagger that we haven't ever seen. I mean, he doesn't even have a house. He doesn't give a fuck about nothing. I mean, think about it, if you're the richest man in the world, you don't give a fuck. It's like completely reverse of Matt Cox. Matt Cox worries about everything, including how big his fucking shin bones are. Okay, Elon Musk, and by the way, I always mispronounce his name on purpose. Just like I know Illinois with the I, but I call it Illinois. It's just my Bubba charm. I call corn on the cob, corns on the cob, just because it's my white trash fucking, in my cult like Bubba Army following those that I fucking. But I call him Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the most richest motherfucker in the world. If I was the richest dude in the world, motherfucker, I would have a house that made Ben Mowers look like fucking, the maid's quarter, right? Elon Musk doesn't even have a house. He fucking crashes on people's couches. That's how much fucking swagger he's got, right? If you were the richest man in the world, Danny Jones, what kind of house would you have?
Yeah, no.
You have a staff of 50 just telling you how fucking dick he is and how much money you got. Hey, guy, I'm paying $100,000. Tell me how much money I got right now and how big my cock is, and how many girls are coming over, like Bubba Balzerian almost. Like that guy. That guy's a fraud anyway. Haven't they come up with that Balzerian maybe like it might be like all kind of smoking mirrors a little bit with him?
I don't know, have they?
I think that might want to be one of your next things to look at.
Look that up, Austin. We can look it up right now.
Immediately, Austin. Fuck.
Fucking right now. No, I think what he does, I think he rents a lot of the house we live in.
And then he gets defaults. I heard he's defaulted on some of the shit and got thrown out of these big ass.
Well, you know who Admiral Farragut, right?
Yeah, and his dad was from Tampa.
Yeah, his dad was a big fraudster. I think.
Right.
His dad got fucked. He was like a Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, went to prison and shit.
This episode of the pop. Yeah.
Let's talk about your sponsors. You haven't given your
Oh,
sponsors.
Liquid Death. Liquid Death.
I'd like to have one right now.
Oh, it's delicious.
And you can send it to them. If you're really good brand and marketing, be like, arguably one of the best radio personalities in the history of radio. And you endorse your product to that Liquid Death mouthwater. So I'm going to take a sip right now. Murder your thirst. I like it. Send me a case.
It's pretty cool, right? I got case of
Murder your thirst.
That's their slogan. You gotta see their fucking commercial too.
I like it. Liquid Death. It's canned water, basically. Right.
Yeah, canned water does. I think it's only canned water. Got the plastic, all that recycled.
Well, and you know what? It doesn't taste like it just tastes like regular bottled water.
Right.
Sometimes it gets. I've had canned water before, and it gets a little canny, if you will. It feels canny. I don't know if that is even a word, but it feels aluminum-y. Yeah. And this feels just like straight water. Mm-hmm. Liquid Death. Kudos on your shit. That's good shit. Really, I love it. Let's have the try this. No, can I have a taste of this?
So here's what you gotta do.
Mushrooms?
No.
Okay.
So it's for like power lifting.
Right, microdosing.
Oh yeah, microdosing right now.
Me too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta talk about that. So this stuff's for fucking power lifting. So I'm sure. Have you ever been knocked out like racing or anything?
Yeah. Knock the fuck out.
You know the shit they get football players to put on their nose.
Yeah, like smelling salt.
Take a nice whiff of that. That's what it is.
Hold on. Are you gonna knock me right the fuck out?
No, it's fucking great. It'll jack you up.
Oh shit! Is it legal?
Yeah, it's legal. It's like a main line of adrenaline right to your
I
brain.
need that right before I hit the fucking air.
I know, right?
Hold on. 3, 2. Woo! Hey, I'm here. I'm fucking 6:05. Usually I'm down to.
This is old. This
You
one's
want to do a 30 milligram Adderall to get that effect.
Woo!
Oh yeah, hit it.
Oh man,
Don't be a pussy about it, Danny Jones. Hand the fucking needle.
yeah.
It's legal.
It's an old one. Yeah, we gotta get it.
No, you just kind of shake it up, reactivate it up.
Yeah.
See, I already know how it works.
Yeah,
I gotta eat my show too. I got some other work. So let me ask you, why the fuck did you? I mean, seriously, why did you have me on here? You got like you're.
So, for real, dude, you are definitely one of the most iconic people to ever come out of Florida that I know. I remember being like 16, 17 years old in the back of a fucking construction van, going to work every day, every single morning hearing you come on the radio at 6 a.m. while I'm fucking half brain dead asleep, riding to Sarasota, listening to 2 fucking hours
And I would always remember one thing about me that always fucking like perplexed me was this guy is 6 a.m. sharp as a fucking tack. Every morning, without any of these fucking smelly salts, fucking rip roaring at 6 a.m. every fucking day of the week. Like, this guy's got some discipline. And you know the thing about it is, thank you for recognizing it, but in this forum that we're doing podcasts, it is kind of the reverse of what radio is or was, where radio was high energy, boom, 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 nonstop, fast form. And podcasting slows it way down and lets you kind of totally, this is like slow fucking. This is podcasting is fucking when you're 40, and radio's fucking when you're 18. Because when you're 18, you're. And when you're 40, you're like 40. And so, and that's kind of the difference. And we've been doing radio now for 35 years. And, thank you for saying what you did. Radio has changed. I'm locally heard on an AM station. But I made the digital switch, so to speak, in 17. And I really feel sorry for the regular radio guys out there that just have one regular show and have no other forms of distribution. Radio's dead. I mean, radio. I mean, it's the bag phone, so to speak. I mean, look how cell phone technology has gone from. Remember when you first? Maybe you don't remember this, Danny, but when you were a pimp back in like 85 or 6, if you wanted a cell phone, you literally had to have a fucking bag, like literally a backpack, and the phone was in there, and like you're a military guy, you had to zip that motherfucker up. So that's what radio is now compared to what the digital world is. YouTube, podcasting, all the other different algorithms and how you distribute content. It's still the expression. Content is key. How you distribute your content changes daily. And people like you, you probably are way more powerful in your distribution method of your content than any of the highest rated air personality in Tampa doesn't have your by far. It's so fascinating because sometimes when I'll turn on the radio, I listen to it, whether it's 102.5, right? And you listen to them talk for 5 minutes. I mean, it's fucking 30 minutes of commercial. Like, how the fuck are they getting all these ads? And, well, through agencies and that are paying. And who's paying for that? Nobody. I mean, digital has cannibalized radio by like 65-70%. And the bottom line is that these regular local radio guys are talking to only Tampa. And the highest rated radio personality at any one time might have 40,000 people listening to them at one particular time in a 15-minute period. They break it up in quarter hours. So it's called time splitters. But the highest rated guy in the morning might have 40 to 60,000 people listening. Look at your numbers. Look at big podcasting numbers of people on Spotify, Rogan, other things like that. People don't really realize how powerful. And quite frankly, I'm not trying to make this the Danny Jones blow up your ass stuff, but you really have established a great thing here. Really, being from a radio guy. I mean, I know you looked at me like, oh my God, blah, 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 but our radio world has changed. Radio guys would love to be doing that. So for real, and I don't know that if you really had a radio guy on here that really knows it the way I do, but you've reverse engineered the whole thing by creating this digital real estate that you have and platform. Your numbers, I mean, I know I kind of had, we talked numbers a little bit earlier, and there's nobody from the radio making that kind of digital. Not one. But also the podcast market is so it is, but it's not oversaturated with good stuff. It's saturated with shit. And so content is king. quality is king. You have what, 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. People look at that and gravitate to that. One thing I'll look at as I'm going through the YouTube world, I instantaneously look at how many subscribers they have. That legitimizes that particular channel. So I got a guy that's got 3,500, but you have some huge numbers. So it's oversaturated, and it's a bubble. It's gonna. I think the podcasting world's gonna burst like the .com bubble did. Really, I do. But I think that the people that are big players in there obviously will stick around and will benefit because we'll weed out all the shit. And people have the biggest misconception of podcasting. People are like, oh, I'm gonna start a podcast and I'm gonna start making $5,000 a month. Okay, buddy. Fucking, it's a slow burn in order to inevitably be able to establish great clients like Liquid Death.
Well, these aren't sponsored. I just bought this for fun.
Oh, well, you know what? You should see. This is what
people like you that appreciate stuff. Not many guests appreciate.
Yeah, but here's what you're talking about. Is you should take our video air check of us doing that and send it to them and say, hey, I use your product. That's what I do a lot of times. I use your product. I had a guest who's well known as well. He loves it. We'd love to endorse your product. So,
see, I need the entrepreneurial mind.
And so, say, listen, and if anything, you'll get free product. If anything, you'll get free product. You own your own content. Now, in radio, you get into plug-o and play-o scenarios with that if you don't own your own content. Where a regular radio guy, let's say, Drew Garabo, who I love, by the way, he couldn't, because he has a Cops contract, couldn't be drinking Liquid Death because he went to the store and bought it, and then throw it out, and then get a hold of him, Liquid Death, privately, and say, hey, would you want to, that don't all have to aggregate through Cops, and Cops would get their little hands in it and the whole 9 yards. But you, on the other hand, or me, who own our own content and distribute it our way, we have every right to reach out to the Liquid Death, the monsters, or this guy here. And so honestly, you should have Justin back there. That's Austin. Cut up the clip of us talking about this, doing the hits, send it to him and be like, man, who else is doing that? Right. Give me $500-600 a month sponsorship and all the stuff I can snort, and let's call it a day.
See, I think one of the good things I think about like the evolution from the old school way of radio or TV or movies, still like that obviously TV. The whole gatekeeper mentality, like it takes so hard to break through in like television or in the film industry. Especially now, but forever. And I'm sure it was just like that for no one can grab a microphone and start talking.
No,
like they're these gatekeepers of old guys in suits who have they're buddies with these advertising agencies. They all they care about is money. Right? This guy pretty, does he have a nice chin? And
or who's he know? Or who's his agent? Or who represents him? Right. And, did I go out and golf him with his agent last week? Yeah. They say that realistically, 50% of business gets cut on the golf course. These executives are golfing and out, and so this world doesn't rely on it. I stumbled upon your podcast through a person that my agent, Tomby, happened to watch the Matt Cox the very first time he was on.
Yeah, that was
right. And he reaches out to me, my agent, and says, hey, you might want to get this guy on. So I was like, well, where can I see his stuff? There's this thing called Concrete, spelled with a K. Go look it up. And so and now my co-host, Anna Hummel, in full disclosure, your podcast is one of her favorite podcasts. To the point where she got into a fucking huge concrete rabbit hole a few nights ago. We talked about this on my show. I need to actually have my producers pull the clip. We've been talking about you guys a lot on my show, the Concrete Podcast, and she's like, we opened the show just a couple mornings ago. She's like, oh my God, I got into this Concrete podcast deal, and we're talking about this one dude who followed these people around in West Virginia.
Oh, yeah, Mark Lado.
Yeah, and she was watching the Mark Plato deal, and then she started getting into that, and then she got into the Whitakers of West Virginia, and so your podcast got her into this rabbit hole, and so you're doing great things here, and I want to help you in what I can do, like things like what I just showed you how to do that, but I also want you to help me because I think together we could do some good shit together.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, I'm ahead of you maybe in branding and the knowledge of radio, but fuck, you are way ahead of me in this work.
Well, you are leaps and bounds ahead of anybody when it just comes to you're just such an interesting like personality. You're so charismatic and you're so good at talking. And you're so good at like developing that rapport with people. I'm fucking dog shit at that. Like, I came up just holding a video camera, making my own little documentary films, like little TV, like pilots and shit.
Yeah, but you got to get fast. And I
wanted it enough. I wanted it enough.
You're dog shit on that. I disagree.
Well, I've gotten a little bit better.
I mean, you're interviewing me, and I think you're killing it.
Well, thank you.
I mean, so like I think that you. I mean, I really think that together, we could do some good shit.
How did you? I don't know if you've ever done this. I don't know if there's any like sort of like sequential documentary in your life.
There's actually a couple things being shot right now. I'm shooting one documentary called Video Killed the Radio Star, which is, I think, the most fucking brilliant. The Hulk Hogan sex tape really fucked up my life. It really did. And a lot of people don't know the truth of that. If you were to go ask, let's say that you two guys are walking down the International Mall, or anywhere for that fucking matter. Does anybody go to the fucking Seminole, Tyrone? Does anybody go to Tyrone Mall anymore? No, I know, but if you're hanging out on the beach or something amongst, men 25 to 54, and you walk up to anybody in town, maybe the world for that most part, and you're like, hey, what do you know about the Hogan sex? They're going to say, oh, his best friend, Bubba Love's Hogan fucking his wife, and then Bubba tried to sell it and do it dirty. There's truth to that. I did let him fuck my wife, and my home surveillance system got captivated. That captivates everything. That's my only dabbling in the whole thing. The sequence of events that happens thereafter will absolutely blow people's fucking minds when they find out how this all went down. Now, I'm not trying to say, oh, listen, I'm innocent. No, I let my best friend fuck my hot wife. I did. My best friend was in
that's not, I mean, everyone's willing. There's nothing wrong with
there was 3 willing participants, and really, at the end of the day, had an employee of mine not steal my surveillance. Only 3 people to this day would still know about that event. And my life would have been ruined. My ex-wife would be considered a whore, and Hogan wouldn't have $141 million in his pocket. So, I mean, joke's on me, motherfucker. I mean, no, you got in my opinion, between now, don't forget there were 2 lawsuits. Hogan versus Walker, and then the lawsuit that nobody knows about. Hogan versus Walker. All of this was aggregated in Fox News. That lawsuit settled. That's the story I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell that story. Everybody knows Hogan versus Walker and how that goes. But if you were to go and ask that, what people don't realize is that my best friend, Hulk Hogan, lived with me at his lowest point in his life in 2007. He was suicidal. I had to take a gun away from him at one time. He was and we were coming home from the dollhouse. My wife and I had a semi-open relationship. I wouldn't say we were necessarily in the lifestyle, but I'm not a jealous guy. I've seen through all of my years on TV, radio, Sport Olympics, and girls pissing in fucking coffee cans, shooting ping pong balls out the pussies, and just all the stuff that I've seen. I've become calloused. So my best friend fucking my wife is not that big a deal. And so we were married. We were married, and So we're driving into the dog. My wife calls me, and Hogan's down. He's going through the worst couple of divorce ever. And I just told him, he have a little sexy outfit on and take care of my boy. And it was pretty much that. It was pretty much that simple. The chain of custody of the tape is a story in itself. It was Heather and I were going through a very nasty divorce. I didn't want that DVD at my house at that time, so I took it to the office. And an employee stole it, and the rest is history. The employee disseminated it. The employee used it to try to extort him for $1 million. There was an FBI. Did you know that there was an FBI scheme? Nobody knows this. Nobody knows that this tape was shot all around Hollywood, and everybody in Hollywood asked. Spice Force, Matt Lloyd, Spice Force, my co-host, was shopping this to Digital Underground and to Wicked Productions and all this, and says, there's a sex tape world with Ray J, Kardashian, Paris Hilton, Tommy Lee. Those were worth millions of dollars because in the tape of right. Pam and Tommy want to act like they did. They made a lot of money. Well, Heather, myself, or Hogan, especially husband. Yeah, right. I'm the guy. I'm the person that's been on the worst side of sex tape. I am the guy who got butt fucked by sex tape. So, as Spice Boy was shopping this tape, I didn't even know that it was gone. Like for instance, see that toolbox over there? Yeah. Okay. You might have 3 half-inch rinses. Do you really know that there's 3 in there? Last time you checked, there was 3. But do you go back every day and check if there's 3 half-inch rinses? No. I knew the sex tape was in my office in the desk. I didn't go every day. Oh, it's still there. I never had an employee that problem. I did nothing. I had a pretty small staff, and nobody went in my office, and I never had a theft problem. People had keys to the building. They just come to work on the weekend and things like that. Well, one of my employees stole it. I didn't know it was stolen until one of my producers, Britt Hatley, calls me March 4th, 2011, and flat out asks me, and I'm like, driving to work, it was 2 or 4 in the morning on Howard Franklin. I'm like, on the dirty.com or the screenshot of your bed post.
Check out the full line of products at music.co. Use the promo code
Run into my office right now and look at my top desk, top drawer, under some papers. There should be a DVD that says and he walked in there, and he's not there. And I knew so Spice Boy was taking this tape, and when he was going to all these places that could potentially buy a sex tape, the first thing they asked was, "Well, you have 2257 forms on the people involved." And a 2257 form is just a standardized form that says, "I am this person giving you permission to use my likeness and distribute it, and we own the right and all that." But you should have these on.
Actually, no, I don't think it's there.
You know what? I'll give you. If anybody ever told me they didn't want to be on here, I would. Sure, but if having a 2257 further insulates.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. That would be a responsible thing to do.
I have a.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have the template.
Okay.
So to speak, I can get you.
Oh, that would be fun.
And you tell them, you can either put in the form or you can tell them, hey, this just gives me the right to put this on, but if you'd ever have a problem with it, I'll take it. Right. Like be disarming.
Right.
Because if they look at you, it's a little intimidating.
Right.
But
other radio lessons.
Right. I teach a lot of lessons.
I know. I'm learning a lot today.
And my next lesson is to get a best second. Okay, now let's keep it at 2. Let's keep it at 2. You want to keep this empire going, motherfucker? And you get another mouth page. Then you got to figure you and your wife are going to end up getting a divorce one of these days. 3 child support payments instead of 2. Fuck.
That's funny.
Drama.
She always tries that. I've never let you divorce me, but I don't care what the fuck happens to me over. Second one right next to any other bitch that has kids.
That's her way of looking at it. I want to try to whittle her down. Let's keep it at 2. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to. I mean, child support is
That's a really wrong
strictly a number. 20% of your gross per kid. And 26% per kid. You're looking at 60% of.
Not that one.
Yeah, but homeboy's thinking about his mom right now. I hope it's suicidal. Come on,
Easy to get anywhere.
Anyway, Spice Boy starts something. You can't find anybody in Hollywood or anybody in the porn industry who will touch it. They're like, listen, we cannot put this up if you don't have at least Heather and Hogan on 2257. It's illegal. Well,
Just
at
do
that
a
point,
fucking
he
guitar.
so this will blow your fucking mind. This is what people in the mall and don't know, is that he then got a hold of his wife's best friend, who's named Lori Burke, who worked at the Bank of America. She was making like a single mom, and gave her $1,000 for the ATM. And she called up a guy named Pete Davidson, who was the #1 sexual worker in Hollywood. And he came to that residence, and he had to leave him for some Hogan's work. He's not dead.
Nations think that living in America. Across the nation, living in America. Together celebration. It's all.
Because if Spice Boy would have walked in there,
That was so sick. No, you don't want to.
Spice Boy wanted to completely stay out of it. So Roy Burbage goes in representing the owner of the tape. Pete Davidson's in there to broker it. But what they don't know is that Hogan and David Houston called the FBI and said, we're being extorted. They want $1 million for sex tapes for Hogan to buy back so that it doesn't get out. That's what bad guys do. If I got something here, you don't want this. You don't want your wife to see this, well, then buy it off her. Otherwise, she's going to get it. Now, that was true. Somebody did try to extort it for $1 million. True. It was an FBI sting. It's been fully documented, videotaped. They had recorded him actually saying that. Yes, I'll have that footage on my documentary. So they're in there, and Hogan writes a dummy check for $150,000 to buy back this tape. The feds knocked the door down, fucking put Roy Burbage and Pete Davidson in handcuffs. Oh, this looks fucked up, man. You're gonna fucking freak out. So the FBI does this big sting, the whole fucking 9 yards. Keith Davidson's lawyers up and hires a guy named Brian Albritton. Now, Brian Albritton was my original attorney when I got in trouble for the hog situation. Remember my hog deal?
Oh, yeah.
He was my first attorney. So now, when each new president comes in, they appoint a U.S. attorney for the district. In Florida, there's 3 districts: the upper, the middle, and the lower. Well, that is basically the U.S. attorney for the middle district. You decide what the federal government prosecutes. Well, Brian Albritton, after he became my attorney under the George W. Bush administration, was a big slinging dick, worked for Holland and Knight. He was the U.S. attorney for 6 years in general. So he was the big slinging dick, this guy named Brian Albritton. Well, after George W. Bush left and Obama came, then they appointed a new U.S. attorney. That's all politics. Well, Brian Albritton if you're a former U.S. attorney, after a year or 18 months, you can then go into the private world sector and be a regular lawyer. So what do bad guys do when they're in trouble? If you got the opportunity to hire the former U.S. attorney who just left that office, he has all of his boys acting, who do you hire? You hire that guy.
Right.
So Michael Davidson hires Brian Albritton to represent him. Brian Albritton walks into the U.S. Attorney's office. Robert O'Neill. And Robert O'Neill is the U.S. attorney, and he was formerly Brian Albritton's assistant. So that's his boy. So Brian Albritton goes and says, listen, you got a pro wrestler, and you got a fucking shock job. Both are uncredible witnesses. This is just a fucking clown show. You can't press charges on these people. They know process. They know process. They said no. So it didn't get done. Matt Lloyd, Spice Boy, Roy Burbage, Michael Davidson, Steve Davidson, all the people that extorted Hulk Hogan got away with it because I was the victim. Because I'm a bad guy. I'm the loudmouth. I'm the guy that did Lesbian Tuesdays, No Panties Thursday, Redneck Mondays, Fat Squirt Olympics, shoot ping pongs out your pussy, ping pong. And that guy doesn't make a good victim. You can do whatever the fuck you want to me, but they never will prosecute for me. So it got unprosecuted. So here it gets better. So Matt Lloyd, Spice Boy gets away with it. He basically gets away with it. I'm still doing mornings on the phone, and now I have been, and my counselor's doing afternoons, and I'm still the morning man, but I'm now kind of a fucking piece of shit because America or corporate, they don't know about this failed extortion attempt because there was no charges. So
Are you talking about it?
No, I'm really not talking about it because I don't know about it because it takes a year for that shit to get out, and I didn't even really know about it until Hogan sued Gawker, and I'm in a deposition, and they start asking me all these questions, and I'm like, and so Spice Boy then takes this tape. He's cleared, no big deal, and it's no value. There is no value to this tape. You can't extort Hogan for it. You almost went to prison for that deal. You can't get anybody to buy it. So the only value it is to get me fired over it and for Mike Calta to get mornings on the bone. And so Spice Boy gives it to Mike Calta. Mike Calta gives it to his agent, Tony Burton, and Tony Burton hand delivers it to Gawker. Gawker publishes it. I get fired, and
really
Bone
impressive,
promotes
isn't it?
Calta, and he's still there to that day. He's still the number one morning man in Tampa, which I used to be. And he used my sex tape to fucking do it. And I'm going to tell that story. It's a story that nobody in this room. Did you know that?
I had no fucking clue. I knew he was somehow involved, but I didn't know the details.
And so Hogan then sued Gawker, was awarded $141 million, collected $35 million because they filed bankruptcy and he was the largest creditor. So got $35 million there. I was heard after Peter Thiel and all the. I heard that Hogan put about 10, and this is just strictly my opinion. I heard Hogan put about 10 million in his pocket for that after that was all shook down. Then he sued. It was brilliant. He sued Cox separately for the distribution, of how it got out. And in one of the maybe my next appearance, if you go to the Pinellas County Court doc, if you look up Hogan versus Cox, and you read the complaint, it shows, it lays it right on. That's basically what my documentary is going to be, is following the complaint. And Cox, I heard, this is just strictly hearsay, that Cox wrote Hogan a $50 million plus check. Because Hogan had evidence of this tape. Now, here's the bad thing about it. Spice Boy quit my show in February of 2011. Stole the tape, chopped it to the dirt, and then So this tape appeared after he quit my show. And he quit my show on great terms. He was like, I'm gonna go. He quit my show.
I remember when he quit.
Yeah, and he went to go do nights on the on the Bone, and it was a big thing. It was like, hey, you're leaving my show, but you can do your own show. My agent even cut his deal for him for free just because was my guy. Right. I didn't know that what he took on his exit plan. So, you know, he distributed it all, and the cops did fire him. But, you know, for years, I was the bad guy. And in the evidence that Hogan had in Hogan versus Cops, I invite anybody to go to the Pinellas County Court record system and just type in Hogan versus Cops and read the complaint. You'll blow your fucking mind that Hogan had the fact that Cox actually had this tape on their servers, and the management would look at it. Cox management would look at this, watch this Hogan fucking my wife tape while I worked there. The ongoing joke behind my back while I was working there was, hey. So then the guy that they find, so Calta's agent, Tony Burton, spins it to Cox. He can't have this guy as a morning guy. He's a photographer. He's like Hogan. He tried to do his best friend dirty. You can't have that. Clients are going to be falling off. Nobody wants to be associated with that guy. So they fired me, and they promoted the guy. At the end of the day, they had to write a $50 million. I was told a $50 million, and that motherfucker is still there to this day. And I am still the motherfucker in the whole entire world. Everybody thinks I can.
So fucking bizarre.
I mean, it's so bizarre. Let me give you an example that you might be able to wrap your fucking head around. And take the Bubba factor out. You know Mark Wilson on Channel 13? Mark Wilson, Channel 13, is the head tweet anchor at the 6 o'clock. You know, it's him and Kelly Ring. Local news. And I'm just using local because I thought maybe you know a little bit about it. But, like, you know,
I do watch Tucker now.
all right,
We'll go into that later.
let me use Tucker. Okay, he's a friend of mine.
I know.
Very good friend of mine.
I know.
Call up right now. Let's say Sean Hannity. You're familiar with that? Yeah. Sean Hannity, Tucker, and his wife are in an open relationship. And so let's think of somebody super famous that Tucker might know. Donald Trump. Okay, let's just use that. Different players, but here's the scenario. So Tucker lets Trump fuck the guy. Right. There's video of it. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to happen. Hannity fucking wants Tucker's job. So Hannity steals the tape. He starts shopping it around, and everybody's like, fuck, we can't. We got two sit forms for Tucker's wife and Trump. No. Sorry, we can't do anything about that. Okay. The FBI does its thing and fucking goes and Tucker's liaison tries. Sean Hannity's liaison tries to shake Tucker down for $1 million. The FBI gets involved. People get arrested, but the FBI is like, we're not going to prosecute. All right, Hannity's like, Hannity goes to Fox, and Hannity then, Hannity goes to CNN and says, hey, I got a tape for you guys might want to fucking play it. CNN plays the shit out of it, right? Boom. Fox fires Tucker and gives Hannity the job, and then 5 years later realizes that Hannity is the one that distributed it, but lets Hannity. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. All the much bigger players, you know, a little more sexier.
Not at the time. At the time, it was probably about equivalent. I mean, you were much bigger than Tucker back then. Right?
Yeah. One of the reasons why Tucker was on my show every Tuesday for 5 years is because we were globally bigger than him.
I had no clue who Tucker was, right? He was on your show. I just knew that he was this great fucking guest who would come on.
He was the best. He'd be like, and he got in a lot of trouble for his appearances because he was so cynical and so funny. He'd be like, let me tell you about Iranian women. If they're not out, fucking camels, they have hair underneath their arms. And then, and now he's gotten in trouble over all of his appearances on my show.
Right.
But like same scenario, but just different players. That would never, ever in a million years last. People would not fucking tolerate that. Fox would not go for that. Why did it blows my mind that, listen, I am a bad guy. I've done a lot of fucked up shit. I'm the second highest fine radio personality in the history of radio. That's a good fucking thing.
I've second to Howard, right?
Right, second to Howard. I have been. Let me ask you this, Dan. And you've had a lot of criminals and people that have been in trouble on your show. How many of your guests have been on trial 4 times, jury trial 4 times, and are 4-0?
You're probably the only one.
I'm
100% the only one.
I've been on trial 4 times and have never lost. Jury trial, where I have a jury of my peers in my community that have let me free every fucking time. 4 times. I've been on trial 4 fucking times. If that doesn't show you that this society fucking absolutely has me all wrong, and when I'm judged by impartial people on whatever I've been trumped up on, I'm not the fucking piece of shit. I got great lawyers. when I came into the power pit, I said I got my lawyers and my lesbians. That's all I need in life. Lawyers and lesbians. That's all you need. And that's the truth to that. I mean,
Power Pig is such a good fucking movie. Just Power Pig.
It's Power Pig. Bubba there? Bubba speaking. What's your name? Lisa? Lisa, how old are you? 12. Call me in 6 years when you got pubic hair, bitch. Hang up. Bam. I had a 52 share at night. Hello, Power Pig. What? My grandpa died last week. Here's an infamous call, which I wish I could find. My grandpa. First of all, what's your name? Lisa. How old are you? 14. Well, I shouldn't even be talking to you because I don't talk to anybody under 18 because you're a little kid. You're a little fetus. Get your out my phone, you're a little fetus. But I'll let this one through. What do you want? Well, hey, Baba. My grandpa died, and his favorite song was some bullshit song. And can you play that for me? Because my family's all gathered around right now. And you will. I go, Lisa, let me ask you a question. What? Did Grandpa Fred, is he in the ground in a casket? Yeah. And when did you put Grandpa Fred in the casket? 2 weeks ago. Were you there at the burial? Yes. Did you guys put a boombox in there at all? Like, was there a boombox or a radio? No. Well, then how the fuck can Grandpa Fred hear the song we're going to play? And this is all for selfish reasons to make you guys feel good. The bottom line is you just have to deal with it. Grandpa Fred took a list. He's dead. He's not going to fucking hear the song, and I ain't playing it. Get off my fucking phone. That's the shit that I would do. And I had a 54 share because nobody in radio had the balls to do it. Be like, shit. Hey, who's that? This is Johnny. How old are you, Johnny? 9. Johnny, is your mom and dad still together? No. You got a stepdad? No. How old is your mom, Johnny? She's 35. You got big knockers, Johnny? All the numbers. Yeah. You like their boobs? Are they big? This is probably very inappropriate. He's talking about a 9-year-old. Yeah. Listen, Johnny, how about I come over there and just wear out your mom tonight? You know what? I own Love Sponge limos. Johnny, how would you like to be going to school in one of my limos tomorrow? Because I spent the night at your house because your mom was wearing me out and she made us French toast in the morning. Johnny, how would you like that? Rolling up there with my 42-foot limo that said Love Sponge. You've been the coolest guy in the world, weren't you, Johnny? I don't know. Get out of here, Johnny. I didn't meet any of you, little bastard. Leave me alone.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
That's the shit that on the Power Pig, and then I went to 98 Rock, and then that was a whole. I'd have literally. Hi, this is Rhonda. I look at Benny Gates. Me and my boyfriend are here in bed. Rhonda, listen, your boyfriend right there? Yeah. Put him on the phone. Hello. Hey, what's your name? Ron. Ron, why don't you start blasting her right now live on there? Get on top of her and you start going crazy. And I want to hear just a phone on. Have her call you Superman. Oh, Superman. Superman. Bark like a dog. I mean, just And the thing about it is, as I was telling you off, I have all this shit. I just gotta wrap my head around it and figure out how I'm going to distribute it. Whether I put it up on YouTube, whether I put it up on a podcast. I got all this. I've owned all my content since 1992. I have enough content that would fill this room.
Even though that you were on like 1025 and all those networks,
I still own it. I owned it all. My agent Tom Bean was so brilliant. I was an independent contractor that licensed my show to them for the term of my contract, and they had the right to broadcast my material. But the minute that I was no longer employed, they had no right to distribute it anyway. And so I have all of that. I just need a guy like you to help me out to get it out.
whether it's me or
I need to hit it.
yeah, I need another hit too. I need to get a hit too.
Turn the air down. Fred,
It's hot. It is fucking hot in here.
I
bro.
create a lot of energy, Fred. I really do.
It is fucking hot. You need to crank that shit down. With your fucking stocks.
And that fucking perm in here.
Look at that fucking perm. Oh,
Is that
yeah.
a perm?
That's a fucking perm. No, he's where are you from, Austin? What's your nationality? Polish. The Polish Jew.
We're not even going there. Polish Jew? Oh, he's triple insulated. He can do anything he wants. Where do you get that shit at?
On the website, Jimmy. It's jujimufu.com. I saw it because I saw Joe Rogan.
Did you know Rogan used to? I've had him on my show.
I saw that. I saw the fucking thing on YouTube. I couldn't believe how fucking views on YouTube. So he's on fire for like a whole fucking hour.
How do I do I just need to take that video?
Yeah,
We need Danny Jones.
We need to spice it up a little bit.
Some Danny Jones love on it.
We need to put some lipstick on it.
I got Joe Rogan saying, I'm a fan of your show, and I actually missed a meeting last week because I was so riveted to your show, I couldn't get out of the car. How the fuck?
He said he pulled over on the side of the highway to listen to you talk to
How is
someone.
that not put $15 a month in my fucking pocket? What the fuck? I need a Polish Jew with the fucking white trash kicker here. Immediately. God damn.
Dude, like, I could have, like, how long ago was that you had Joe on?
08.
That was 08.
And he took. And
What was he doing? Touring for comedy?
Yeah, and UFC. When I was with Sirius XM, I had the fucking sweetest deal. Dana White would pay me $25,000 for every pay-per-view to fly me out, and they had my own studios right backstage. And every fighter had to come interview with me live on Sirius XM. Yeah, fucking VIP suites, whores, everything. Crazy, yeah. I don't even realize how fucking cool I used to have it. God damn, now I'm in a fucking AC unit.
Now you're in the fucking Danny Jones trailer.
Danny Jones fucking sex dungeon.
That actually was my inspiration for this setup. It was supposed to look like a 70s porno.
But you know what? On camera, it looks good. It looks good. Is that that's your liquid death stuff?
That's my liquid death memorial. Yeah.
You got any concrete t-shirts?
I got a fucking shitload for you over there.
Oh,
and hoodies.
Each guest.
Not each guest. Not every guest. Not every guest.
Yeah, that's right. When I was telling my girl, I was like, I think I'm going to bring this guy.
Yeah, no, for you, I got your shit.
Was 3X?
These had 2X. You're 3X. You don't look 3X.
You know what? I'm losing that'll give you something. When I can finally wear my concrete hoodie, I'll make a big.
Are you always trying different diets and shit still? I remember when back when I used to listen to you, you were always trying different shit.
Aren't we all? I mean, we're trying this shit. Right?
Exactly. Well, that's my diet.
When you're fat, you're always trying. I've always been big. I played football and big, but then I got real fucking fat. Radio when I was fat. Yeah. When I was in the power pit, and you know Matt Heller from Horn Blast. I want to look at him. He's a fucking stud. Matt Heller owns Horn Blast. You know those big train horns?
Oh yeah.
He owns that. Whip that fucking sniff shit.
That the fucking
the way that you talk to people when they used to call in and shit, like on the Power Pig, is that just like an inherent part of Matt Heller said it best. Back in the day in Tampa, and then I was, syndicated in like 12 other cities: Miami, Orlando, Jacksonville, Fort Walton Beach, Naples, Fort Myers, Hartford, Connecticut, Richmond, Virginia, Cincinnati, Ohio, San Diego. So I was syndicated, while I was doing my morning show on 98 Rock. And so, as you said when we were, earlier, when you were being that pickup truck that you'd be listening to, think about it. You didn't have a smartphone. There was no Twitter. There was no Twitch. There was no YouTube. There was no Instagram. There was no Spotify. There was no nothing. I was the form of social media. If you wanted to know what was cool, what was happening, what was shocking, what was sexy, what might be provocative, I was your only outlet. That's why I got to be so big and so iconic in the space that I was, is because I was kind of the first form of social media in our little world, in our little microcosm of radio. So when you're in the back of that truck, you didn't have your fucking phone to be scrolling through, looking at fucking, TikTok shit. You had to listen to the radio in order to be cool and to know what was going on. And Matt Heller was the one that came up with that. He's super big on social media. I think one of the blasters has like 1.5 million Instagram people, and that's a local deal. But I think that's, I don't mean to be narcissistic or bragging, but I think that's kind of right. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why I was able to obtain or get to the status that I've become or had.
Yeah, I think that's 100% big gun. Back in those times, what I was trying to figure out before, your whole personality and the way you come across, like even like being so energetic first thing in the morning, being able to go to these fucking marathon shows every single morning, and maintain that energy throughout the whole thing. Even though
I've never done cocaine ever in my life. Ever. Stop. I've never done cocaine in my entire life.
I didn't think you were on cocaine, but I thought you were on Adderall.
No. Never? No. Now, recently, I've discovered Adderall, but Adderall wasn't a thing until, how many years ago?
I fucking took Adderall when I was in college. 2007.
I didn't find out about Adderall probably 5 years ago. Right. I mean, I didn't even smoke weed, and I now love weed, but I didn't even try weed until 10 years ago when I was 46. Prior to that, I was indoctrinated, I was from Warsaw, Indiana, and weed was a gateway drug. The minute that you smoked it, so I was like, this rock star of a lifestyle that I lived, I'd be backstage with livestock, and I'd be with fucking,
your life. I can't believe you never tried cocaine.
Not crazy. Or weed. Everybody be getting high as fuck. Even my guys who work for me, I'd be like, I don't need that. I'm just naturally, high energy. And I have the ability to get. You don't need it to turn it on. So I tried these 10 years ago. I was just telling this conversation last night at dinner, and the reason I didn't like weed is I don't like smoking. I think it's dirty. I just don't like smoking. My mom and dad smoked when I was a kid growing up. They quit, but it was just, I hated it. Well, Brent Hatley, my executive producer, remember when they first came out with those volcano? And so you had these things, and you had these big bags of helium-filled balloons, and just suck on them. So in 2012, here I am going through shit. The Hogan tape is broke. I'm fucking a basket case. I don't know if I'm gonna lose my job. Everybody thinks that I'm the bad guy. I'm the one who fucking takes Hogan fucking alive, trying to get rich. That's I'm just going. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm gonna kill myself, but I'm just at the lowest point in my life. And my life, I just went through a huge divorce. Why? There's just so much uncertainty that really I need it. I mean, people don't realize how beneficial it really is. I mean, it changed my life. And so at 46, here I am, going through fucking hell. And finally, Brent Hatley, my producer, comes up with a way that I don't think is dirty and fucking, smelly and getting it's a bag. He goes, look, how many times have you taken a helium balloon and you talk like Mickey Mouse and shit? It's the same thing. So I had this big ass bag, so I fucking hit the smoke, and I was just like, the first thing that came to my head was, what's so bad about this? How can this feeling that I have be bad? Now, when you're drunk, sometimes you want to fight, sometimes but I'm like, society has really got this wrong on what this does to you. Like, it doesn't, and at that time, it kind of opened up a world of euphoria and a different dimension of how to look at things. And not be so fucking uptight. It kind of just made me less uptight. It gave me the ability to cope with kind of what I'm dealing with in somewhat of a medicinal program. I wasn't gonna go and take antidepressants, and I'm not in all. I know some people take all this kind of bullshit. I'm old school. I don't think
a lot of people get fucked up on that.
I know some guys take it if they don't so they don't premature come. And I'm all,
Zoloft?
Yeah, if you take enough Zoloft, it makes you can fuck all night long.
Really?
Yeah.
You kind of buy that at Walgreens?
You're gonna abuse it.
I am gonna abuse it now.
Danny Jones, 3 refills, Zoloft, please.
I don't need a prescription.
I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
Are you serious? Are you microdosing now? Yeah. Really? Yeah. What do you think about that? How do you like it?
I love it because it's I don't ever take too much that it trips me out, but I take enough to make kind of fuzz me out.
Kind of like on the edge.
Yeah. I've never hallucinated. Nope. I just, kind of, just a little bit, and it just kind of takes the edge off.
Do you do it when you're live, when you're on radio?
Oh, yeah.
Do you really? Does it help?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does. Yeah, with a dummy chaser.
Oh my God!
The next Howard Stern again.
God,
fuck Danny Jones. We'll make you a rock star. We got to work Danny Jones. I mean, come on. Fucking showbiz. Danny Jones.
What
The guy who mows my lawn. That's the guy who cleans my pool.
What a vanilla fucking name.
Yeah, Danny Jones. Concrete's good.
Yeah, concrete's good. Concrete's good.
I mean, concrete's so good that who gives a fuck about Danny Jones?
I agree. That's what I'm looking for. But when you before you started to get like really big on the phone, one of the things that made me so interested in you when I was younger, my teenage years in construction, not only were you super fucking entertaining, you always had the craziest fucking people calling in, Tucker and the Hulk calling in, every day. But on top of that, you were known for being this fucking like rock star rich person.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, I got millions in here, got this $1 million mansion, but like this guy's fucking rich as fuck.
Listen, I'm not trying to brag.
But that
I
makes you
was
so much
rich
more
as fuck. I was doing, in my heyday, I was doing $5 million a year. I had 3 or 4 years at $5 million. I had fucking planes. And I'm not, and I say that, I want to say that humbly because I lost it. I was fucking stupid about it. And if I had my mindset today, if I started fucking doing weed at 36, I'd probably have half of that left. So I'd be like, you don't need to go out and pay cash for a $100,000 Escalade. And you can fucking finance it for fucking 2%. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to buy stupid shit. You know,
how old were you in the
peak? I would say the peak of my career, money-wise, you're talking about money-wise and like popularity, probably 06 to that 6-year period when we were heard both on Sirius. We were afternoon drive on the Howard 101. So we had Howard Drugs. And then I was on, 14 Cox I was making $1.5 million for my Tampa deal. I was making $500,000 per affiliate. So 500 for Orlando, 500 for Jacksonville, 500 for Miami, 500 for Richmond, 500 for Fort Myers, and then Sirius paid me $2 million. You know, so I did 6 years of that. So I would say, how old was I in 06? I was 26. 40 years old, hot fucking wife, 2 kids,
Run around, getting drunk with Hulk Hogan.
running around. Such a fucking pimp that when I went to the Lightning games, I parked where the players did and walked in through the players' way. That's how I got to the game. So, and again, I say that so humbly. And I wish I would have taken a step back at that time and realized what I had and how and been a little more appreciative and thankful for what I had, and certainly had a better savings program.
You were definitely a fucking you're a fucking outlier, especially when it comes to like this.
You're not a liar or an outlier?
No, you're not. If you're a liar or not, you're a lawyer.
I'm brutally honest.
Yeah.
But I'm an outlier.
But like, yeah, it's obvious that you have like, extreme fucking talent when it comes to this media. But I wonder, like, what your perspective is on why you became so fucking successful. You think it was more of just like this inherent talent or gift that you have, or do you think it was more of just like the discipline and the hard work and not quitting?
I think it was the first. I think that I have the ability to communicate, jovial, to be self-deprecating, to be make the joke on me, but yet be stiff enough to do a good interview and tell a bitch to go back in, fuck out of my studio. And so kind of like, I'm kind of like the guy that's running the bulldozer or running an excavator, a regular guy. I'm a regular dude, I think I come across as a regular guy that has kind of the it factor, that's a good bullshitter, that's a good communicator, and is a risk taker. And so where most radio personalities would be like, hey, I got when I was first starting on the 98 Rock, I think my base pay early on was like 450, 500, which was this is 1996. Kids. So a lot of guys that are making that kind of money are going, I'll lose my kid. I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to go wide open here because it's going to make me more popular. And if I can just get enough fantasies to stand behind it, it'll escalate the fucking rock star popularity deal, which will equate to more money. And I've always bet on myself. I've always bet on myself, and I think that's I'm a risk taker and an outlier, and some of the risks I've taken have been not good. And but if you look, I mean, listen, I got fucked up over but that might come back and boomerang back around to help when the truth gets out. I mean, I told you the truth in a brutal way. Wait till Netflix tells you. I'm not Netflix doing it. No, I don't know who's getting out of it. The documentary game is a really fucked up game in itself. We may have to go to some film festivals or some things like that, but we are in the process of shooting it now, and in shooting it, we're shopping it as well. We have there's a ton of people in the streaming space. It's just not Netflix, Paramount, Peacock, everybody is looking for us. When we tell our story, the average person has the same reaction as you. Like, you're making this up, we're like, no, here's an 1,800-page Edinburgh Scottish completely validates everything from phone records to FBI. We're in the process right now. The FBI is about giving us the surveillance of the Sand Pearl takeover. Well, it's my right, Sand Pearl. That's where the FBI is. The Sand Pearl, that real.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
You got arrested there?
Yeah.
For what?
The guy we were talking about earlier. We were when we first started doing our show together. In order to promote the show before anyone watched it, like right after I started YouTube, I had like 3,000 subscribers, and I was trying to make
really thinks he's like a real fucking jobber. I had notes. I'm trying to get to 45. I'm at 44,800 sucking.
Is that where you're really at?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
44,800. I'm sucking dick for beer money here, and you're saying I got arrested on some bullshit when I had nobody listening to me.
Well, you have fucking Twitch or whatever. Well, anyways, I didn't have Twitch, but I was trying to promote the thing. I was trying to blow the show up on YouTube. My buddy Jack has this really fucking big YouTube channel with a million subscribers called Jug Squad.
I'm familiar with him. That's Tifu's
Brother, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I want to meet that guy too.
oh yeah, I'll get him on. I'll get them both on your show.
He's fucking. I've seen some of it. I love his shit.
Oh,
It's
he's
Juke Squad, right?
Juke Squad, yeah. Yeah, we go golfing almost.
Killing it.
He is. They're both clutch.
Oh,
So I was like, we gotta fucking work. How are you gonna do it? I'm like, do a prank. And I was like, I always had this idea to do a prank where we prank the valet. So I got my buddy's Ben's Rolls Royce, right? I'm like, at first I popped Ben into it. I'm like, this is how we're gonna promote this fucking show. We're gonna get a prank to go viral using your Rolls Royce. We'll put it on his channel. It'll get millions of fucking views, and it'll promote our channel with the show. So we'll get a fucking built-in audience from that video going viral. Like, okay, great, yeah.
That's a great idea.
Do it. But only do it at Frank's restaurants. Don't do it at
Frank Chevis.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I grew up with him.
Frank Chevis is one of my best friends.
Is he really?
Frank Chevis.
I grew up with the kids.
Unbelievable fisherman.
Oh my god. Fucking Cody is he is like the Elon Musk of fishing.
He is. Frank Chevis is one of my best. Frank Chevis as my wedding present when I married him, and I had Stern there. I should show you the video. My wedding, I had Stern. I had Hogan was my best man. So
I'll love to see that. You should post that fucking show.
I did. Or did you? But Chevis came out so much. I'm talking about crab legs, fucking chocolate fountains, steaks, lobster, liquor, whole 9 yards. The bill was $74,000 for catering. Okay, so we go on a real honeymoon. Frank says, "Hey, when you get back, come over to the Salt Rock, and use credit card or your fucking checkbook, and we'll settle it up. Okay, I'll give you a huge discount. I'm gonna give you my cost. 77,000 should be about 40. Okay. Everybody, Howard Stern, everybody's like just raving on just like my fucking wedding was the best catered to me. Even from the Hampton shit and all the like my fucking stupid Bubba Clem from Warsaw, Indiana, marrying Heather Cole from West Virginia at the Gulfport Casino was the baddest catered event in the history of the land. So I go to fucking Frank Chevis with my checkbook, and it was going to be $46,500. Now I had already tipped all the bartenders and bar that night. I just gave them a couple $100, So it's like a month down the road. And I go to write my check, and he goes, "Okay, here it is. Here's the itemized. Bubba is $77,500. I took off, my food costs, blah blah blah. I have about $44,500. Okay, Frank. Who do I make it out? One of his LLCs. Thank you, Frank. I love you. God, it was the best ever. A week later, I get a Federal Express. And we all open it. One of the things, if you ever want to get somebody to open something, send it to them Federal Express. We all open our Federal. You may not open your mail, but when you see a Federal Express, don't you open it right away?
Oh, yeah.
An overnight package, right? He overnighted me a package from Frank Chevis to the studio. Open it up. It's the check torn in half. He said, "Congratulations."
No fucking way. That's cool.
That is just straight pimp.
That's badass.
Look, I got goosebumps. That's fucking pimp.
That is badass.
That's Frank fucking Chevis.
That's cool as hell.
So anyway, Frank Chevis, you had to do it at Frank's restaurant. Sorry to just. Yeah,
No, that was a great fucking story.
I know, but I had to interrupt.
That's cool. No, I appreciate it. That's your job.
That's why Matt Cox doesn't like me.
Really? That's why whenever I have
And
him
I'm
on
taller than him.
whenever I have him on here and I talk over him or I
He's a little
talk,
dick.
all the commenters that get pissed. Danny, shut the fuck up. Let Matt talk.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck Matt. It's my show.
Yeah, exactly. It's really not my show. It's my guest show. But so, anyways, so I'm like, yeah, we'll promote this fucking little web documentary that we're gonna do about you selling real estate, and we're gonna do a prank using the Rolls Royce, which is huge on the Jug Squad. And so I get it. He's like, only do it at Frank's restaurant because I don't want you to get in trouble. My dumbass, we did it at Frank's restaurant. The whole prank was, I pull up in the Rolls Royce, or no, Jack pulls up in the Rolls Royce. goes to dinner with his girlfriend. I have the other key to the fan, the Rolls Royce, and I sneak up after the valet parks it, and I take it, and he comes back after he's done eating to get his rolls back, and the fucking rolls is gone.
Right.
So that's the whole prank.
And he fucking cuts a promo on him. Where's my fucking
Where's my fucking car? Right, exactly. We did it a couple times. We did it in front of the Brown Boxer, we did it at Island Way Grill, and we did it at Sample. Anyways, I did it at Sample. I got caught trying to sneak it back out of the valet garage underneath the Sample. And I'm fucking with the guy. they fucking call the cops. And I'm like, dude, this is my friend's car. We're doing this as a whole stunt. We're doing a whole thing here. And they called the cops anyways to get trespassing. I got like misdemeanor trespassing. I still had to go fucking paddy wagon to the Florida
you
Beach
fucking
deal.
straight gangster. Look at you, motherfucker.
Yeah, and it ended up making the video 10 times better because I got fucking arrested.
Right.
And,
It actually probably helped.
and it worked. It promoted the fucking show. Our little show we created, Life for Sale, ended up being
Maybe
a
I
huge view.
Maybe I need to get arrested. I mean, maybe you got a hog we can kill one.
Anyways, that was my story how I got arrested at the Sample. I don't know what it was.
No, Sanford was where the FBI sting was.
Okay.
Was the FBI sting where I can't wait for that. I'm having to sue the FBI now for that footage. Because there's a whole big fucking story as to why they won't give it to me. It's like involving.
You should make this part of the documentary.
Oh,
The
I'm
FBI.
yeah, we are. And the reason why, you want to see what's all your fucking mind? They didn't prosecute Michael Davidson. You know what?
He's a broker.
He's the broker. So they didn't file charges, but they had a window of opportunity, a window of statute of limitations. You know, any time that they don't press charges on you, until your statute of limitations runs out, they can always come back to you. We revisited that. We're going to go ahead and until your statute of limitations run out, they can always come back and get you. It's been told to me that the reason why they're not giving me the tape is because Keith Davidson was Michael Cohen's hitman. Michael Cohen was Donald Trump's personal hitman. And when Donald Trump cut all these deals with these girls to keep their mouth shut, Stormy Daniels and the other ones, Michael Cohen used Keith Davidson to broker these deals. So when the FBI went to Michael Cohen to get his correspondence with Keith Davidson so that they could prove Donald Trump. Because remember the FBI, when Trump was in office, even though Trump was president, the FBI was bound and determined to fuck with Trump nonstop, from the Russian collusion deal to all the fucking shit. So the FBI went to Keith Davidson and said, if you don't give us all of your correspondence with Michael Cohen, we're going to reopen up like he's been recognizing how that's how they got this. And so when they get it all, and he goes to Roosevelt, let's talk on Keith Davidson and potentially recharging them. And just said something. When I'm exactly where we gonna combat. It's crazy how we're gonna deal that. We're gonna that's that was like a nuclear bomb. I'm living the largest civil verdict company in this country. Let me be a real motherfucker. If you think about this, I probably should be recognized in Hollywood as the highest grossing producer of all time. My minute and 41-second tape made $1 million a second. It was a minute 41. A minute 41. It was a minute 41, and it made $141 million. That's $1 million. You tell me, Scorsese, fucking Lucas, people the big stuff, they don't make $1 million a second. That's true. That's the highest profiting film in history. And I owned it, and guess what? I wanted so much not to do it that second that when it started getting shitty, I signed my rights over to Lotus and said, I don't want to listen. I don't want to do this. I so want to so not me. Here. I signed, that's probably the biggest mistake I made. I signed the rights over to him. I said, here, because you wanted to maintain a friendship. I wanted the friendship in my job and my innocence. If I was guilty, I would have said, fuck that. I'm going to fucking milk this out. If truly I taped it for profit reasons, why would I have signed over the rights within days over him? Why would I have done that? That's the biggest mistake I should have said. Fuck it. I'll be the bad guy, but I'm gonna get paid.
Yeah, you should have
Cutthroat Clem. And now I'm fucking practically homeless, Clem. Say it. So,
have you guys made
no,
friends?
you guys don't know. No. And I've reached out to him. He won't fucking one. I mean, and it's just like, and he knows that I didn't do it. Like, he knows that I didn't do it. But in order to maintain, like, if he becomes my friend, then what's the first thing he does? Those motherfuckers are they not? Oh, now they're friends? Yeah, it's convenient. Yeah. So I can't win. And again, I don't want anybody to watch this and think that I'm over here fucking belly aching. I've done a good life. I've fucking made a lot of mistakes. I've mismanaged my money. I lost it all. That's kind of the template of the concrete podcast about me. Like, look at the guy that was counterfeit. If that motherfucker just would have been a little smarter, not been so greedy, probably would have been in better shape. Same with me. I just didn't like this. I would have backed it down a notch, been a little more humble, realized what I had.
I don't know, man. A lot of the best stories have the fucking epic downfall.
I know.
And then rise from the ashes.
And I'm going to rise. I'm going to rise. I almost got my. I think maybe with people like you and your help, the motherfucker behind the screen over there, Jim, whatever it is, Jim Bob McGillicuddy. Johnny Right Clicker, look at him, he's a clicking motherfucker. Look at Johnny Right Clicker. He's Johnny Right Clicker's on it. He's got carpal tunnel in that right hand. Calvin Carpal. Look at my man over there. Hitting switches like a motherfucker. But you know, I think I'm a likable person. I think I have a huge brand that people know. I think if you don't know me, spending time watching me or listening to me, you can see that I'm just kind of a regular dude. And I think I'm going to get, honest to God, Danny, I think I'm going to get one more shot. Because there's just not a lot of compelling people out there. Most everything on the internet or on the radio sucks. It's fucking horrible. Regular radio has killed itself. Regular radio should have been developing guys like Joe Rogan and you and not fucking kicking me out and not turn into a jukebox with $30,000 a year fucking radio personalities going. That was a Tool, followed by Red Hot Chili Peppers, coming up here on 97 Rio. Cloudy skies today, low tonight 74, tomorrow's high 92. I'm going to check in with traffic right now, and then after that, 42 minutes of commercials, and then another one from Red Hot Chili Peppers. On the new 97 UPW. That's how it is. Here's nobody understanding. Hey, this is Bubba Loves Munch. I got two chicks right now in the Howard Franklin that are making out topless, and there's a fucking car there, and they're coming to the station, and I'm going to have them, shoot ping pong balls out of certain pieces.
Right.
So, regular radio has thrown off all of its real talent. Joe Rogan would have been just as popular on KLSX in Los Angeles at radio stations long form talk radio.
Is he doing his podcast? He came on your show. Is he doing his podcast already?
Had just started, and
the dude was like a fucking encyclopedia talking about things.
Right. So, but in 08, I had him on the show, which I need to repurpose that video because I think you can help me with it. But he took me aside, and when I walked him out, he goes, "Dude, you got Sirius XM, you got millions of people listening, and I could have done it." Like when I was on Sirius XM, I was also doing terrestrial radio. I got to the radio station at 5 in the morning and until 8 at night because I was doing 2 shows a day. I was doing terrestrial mornings and then afternoon satellite. So I could have terrestrial regular, like the phone, things like that. So I was doing that and then doing a standalone exclusive show for Sirius. So I was doing 8-9 hours of radio a day. But Joe was at that point saying, "This is your second show. get the boys together and just bullshit for us about anything and put it up as a podcast. I was like, oh, Joe, fuck that. Podcast. Right. I used to call it Podcast Willie. What am I, a Podcast Willie guy now? What I'm regulated on down to?
Or Howard shits on him all the time too.
Oh, yeah, well,
He's been shitting on this show for the whole podcast thing for years.
and you know, Howard and I are still really close.
Are you really?
I just got a birthday card from him. Same day as William Shakespeare and John Cena. But Howard shits on podcasting because he's kicking himself in the ass for not doing it. Just like anybody that shits on podcasting doesn't kind of is kicking themselves in the ass. You know,
I find it fascinating that Howard hasn't been on the show.
well,
Other times, even you,
he can. I'm gonna be on the show. I'm just waiting until my documentary comes out because I want that one shot. Like, you know, Joe's not going to have me on as a regular guest, but I can make a phone call and get on. And so I'm waiting. Joe, yeah, can I do the show? Sure. I'm promoting, and I want to have that one thing that I'm heavily promoting. By the way, your people can come and look at my house. How should we promote my shit? I used to get my YouTube channel.
well, your YouTube channel and your Twitch. You got to subscribe to Twitch.
Everything in my world is asking bubble.
Have you been banned on Twitter?
Yes. You know why?
See, no.
Remember that global warming bitch that
Greta Thunberg?
How dare you? That bitch, that 14-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so I got on the air. I have like 131,000 followers on Twitter. And that's currency, man. That's worth something. You know, to promote your other shit. And so I got on there. I'll be like, I was like, this 14-year-old bitch used to be in school. And then I just kept saying, shut up, little kid. And she would go, how dare you? I'd be like, shut up, little kid. You know, shut up, you little bitch. Just like, you know, like shut up. Who are you to, you know, the carbon footprint you made to get to this summit, you know, the private plane that you took and the, you know, there's far more.
You sailed a sailboat.
But whatever. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. And that got me thrown off.
No fucking way.
Maybe now they're dealing on tonight and I can get something. I can get it back. I don't
Think
think
that might happen.
I don't know.
See, that's the problem, though. That's like social media has been like a great new microphone for all these people who don't have to worry about gatekeepers. If you have talent, you can the best talent rises to the top on social media. But the downside of that is, like you were saying, you would want to like push the limits. Didn't care about getting fucking fined. Didn't care about keeping your little push job. But now on the internet, just even on YouTube, if you go too far, just my last fucking podcast talking about some fucking Bill Gates conspiracy theory got my fucking podcast demonetized. I can't make money on that.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to get demonetized on that shit.
Oh, Twitch is the worst, right?
Well, I've learned Twitch's game. But YouTube, let me tell you something. One of my co-hosts on my show is Dr. Dan Diacco. He's a doctor. And early on, during the COVID, Dan aggressively treated COVID with the ivermectin, you know,
The horse D one was given.
he did. And he had 200 patients to himself. And out of 200, all 200 got better. So here's a doctor. And he gets on the air. This is early.
Yeah, didn't need us a fucking tip job doctor.
Yeah, he is. But he's still a doctor. I mean, you're not prescribing a control, like he's not prescribing Percocet or, you know, Vicodin. So as a doctor, you can pretty much prescribe anything as long as it's not a scheduled narcotic. Right. And, you know, like Dr. Dan, if I get a cold or he'll prescribe you some antibiotics. Nobody's going to.
Right, exactly.
When you're going to go to jail because you prescribed some moxicillin.
Right.
Pill meal, motherfucker. So he was aggressively. He came from the school where he thought he had a real copy of zinc, vitamin B, ibuprofen, deoxycycline with an inhaler kind of.
You do a drip, like a vitamin drip?
No, just all things that you could go to Publix and get prescriptions. Well, he was on my show, and so as a doctor, this wasn't his opinion. He was giving non-HIPAA violations, meaning he wasn't giving any names of the patients. He was saying, hey, I have X amount of patients that I've treated as a doctor myself, and here's the result. Here's what's happening. This is how I treat them. Here's, because of WHO guidelines, by having a real doctor, not some motherfucker off the street, a real doctor talk about his real patients and how he's really treating them, because it's went against the have to get vaccinated. I got suspended for YouTube. YouTube for that has happened to lots of doctors. That's scary as fuck. And so, okay, if it's their opinion, I get it. But if they're giving you real life statistics of their patients, then at that point you're altering the truth. You're trying to quell truth. And what scares me more than anything is this fucking bad job that they just put in for the misinformation kind of bullshit. I mean, what the fuck is that?
They did that right after Elon put the big fire.
Now, okay, let's say Joe Biden is hell bent on having this bureau, which I think this bureau is about as dumb as a fucking bureau that you can come up with. But let's just say I'm Joe Biden, I shit my pants at noon, I eat oatmeal, I'm old as fuck, I don't know what I'm doing, and I think that, to counter the Elon Musk deal, we're going to have our own bureau of misinformation. Okay. I don't think it's smart, but wouldn't you go out and get a real sharp motherfucker like Ben Shapiro, a real smart guy that's really buttoned up and knows shit to run it, not some fucking bitch that just does TikTok Mary Poppins bullshit? Like, Joe, we don't think you should do the bureau, but if you're gonna, let's find some motherfucker from Harvard that really's got his shit together, that really comes across well on camera. Not some Mary Poppins bitch.
But somebody who's actually smart, who went to Harvard, who actually does make sense and is coherent, can communicate. Those type of people, they don't want to run politics.
Right. Those type of people would say, Joe, fuck you.
Exactly.
This is the slipperiest slope ever. I'm not doing it.
Right.
So they had to get to Mary Poppins bitch and hard sell the fucking stupid job to her.
Right.
And we want you to go find out what they're saying about it, and if it's misinformation, possibly get that person thrown off that platform. That's where we're headed.
Right, but what the fuck? How stupid is it though? You create this misinformation gimmick, whatever it is, and then in a couple of years, say Trump becomes president again. Or whoever. Well, now the fucking Trump's gang is in charge of that. Now,
I think Trump would just say, fuck.
You think he would just do that? I mean, what if it wasn't Trump? What if it was some other fucking, what if it was a Republican, a hardcore Republican who was like right down Republican lines? He decided he wants to go anti-everything Democrat. Well, then now you just fucked yourself, because now you created this fucking mechanism that any power can control when they're in office.
Yeah, but you can also get rid of it. Like, I mean, it's not,
but they never have done that. They've never gotten rid of power. Once you have that power, they never give
rights back.
Right. They take it inch by inch by inch by inch.
So you're right. This bureau in itself could create a monster.
Yeah. What the fuck is this?
That's Anita Jacob. Did you see the TikTok video she did? No. You did it?
No.
Oh my God.
Can you pull up the TikTok video you're talking about?
Can Calvin right hand clicker pull it up? Because when you hear
Let's time. Let's see how long it takes him.
Oh yeah, let's see how good he is.
TikTok's too hard. Is that what you said?
TikTok's too hard.
James, during the presidential
As mad as you are now, yeah, you are going to be, you're going to be fucking speechless when you hear her TikTok. She did a TikTok video of her new job. She did a TikTok video of her new job. Now, here's a motherfucker that you're putting in charge of a major bureau within Homeland Security. Right? Now, don't think that motherfucker used to be doing TikTok videos about. I just think that Joe should have maybe watched this video before put this bitch in charge, saying this is the motherfucking put in here. Like this is Calvin, the right-hand clicker,
Can he find this? That's the question. Can Calvin find that?
Calvin, all you gotta do is this thing called Google and type in Nina Jankowicz's TikTok stupid fucking video and then hit the click button.
It can't be that hard. I mean, TikTok works on regular browsers, doesn't it?
Yeah. But we are in a fucking AC automotive shop, so it's
We are. It's hot as fuck in here.
we could be on with ALL 2400 baud right now.
Come on, baby.
I mean, I thought you guys would have 1K up in this bitch.
It's 1K.
Like what's your upload, download deal?
Oh no, we're slow. Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Free gift
Before
orgasm
you buy
providing
it.
female ejaculate connoisseur, Rabbi.
That's not it.
Turn the ad. We need the ad blocker.
Yeah. So hold on. Not that one. Yeah, right there, Calvin. Calvin, the clicker. Clicker. Stop.
Let's try this one.
Prepare. Oh my God. This is the bid. It's now running a bureau within Homeland Security that has the ability to listen to the Concrete motherfucking podcast and say that there's a lot of misinformation coming out of this shit. And we're going to shut you down. This bitch. You know what? It's going to make you want to go out and just try heroin for the first time. Right? Watch this. For real. You're going to be blown fucking away. Here we go.
Do you think it was the logo of the arm? I think you can take any event in human history and find an alternate version and dig. And I think a presidential assassination is so interesting. Yeah. So I don't have to, fascinated by it. Yeah, it's really interesting. There's some figure out. It's fun to look at. Of course, as it's seen the culture of it, it's like the greatest. It seems kind of like something. Yeah. Was it because I always think of it. Was he trying to hit Vietnam? And just kind of there's also civil rights.
This is why the end.
Some guys, they offer him false
You shoot
flag.
me first and I'll shoot you second, or however it goes. Double suicide, some kind of
What the fuck is this logo?
For real? What? You know what this all started with? Hand gel and participation.
That's about Robert.
Remember that doting little mom that fucking had the hand gel little Johnny anytime you went anywhere? You went to the West Shore Mall and you would fucking play on it. Get a hand gel, sanitize, and then fucking the guys, the Little League team that fucking was 0-9, they got a trophy just like the motherfuckers who went 9-0. That's the society. Those motherfuckers are now turning into leaders, heads of bureaus, and we're fucked. We're fucked. You know what? They're not even giving us any anal views. We're fucked dry. They're fucking us dry. And fucking dry is not cool. We fucking, but it hurts.
Yeah. That's fucking terrifying.
That bitch, Danny. I got to.
Me too.
Woo! That is a bitch that is running a bureau that can shut Concrete McGillicuddy right down to zero. Calvin, right hand clicker. Good job.
That's fucking scary. He's like, Calvin. You have to
This is Johnny Birkenstock.
He is Johnny Birkenstock.
Hey, I turned into Johnny Hayden. You got a pair of Hayden? No. Don't tell me what 56-year-old man's doing. What are the Hayden? What the fuck
Are those the ones with the fucking like gloves on your toes?
No. That's
Okay.
body glove bullshit. What are the Hayden? Calvin, pull up the fucking Hayden. And first of all, Birkenstocks are what the people in the villages wear, Calvin. Motherfucking hey dudes are what the young kids are wearing.
He backpacks across Spain and those things. This motherfucker travels more than anybody. He's traveled more in the last year than I've traveled my entire life.
Hold on. Those motherfuckers. They're 59. Danny, they are fucking game changers.
The Wally Funk hey dude.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, motherfucker, you're going to get a pair and you're going to be like, fucking dumbass Bubba My kid 20 was. That's where I got it. I can't sit here and tell you that I'm just a fucking pop culture Willie. But those are the most comfortable wear with or without socks. And they're the most comfortable shoes. They're as light as air. Calvin, show like they got different kind of stock black. And you don't tie it. You don't have to lace them up. You slip them on. You taking a shit on them, Danny? Or you like them?
No, I can't shit on them until I try them.
You can't.
No, they do look fucking comfortable.
No, they are so. You got to get a pair of those. What do you wear?
I'm wearing.
I wore my boots today.
Ooh, those are what Matt Cox wears. That is why. Holy fuck! There is like 2 inches of fucking sole in there.
With an insert, really. Hold on, buddy. Look.
Oh my god!
Do me a favor.
Oh, you do have the fucking insert. Really. Look at that.
Don't fuck with me.
Oh my
What size
god!
shoe do you wear?
I wear.
All right. Put those on.
Okay. And what size are these?
Like 10 and a half. And keep one on, which will show your normal height, and then those on. I'm showing you all my secrets. You know what? You should be my apprentice. I show you all the fucking. Hold on. Stand with your tennis shoe first. Now
You're welcome, Mr. Venus. Please, my Rabbi. Happy 4th to you, sir. I need to lie down. Maybe we get up.
And your slip-ons.
What happened to my rep?
Slip-ons. And you get the inserts for your arch.
Hello.
And you're fucking, my 5'10" ass is almost 6 motherfucking foot.
What happened to my rep? I'm right here, Allie.
Georgia boots on Amazon, and then you get the inserts like that from the foot. What is that?
Lily just learned about the rabbi.
Happy feet. That's where
Deceased
you buy those.
with
Yeah.
his name.
Yeah, and you go in there, you sit on the
Why is the rabbi slutty? Not gonna lie, between the porn bots and the weird rabbi, whatever this is.
Shove the inserts in the cookies.
Along with the way moderation has handled single in the band. I'm also so funny close to people. Oh, this is
got a lot of fucking
old time.
the rabbi is back
I appreciate the
with MILF.
I really do.
Oh, fuck yeah, dog.
What's the
Got an army of them.
yeah? This fucking this Jankovic bitch is freaking
Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus MILF
Like,
loving
it
rabbi.
scares the fuck out of me because these companies that
Picture.
Thanks, rabbi.
Calvin, see if you can pull up her official.
is she hot?
No.
You?
She looks like
Oh,
what do you
welcome.
call the Jen Psaki bitch? She's the one who talks. She's a
Please,
redheaded bitch
but
who sits
rabbi.
on the podium.
Well, she just got fired.
Well, now I'm interested.
Hey,
Hey, what the fuck? Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus MILF loving rabbi.
Are they really? Oh, this is the new bitch. Who is this? Oh, this is Jankovic.
Yeah, she's got her U.S. right there by the flag. This is her official U.S. picture. No, you had it.
She's got the Twitter profile. Let me guess. Oh, yep, she got the Ukrainian flag.
Right there. No, her official U.S. right there. Right, down one.
Right there.
I think this is her official, like
Really
White
just
House
learned about
picture.
that, rabbi?
She have her
I
pronouns.
realized that without
She have her
context, this can be
pronouns on the
taken
Twitter
in
bio.
many different ways.
Go to her Twitter bio.
This guy's not an open citizen. He's been doing this for months. I half would investigate this and half don't feel like it's going to be worth the
How about
trouble.
right hand click?
Oh,
right there, look at it.
but Jortsky, you are fucking gonna love this shit.
You think? I think she came across far more people. I think you know what? This was Bubba versus MJ. MJ lost when he sued me because he was such an actor. I got in front of the jury and said, "Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I told him that. Yeah, I did. Under free speech. He's a public figure, and MJ's like tried to get into character." And I think Johnny Depp's acting too much. I think he's coming across way too melodramatic. I think she's, you know, I don't know. What do you think? He's the one suing her, right? Yeah, but she countersued.
Oh, come on, baby.
So he sued her for 50, and she said, "Let me give you the good news. I'm going to countersue you for 100." Here's the problem.
Come on, baby.
He is. So here's what the jury said.
Free guilt, orgasm-inducing female ejaculate connoisseur rabbi. Come on, you shitbag.
But I mean, there's been
Free guilt.
I love my favorite. Elon Musk. What?
Yes.
She used to fuck Musk. I thought it was Franco and Billy Bob. No, she fucked Elon Musk. Check that out. Wow. That is fucking around. She is hot. Johnny Depp didn't do shit. I don't think he did anything bad. I think if you listen to it, he's fucking. I mean, it's hilarious when he's up there. You have to admit, he is funny as shit. I know, he's like, yeah, I was doing cocaine. Me and Marilyn Manson did some cocaine. Yeah, I gave him a pill to shut him up. Yeah. What do you think that pill was? What pill did you give Marilyn? I know nobody. You fucking really? I have an autographed guitar from him. Bro, you've got to come to my studio. I got BB King, I got Meatloaf, I got Journey, I got Aerosmith.
Let's see this. There you go. Free guilt, orgasm-inducing female ejaculate connoisseur rabbi.
Metallica, I talked to him via email a couple months ago. After he's due the lawsuit, right? Yeah,
Is that a thing?
Met him.
Oh, it's gotta be a thing. It's free. Oh, that is so free guilt orgasm inducing. Is that how you spell inducing?
You know, realistically, I don't give a fuck.
Free guilt orgasm inducing female ejaculate connoisseur rabbi. What? What is that? What is that? It's what you want it to be, baby. Let me get this straight. You are a free guilt-inducing female ejaculate connoisseur. Now you're a free guilt orgasm. I can't even say it with this straight face. Here you go. Free guilt orgasm inducing female ejaculate connoisseur. Free guilt orgasm inducing female ejaculate connoisseur rabbi. Is that a thing? It is now, folks. What is that? Somebody would just be like, what is that? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you know,
it's whatever you want it to be.
Look at Ron Jeremy. Ron Jeremy's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. Is he already in there? Yeah, he's in there. You know what? I need you to help me. I have a
Wiki wow. Wiki wild wild west. Wiki wild wild west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Riders. No, you don't want nada. None. I'm shocked that we have the same taste in music. You think you and Shane could be friends? I think we fucking went to college together, son. Woo!
bathroom and fuck them. And it's exactly what they're trying to. And I have the podcast. I mean, I have the video. I need you to show me how to do this. I wonder what it was like.
What is this? It's a free gilf orgasm inducing female ejaculate connoisseur rabbi.
That's who gets I mean, I've seen it firsthand.
It's like squirt.
Back in the 98 rock days when we had livestock, we all be back in the
Maybe I should free gilf orgasm inducing female ejaculate. What if we remove the word free and just put squirt connoisseur?
Literally, they just fuck all day. Just literally fuck and get high all day.
That's such a fucking
Okay.
incredible life.
Oh,
You imagine, like,
I'm down with that.
What is
this here I go. They get up at
I don't know if it's gonna work.
noon, and everything's catered for them. This is up there on the bus.
Gilf orgasm inducing female ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi.
And then they have, like, 5 or 6
Account has
outlets
been
that
suspended.
are out scouring the campgrounds and stuff for just.
I wonder if that message is the thing that
And
does
they
it.
this hot bitch and say, "Hey, you want to go hang out with Motley Crue?" And they're like,
I
"Fuck
bet it
yeah.
is.
Sorry, your boyfriend can't come along." Next thing you know, they're on the bus and they're literally getting fucking railed by all the boys. Straight getting fucking railed. And then
I bet that message
after
does
the
it.
show, come back over.
All right, well that's cool.
Some coke and fucking
Free.
and they load their bus up and go over to Orlando and do a show over there and repeat.
God damn,
Repeat,
man.
rinse, repeat.
God damn.
That's fine.
You know, I think about a lot. Like, I know a
Just
lot
gotta
of
change
people
it.
trying to do it. Like,
Change the message.
just came across all this fucking money and things.
He's not you can't rock star. Can you?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Really?
Oh, fuck.
I mean, a girl's still rock star.
I mean, look, he doesn't walk out in public. It's not like he's like walking around and gets like mobbed. It's not like that kind of thing. But it's more like social media. Just so many fucking horny bitches in his DMs all day, every fucking day. It's just fucking shoot, fish, and barrel.
Right.
And he got anything. He fucking kid's got the world of his. But when I think about people his age, when you get that kind of fucking money and fame and popularity and just you can get anything you fucking want, it fucks with you. At that young of an age.
It does. I'm fucked up, and I had it on such a micro level that they do. I had it on a local, somewhat of a global level when I was in Howard, but it makes you so callous in life about what turns you on now, like what, like honest to God. If there was 2 hot girls, 2 super hot chicks right now on that couch, eating each other's pussy, going crazy, probably you and Calvin would be like, holy shit, and I'm not trying to call you guys, like inexperienced nerds or nothing, but I mean, you haven't seen a lot of that probably, and they were just going crazy, they were dildoing and going crazy. That was a Tuesday for me, and so it would have to be so much elevated for me to be, because I've seen so much. Because I've lived, a bunch of different lives. I was, the host of a really popular global radio show that brought a bunch of money and a bunch of fame and a bunch of bitches. I've been friends with, a lot of really, really high profile people. So I lived that fringe of my life. Then I've had on my show huge from O.J. Simpson to Motley Crue to Bill
Break
Cosby.
the rabbi?
I've had those people that in some instances were in studio and we became friendly and I hung out with them privately. So I've kind of been, in that world on a couple different. One, I've lived a little bit, but I've also seen a little bit as well, or been the guest of it. And it's, but it's changed. I mean, it's like you can't run bitches the way you used to run bitches. Back in the day, they didn't have phones, they didn't have. If you get a girl now, if you're a rock star now, and you're talking to a girl backstage and she snaps a picture or something like that, you're fucked. Back in the day, you could just be posting, hey, I just left, Tifu's hotel room, and there's a picture of a car as she's leaving. That's I don't even know how those guys do it. I probably have them sign NDAs the minute they walk in.
Right? I've heard stories about that. I've heard stories about like that NBA player, fucking NBA player life behind closed doors. Like, yeah, those parties where all they do is sign NDAs.
I knew a couple of girls used to fuck athletes about 5 years ago, and they had to sign an NDA and put their cell phone in their
Guilt, orgasm, inducing.
yes, in that or in the refrigerator,
Guilt,
or
orgasm,
something like that,
inducing.
and sign an NDA with a picture of their driver's
Is that a hyphen?
Right.
So yeah,
I think there's no.
I used to hang out with a guy.
The thing I told him about was that there's somebody that they
He was there from
Reducing.
some Marquette. He was a Second Street guard. And I met him in Milwaukee when I was in Milwaukee.
Does it?
Then I came to Tampa.
Okay.
And he was
Does it have a hyphen?
He played in the league like 8 or 9
I know what it is.
And
There he is. How you living, pimp?
play in this area. Usually the NBA routes is where they'll play Atlanta,
What's good, son?
Orlando, Heat, Charlotte. They kind of route
Just
them that
chilling?
way, you know. So Randy,
You spanking and yanking it?
And I took 3 or 4 days off the power pick as a vacation because Tony Smith called me and said, "Hey, why don't you meet me in Orlando?"
All right, dog. I have one question for you. Where does Bonnie Blue rank at this current moment?
Oh, shit, I don't know.
Why not?
No check.
Please do.
Can I check?
Go for it.
July. What?
She's number 5. All right. Are you proud of her?
Yeah, why not? Hey, fucker.
All day long, kid.
They're not with their love.
Oh, for sure. Don't leave. You fuck. Slutty MILF, orgasm, ejaculate, squirt, connoisseur, and drinker rabbi. Okay. Slutty MILF, orgasm, ejaculate, squirt, inducing. Slutty MILF, orgasm. Slutty MILF. Slutty MILF, orgasm. How about inducing? Inducer. And just a plus. Plus ejaculate, squirt, connoisseur. There you go. Slutty MILF, orgasm, inducer, plus ejaculate, squirt, connoisseur rabbi. I love it. I don't just like it, I love it. Let's see if this shit works. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer plus ejaculate squirt connoisseur Rabbi. Ejaculate squirt connoisseur. I like it. Oh, a new post. Oh, fuck. Let's see if this shit works. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer plus ejaculate squirt connoisseur Rabbi. Free guilt orgasm inducing female ejaculate. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur. Okay. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur Rabbi. What? Slutty MILF. I just like the word slutty. Slutty MILF orgasm. Come on, work, bitch. There we go. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur Rabbi. Ejaculate squirt or squirt ejaculate? They're like the same word. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur. That's fine. And yo, Miss Aquarius, how you living, girl? Are you ready for me? All right, I'm gonna just tell you right now, I'm feeling good.
Feeling good? Okay, you go ahead and win, and when you win, I'm gonna win with you. We win and win it.
That's what I like to hear, my friend. That's what I like to hear.
Take it away. Let's go. Come on, Renee.
Get it. Come on, give me that. Give me it. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
Get it. Good job. Let's go, Rabbi.
Here we go. Oh, I thought I had that.
Okay, we will do that. Okay.
Get it. Oh, that's garbage. That's garbage. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it. I'm going to get these two. No doubt. I know it's a split. Oh, no. Maybe not. Miss Aquarius. She's going to win. And then that means I win. I did not. You got a bunch of... Oh, I did it. Yeah. Oh, you got a spare. Good job. That was really good. You got it. You got it. I need 3 strikes in a row. Oh. Miss Aquarius, I never get a gutter ball. And I did. No, I don't. You had 81, Miss Aquarius. That's a very good score. Good on you. You got your 81st win with a score of 81. That's very good. Very good.
Let's go. Come on, everybody. You got this now. You gotta just do your thing now.
Tough split. You're going to get it, though. You're at least going to get one. You're going to get one. There you go. Very good.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Here it is.
All but one.
You got this.
Get it.
Yay! Ooh.
Look at you, Miss Aquarius. Match her. Match her. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
All right, this is a really hard shot.
Go.
Get something. I'll take it. All comes down to this. Get it. Oh, almost. All right.
Yeah, you got it. All right, I get it. Try.
Almost. Almost.
Okay. Yay.
Got it.
Let's go.
You win. I win.
Right.
Got it. That's what I'm talking about. Nice work. Good job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Yeah, we won both games.
That's right. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Great job, Miss Aquarius.
You're welcome. Undefeated in friendship and in the game. Yay.
That's right.
Hey. You can take a machine and go in the bed, okay?
Sweet.
How was your course? Did you do okay today? On your course?
I enjoyed it very much. I sang patriotic songs I've been watching patriotic podcasts and documentaries, just learning more as much I can about the greatest country in the world.
Nice.
How about you? What'd you do?
So I went over my friend's house to eat, and then I came over here and let them go to that little free concert. I was over here, had family over here, and we played games, and we just had a good time. And I looked at the fireworks they had over here in my house, and down here, I had a good time. I had a good time.
Excellent to hear. Sounds like it was a very good day for you.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, you have some sweet dreams, and we will, God willing, be able to play tomorrow.
All right. God willing. Have a good day.
You as well. Take care.
All right, you too.
Thank you. Okay, this is big. This is really big. Here we go, folks. Big time. Slutty milk orgasm inducing slutty hoe. Slutty milk orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur Rabbi. I like it. It just rolls off the tongue. Attention. The biggest pimp of all time. Come on. Now this is huge. Please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. The biggest pimp of all time has been live streamed 24 hours. Please. Image. Please join the Discord for World Peace. Discord.me/Rabbi. All right, this is the big one, folks. This is the big one. Are we going to have to redo the message? The message for the people? 3, 2. Oh, baby girl. Got him. Got him, baby. Okay. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. I like it. I like it. It's smooth. Very smooth. Fine, Rabbi. IABBI. These people need to know about me. Come on, you slut. Slutty MILF. What about normal MILFs? They are included as well, but the word slutty, it gets your attention. Please, my rabbi. Happy 4th to you, Dad. Slutty? Is it slutty MILFs? Or maybe I'm slutty. You know, there's... Could be both. What happened to my rabbi? Oh, I'm here, baby. Slutty. Sluttiest whore in the history of deceased with this name. Oh, that's so funny. Why is the rabbi slutty? Why not? The rabbi's back with MILFs? Oh, for sure. Dude, you just gave it away. I don't think I'm not going to give away the score. I don't think you'd want to know what it is. Emma Toys. Sluttiest whore in the history of mankind, plus MILF-loving MILF. MILF-loving rabbi. The rabbi just responded to Paul. I'm crying. This rabbi but keeps becoming more creative. Oh, for sure. What's the name? What's my name? Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. I like it. It just rolls off the tongue. Slutty MILF orgasm inducing. No, it's inducer. And ejaculate squirt connoisseur. Are you sure about that? Oh, I'm definitely sure of it. I'm just... Is that the one that we want to land now? I don't know what you want to land. Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. Come on, you little bitch. Slutty MILF and orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. All right. Let it go. Look at this move. Okay, sure. Why not? Lauren, thank you. Thanks, baby. Studiest horror history of you. Plus milk loving. Oh, new one. Help! Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. Wow, this is quick. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. I just had one of those rabbi whatever the fuck accounts. He posted this where I was complaining about them. I hated it. Oh, that's so funny. Help. Thanks, Rabbi. I just got 3 people to repost my shit. So good. It makes me happy to know there are still good people in this world. Who quoted it? Who reposted it? Slutty MILF orgasm inducer and ejaculate squirt connoisseur rabbi. That's just like a bunch of keywords thrown together. Yeah, but it gets people going.
Jack's dead. And Jackie writes next to me, and she says, listen, I know that you're going to charge it as the president. Like, I'm thinking about being right next to you. With my husband dead, you're the first person I thought of. You and Pat and your family. And I think about what we all sacrificed of ourselves in order to achieve these great historical moments, in order to be president. And I lost my husband. This killed him. And I don't want this to happen to you. You're a good man. You've got a good family. And I'm just saying, this is me saying now, cool it. And take that guy and retire and be a family man. Because it's going to kill you. Yes, she wrote this. Wow. Great. Wow. Now, there's nothing when LBJ was president. He didn't very much love Jackie. He just loved, everyone loved Jackie. So LBJ loved Jackie, and there's a tape in here of him calling Jackie from the White House drunk
What is an ejaculated squirt connoisseur, Rabbi? How does one begin such a career path? You gotta get there first, kid. Am I enabling this behavior? Slutty, MILF, orgasm inducer, and ejaculate squirt connoisseur, Rabbi.
She's like, in a nice nightgown. Did you ever watch that, Jack? You have my recently. As soon as I heard the accent, I'm like, yeah, it's just too much. Yeah, I never heard Jack. I don't like biopics. I don't like anyway, LBJ was I told her the story last after he stopped. But the two stories I also read and saw in his library, one was that a Mexican lived in his home district in Texas. Her husband died, was killed in World War II field action, and his coffin was sent back to her hometown, and nobody would bury it. He's Mexican. None of the undertakers, none of the cemeteries would take the body because they're all white people. And so she wrote to LBJ, the time for senator, and she said, "Is there anything you can do? I can't bury my war hero husband. He's just a regular fucking corporal that shot him." And so they have this letter. You see his
What is?
Really sorry to inform you that I can't force those people to do something they don't want to do. And I know it's not.
How does one begin such a? Am I enabling this behavior?
So that guy. So that's the kind of guy. Yeah, that's a quiet story. You know what I mean? He was a principled guy. He was a fucked up guy. He was weird. But that's something he did. And
Slutty, MILF, orgasm inducer, and ejaculate squirt connoisseur, Rabbi. How does one get into it? Oh, it's kind of one of those things. You just gotta know
it
people.
was always his intention. He was an integrationist guy. He was a guy who wanted integration. He lived in Texas. He was a Southern Democrat. So he was pragmatic about it. But yeah, I think he was. Yeah, started. He was a farm. He was a real fucking country guy, and he did stuff like he had these dogs, and he would lift his dogs by the ears, show him, "Press, look at my dogs," and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "It's my dog."
Female. Slutty, MILF, orgasm inducer, and ejaculate squirt connoisseur, Rabbi.
And also, he used to make a lot of his phone calls from the toilet. And
That was good.
he would have meetings on the toilet, like he made a lot of big decisions sitting on the toilet. And then talk to him.
Studies or
He's like, I don't give a goddamn or whatever. And so
okay, sure, why not?
that stuff. But the thing about
Lauren Flam,
LBJ, to me, is like an
you
important
want a
thing,
girl?
is that he was an empathetic president where he even felt other people felt. And this is my problem with some other presidents.
Only flans.
Is that they don't have that. They don't actually. There's a famous photograph you can find of him where one of his son-in-law, I think it was Chuck Todd, was ended up being a senator from Virginia, turned into a douche later. He sent a tape of, he was a lieutenant in the Army in Vietnam, and his lieutenants were just like having to take much of it out, just get him past here. So he just sent
I got a million of these things.
describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And there's a photograph of LBJ sitting at his table, and he's just got his glasses off. He's just sobbing because he knows that he's in charge. Yes. So some of no one is the right. He could not do it. I don't know. I think, but it means that's the conspiracy. Well, and from I have my uncle that's retired. But he was a commander of the Navy, and he was a senior in construction at the time. He was an engineer, and they would.
The names are killing me.
When we were still, it was called we were just setting advisors, and so he was sitting there to build it. And then he got a bunch and went around to his Navy friends and told them about Vietnam for this venture was not important. And then it turned war on his feet, and everybody, all the fucking guys that were over there were killed. And then he went back to the States and went to tell them, so like
Yeah, bro.
very important. Yeah. But so that was so LBJ ran. So he took over for Jack, and then he ran 64. And these are the guys I never made. No. LBJ's vice president. I lost Nixon's first.
One way or another day.
For president in 64. And technically, he served from 63 to 69. Yeah, so 64 didn't beat was the Republican nominee because Nixon sat it out. Nixon didn't run this gold Waterbury. There you go. Okay. So, but then when it got to be 68, this is another, he did tough things though. Took it out of shit. Vietnam and civil rights were the biggest huge conflicts. Yeah. And then he did something that no president does. Sometimes the way he was very dramatic, which was that in 68, he didn't have the confidence of people anymore. He knew that he had to face, it was a very Nixonian moment, he had to face that he had lost the confidence of people. He wasn't popular anymore. Everyone was fucked. And so he made the speech where he said, I will not seek or will I accept my party's nomination for second president. He declared I'm not running a second time. That's fucking rare. Yeah, that's rare. Most guys don't do it. They're supposed to. When I worked at Conan's show early, I was away for the first 2 years. We did one bit that I loved. It's my favorite bit we ever did. It was just new inventions. It was just weird inventions. So one of them, one that I wrote was a machine that it's a big belt that you wear. There's a probe in your ass, and when you fart, so you're not embarrassed by the smell, by the sound. It play instead of your fart, you hear that speech. So we had to go there and parts of here. I will not seek nor shall I accept. Anyway, so LBJ didn't run again, and 68, that's when it fell apart. Bobby ran and was running away with the nomination, and then he got shot in California, replaced by a governor who knew what he liked, and Nixon gets how close to the election shot. It's a good question. It was California primary. He was there within everything. Oh, so it was in the primary, yes. And same with the guy who shot Sirhan. Yes, there's a picture of him laying there. And there was, yes, if you look at the picture, there's a guy holding, see that guy holding his head? Yeah. He's a busboy. Just Mexican busboy working in a hotel. And it was in the kitchen, like he had just made a speech. He was coming through. And just to back up for a second to Bobby. Bobby was an incredible guy. Bobby had a fluid mind of a crackling brain. Like he was like, John was slow and made politics careful moves. And Bobby was passionate. When my mother, when I first got an iPhone, first time I ever held that thing, I took it to my mother's house, and she did. My mother was in the program, but this item was like, she's like, it's a phone. I go, name any image or moment it recorded. That's what she wrote. What's that? That's what she wrote. Just now, I said, name any recorded moment in history. And she said, when Martin Luther King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was about to give a speech at a rally with all black people, so black audience in some city. And he got the news. And he had to tell the audience that MLK was assassinated. And he, off the cuff, said some things about it. Gave a speech which was very matter. And I just went, fucking RFK and played it for George. Let it happen. Yeah, that's awesome. I thought, well, I mean, I was close. I guess. Sure, I thought your mom was like, if I could see anything in the world, it would be. Show me him dead. So he showed me that mother like this with blood on his face. So he was shot coming out of they were taking him through the kitchen. Sergey shoots him. And this Boston boy is the one who catches him. It just was in a melee of people, so a guy who had nothing to do with anything. Just like, senors. He's got his head on his lap. And he looks down and he never spoke about it. Like, he wouldn't press used to ask him. He just refused to talk about it because he felt it was very personal. But he finally, I think the guy might be dead, but I saw an interview with him where he said what happened, which is that Bobby said, he just asked him, do you have a rosary? He's fucking Mexican. He said, do you have a rosary? And he did. And he gave him a rosary and basically shit, Bobby had shot and kicked out. Damn. Sirhan went to prison. I think he's still alive. He's still in prison. So he shows up in a great book by the guy who invented profiling the FBI. The guy who invented, criminal profile. Okay. Richard Kessler or something like that. This guy wrote this. He was the first guy in the FBI to come up with the idea of figuring out why killers do they do. The guy who Mindhunter show. Yeah. I don't know. He invented this thing. Yeah. So, and the book is great because the book starts with a guy who murdered a serial killer who killed somebody in Sacramento.
What's going on here?
Went to her house and they killed him later the next day. And so they found this guy who had become famous for this. He took one look at the murder scene. He said, you're looking for a white man in his 40s who has a big beard. He's living in his car. It's filled with newspapers and trash from McDonald's. And if you don't catch him, it's every day. And they went after the guy exactly on that. So then when that guy was caught, he did the next part of his job, which was the interview to find out these guys love talking. And he asked them all the questions so they understand things. And he asked the guy, how did you know your victims? That's a key thing that finding out how they'll get into the next one. And he said, I would just go to any house and the door was unlocked and kill anybody in there. So it wasn't like she looked like my mom. And so he said, I'm putting this in the first chapter. Just look, we're going to just look. He's like, yeah. Okay, so that's why I find it just looking profiler. Yes, it's like, oh no, I just, if the door's open, nobody talking. If you're dumb, I'll kill you. But anyway, all that, don't get away from president. The point is, that guy, once he learned this thing of talking to the guys, he realized we have all the most notorious killers in federal prisons. I want to go talk to them. And he couldn't get permission because everyone in the FBI says that's cause. It's irritable. Yeah. So then he realized, why am I asking to just go to federal prison? Show my he's like an old FBI guy. So the first guy he talked to was Sergey. Well, he shows up and he just says, I want to see him. And Sergey knocks it. The kid's like, unlocked. That's it. He's like, the kid's unlocked. Who the fuck that guy was? So he didn't ask, I don't know if he asked that question, but he talked to Sergey for a couple hours. He was a dead end. He just talked to him, rambled. And he talked about his conspiracy, what he thought was, why he did it. He has a weird story and things that why he did it. And he didn't learn anything. And he thought maybe this is not a good idea. So I think they looked into this science. And then right before Sergey left, he stopped, took off his shirt, he works out, and he goes, hey, what do you think? Sergey, he shows us, oh, he's fucking big. He wants people to look at him. And that unlocked that security. Yeah, of course. So, like that kind of electric thing, what does it do? Kills women. Yeah, well, that's incidental. What is the point of the guy? So, anyway, that's their answer.
This one.
So, answer has got I don't know what's that. He's still got for parole every 2 years. Yeah, let him in. Oh, he's got a couple of years. Yeah. He's, this is the guy who shot. Oh, I guess we'll get to it. Well, Mike Sweeney, comedian, did the best joke ever. He wrote the opponent for years. great state. And I'm saying it because yes, Mike's he used to do a joke about her Sirhan and his first parole here. He said, I think if Robert Kennedy was alive, he would say, you just let go. And he goes, boy, just a awful bad luck. The one guy who would have stuck up for him, turns out it's the guy who shot him. Anyway, Sirhan kills Robert Kennedy, and the Democrats go to the fucking convention in Chicago. Richard Daley,
Damn,
and
lady.
the fucking hippies showing it. And it's another time like this. Far way out left hippies making a noise and wanting it to be a riot. It's a Democratic National Convention. It's not the Republican. They're like Nixon. It's another time like that. And it was like, yeah, we all Nixon. No, Nixon's a dick. Let's walk with the Democrats. Yeah, the liberal side of things. And they were there was gas, Neb's horses. It's insane. So it's like the Democrats came across this fucking chaotic bunch. They end up with McGovern and nobody gives a fuck. It's just this bad sort of like fucking Democrats represent chaos and drugs and all that stuff. And there wasn't a thing of like, let's get together behind McGovern, beat Nixon, just was not going to happen. So Nixon fucking finally, all those years, playing politics at vice president for fucking Eisenhower. Senator McCarthy inherits all this stuff, and he ends up being president. And he gets pretty he does the majority. The people, or what do you call it? Silent majority. Silent
Look at this one.
Oh,
fuck.
Counted on that. And he won. It was coming again. We're doing the same thing. It's actually the same thing. So then you get to Nixon for 4 years, and he gets to 72.
Look at this one.
Press gay back then went down. Were they like totally like? Well, it was a different bunch. You got like Dave Rather and I mean, I'm forgetting all these guys' names. It was never this important. No, because there was the CBS News, which was Walter Cronkite, and there was NBC and ABC. That was who chose between three news. And there was David Brinkley, and they had Meet the Press. They had some stuff they even still have now. Yeah. But it was the press was centralized. It wasn't the sort of like the written press was pretty out. But the TV news was what everybody was following. And so everyone watched the same news. And the article. So it was different. And you never had a sense of the press. To answer the question, no, they really weren't gay, shady. I don't agree with gay that way. He's even making me sound gay because I'm so accepting him. God. So, like Cronkite was actually being gay when you're being gay. Like to be mad about something. Get a poster for this. Stop it. Stop it. Especially this angry gay. Stop it. Shay was more terrible. That would be if you had two gay dads. There would have been one. It's like, Shane, what the fuck are you saying to him? Shane. It could be the most terrible. That's the most scary. Getting yelled at by your gay dad. But I know a gay. I knew a number of gay dads and two moms. When I was raising my kids, a lot of them gay dads, and I saw it's the same as any other stereotype. There are many kinds of heterosexual parents. There are soft-hearted, useless heterosexual parents. There are distracted, narcissistic. I think I can change my kids' life parents. They're heterosexuals, and there's just fucking like, yeah, he gets it, doing the tough work of heterosexual parents, and it's the same. My experience with gay moms and gay dads. I know gay dads who are just like heart attack fucking. I'm not fucking this up, but also I know it's life. Like I've known so many times, but they all sound like this. Anyway, yeah, real kick the ball. Now, Tyler, go. More than one fucking team. Well, that's what it is. Straight dads. Yeah. But so, gay dads are great. Gay dads are great. Every single one of them. Yeah. he goes, what's your boy? It was cute. He did the code. Yeah, that's why we keep on. Yeah, just the lenses for Barry Lyndon. It's true. Barry Lyndon is a great place. Yeah. And it takes place in like the 1600s. And he wanted it to look like that's what he used no electric lights. But he needed lenses that drink light. And he got NASA to give him lenses. So he did that. Yes. You see all that? There's some clues that show. There's clues that I'm getting. Yeah, I don't believe this. But no, I think somebody was trying to argue. Some Chinese astronomy, they found they satellite it was where people landed. Yes, by the way, they went up like 20 times. It's not even that big, but so Bronchite, when they landed on the moon, they just cut to him. He has this big childish grin on his face. It's just, he doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, this is a marvelous moment. He just reports, well, Neil has landed. The man has landed up there. He says the facts. He's got a babysit the feeling, but he doesn't really say it. And then the other moment that is just big, devastating is when Kennedy does. He says, he gets it in his hand, and he says, President Kennedy has died. He died at 12 o'clock. Then he takes off his glasses to look at the clock above him as he's reading. To look at the clock above him, he says, that's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He just reports the Kennedy's died, reports the time, and he looks at his clock, and then he puts his glasses back on. He goes, sports. And he just swallows. Vice President Lyndon Johnson is to be sworn into. And there's this moment between where he's taking in the president of the United States is dead, without even thinking about it. It's just hard. And then he probably knew. So, but that was his greatest, watch the news now, just like, you're just feeling it. And it's horrible. They're not supposed to, like I worked for Letterman. The Yankees won the World Series, and I got caught up in it because I was a New Yorker, I'm a Boston guy, but I just got caught up in it. So I got to took Larry Button, this character Letterman had to the game and interviewed the players, and then I got to be in the press box during the game, and me and a friend of mine was a writer, we're sitting there watching the game, and we're cheering. Yankees head, everyone's staring at us like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't cheer press box. Like it was like we're all fans or something. But shut the fuck up. I think that shit's going on. I think that's all I really said. But anyway, so Nixon serves also one more thing about that. Yeah, why go to the moon? It's probably my favorite speech. We do things. We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Because it's hard, yes. And he also, in one of his speeches, he had a great. He also in there, he goes, "Why does Rice play Texas?" That gets me every time. I'm just like, dude, why are they playing? They get fucking killed every year. That's right, and they're still doing it. Yes. Kennedy also had a great parable he used to tell. His last speeches are lost because a lot of these guys didn't record every speech. But one of his, he liked telling jokes about Irish goods. So did Reagan. They both used like patty jokes. Yeah. So he tells the story during his vision, trying to get the money and the country behind him. And he talks about these 3 Irish guys walking along the leaves of whatever, just crossing the great green grasses of Ireland. And then they get to the wall, the stone wall. And they go, should we climb the wall? Or should we go turn back and go? And one of them takes his friend's hat off his head and throws it over the wall and says, I guess we're going. So that was part of him. It's not that good. But anyway. So, and then Nixon's president when they land. And there's in his library in California, he was born in crazy. The little house where it's there in the library. There's a phone, which is the phone he talks to the phone on. It's the White House phone. with a big white button and a big red hole button. I don't know if he put one hole in it, but he, talked to, well, it's just wonderful. You're up there, Jack is dead. And, nothing can stop me now. So he was present when that happened. And so 68 turns to 72, and now they're really fucking changing. Everything's in color now. TV's in color. Everything's, Hindis are starting to get they're starting to wash out. Yes. What's happening? Two things happened to the Hindis. First of all, they killed them. They killed them to their feeders. But they also got the drugs started to take the bad thing. They went from mind liberating pot to fucking heroin and cocaine to actually dark things. It became dark flavors. Yes. And then some of them grew up in families wanted to be rich. So, and there's another thing you can find YouTube that's great are the debates between Abby Hoffman and Reuben. He was Jane Fonda's husband.
But now he's been suspended.
And he was a congressman eventually, but he was one of the Jerry Rubin. Because he was one of the hippies. He was a wicked radical. And he used to be one of those guys. We're not taking this shit anymore. And the president come here and kiss my fucking ass. And Abby Hoffman had the best. Yes, if Abby Hoffman was Abby Hoffman said the N-word constantly during his speeches, because he would just be with a bullhorn and talking about fuck you. And he was like really inappropriate, and he was really lit up. Yeah, Abby Hoffman. Him and Jerry Rubin were both. They were like the East Coast, West Coast hippies. Later, Jerry Rubin became a huge capitalist. He became a yuppie. That's where the term yuppie came from. And the two of them debated. They traveled together to different universities, and they would debate their generation's predicaments. But do we keep the fight going of trying to get out of the wars, and trying to be Democrats, and trying to liberate this country? And the other ones were like, we got to grow up. And what Rubin was saying was, we need a candidate. We need to win an election. So we need to go to the Senate, and we need to talk about big business and small business. We need to talk about being practical, because that's the whole trade for the future. And this is where Clinton came from the hippies saying, okay, we're not going to do protests for the lives of people and losers. At one point, they had a huge amount of power. Yeah. And Vietnam, they had a lot of power. They held this vigil around the Lincoln Memorial. And I mean, think of the time, because MLK gave the speech there, and they fucking shot the guy. And I remember being along with my kids and saying, this spot, it steps into the Lincoln Memorial. It's a huge, it's a place where people understand American history. If you look that way, you see Washington, and that was the creation of our country, right? And you see the Capitol, which was the legislature. There's Washington, which was the creation of the country and revolution. And then there was Lincoln, was kept it together. That was the second step. Yeah, we're our own country, but also, even if millions die, we need to be okay. That's what Lincoln and then stood here and made this place important for a new generation. And MLK stood there, and there was a sea of people, and he had to fight for inside of that union that Lincoln preserved. Washington started. He said, we have to fight for our rights. He was the first one to say there's a simple way to fight for, to push for our rights legally and quiet, the nonviolent resistance. So this is firing it up. Right? This is incredibly romantic history. And there's another way to look at all this, apparently, but this is the way that I was down at night. I see it again. It's a story. So, but then after he'd been shot and all that became and all that was pushed aside, and now we're in a fucking melee war. Nixon's president. It feels like forever. It just feels like Nixon's never not going to be president. He was a psychotic. He's taking drugs. He's drinking a lot. He's talking so racist. there's tapes of him saying about it's half out of time. He's like, oh, I guess they smelled it. He says that on tape. And, well, depends on if they've been cooking there. But, so Nixon, so the mall and memorial is just besieged by strung out hippies, students, and veterans. Veterans who came home from the war and hate the war now, and Ron Kovic, these guys with wheelchairs. What the fuck did I do this for? This certainly isn't what are we winning here? When is this war going to end? And it was just a mess. And in the middle of the night, Nixon got a limo and drove into the middle of that. He went to the Lincoln Forest. You notice? There's footage of this too. He was looking out his window. Fucking kids. Yeah, they know. But it was breaking his heart. Because even though he had the hard hats, and even though he had the silent majority, just like now, nobody wants the silent majority. People want people to like them. Twitter is like 39 people and 60,000 bots. It's very few people. It's a bunch of kids that are fighting and saying this extreme shit. And the huge vast amount of the liberal part of this country is not admit any of that. But nobody's satisfied with just knowing that the average person gets it, and that when you really deal with human beings on a real level, they're going to do the right thing. I have a lot of confidence in America, just the way we are as people. But these folks that yell and scream, they really want like it's so mixed. He's winning by a landslide everywhere. He's looking out that window. He's looking at those kids because it's your kids. It's like everybody likes you, but your kids think you're a piece of shit. It just eats you, just destroys you. And so he got in the limousine, and he drove into the middle of the protests. He got out and talked. And it's just this version of like talking to this stupid suit. And they're like, man, you don't get, man, you're just like, you're like an imperialist piece of shit, man. He's like, well, I understand your point. I mean, you just think we just give up half of this story. And they talked. They really talked. I don't know what it did. He did get us out of that point. Nixon did pull us out of that point. He did it in a way that is horrible.
Here it is.
Welcome to another episode of the Vatican Podcast. I'm Douglas Soltis, editor-in-chief of Vatican, and we have talked a lot on this podcast about the death of social media and the rise of algorithmic alternatives. But what if there was a better way? What if we could go back and fix Web 2.0's mistakes with some new tech? What would that look like? And who would be responsible for making sure that we just don't live Web 2.0? This week on the podcast, we have Eric Rothschild, head of trust and safety at Blue Sky. And I'm going to ask him if it's his job to make sure that social media doesn't suck. Let's dig in.
Yeah, we've got this fucking rabbi who's just inundated 24/7. What keeps me up at night? This motherfucker. Doug, no one cares. Damn. Who is this? No one fucking cares. Look, Doc, listen. No one gives a shit, okay? Capiche? Capiche. expats. How about go fuck yourself, Pat?
Sounds good. Thank you for having me, Douglas. I moved to Canada from India as a child.
Canada sucks.
Came here with my parents. They wanted to have, a better life for their kids. So I moved here around 8 years old. Moved to the lovely area of Scarborough. That's our area.
What are you doing about this fucking rabbi? Montreal sucks. The only city in that fucking place that doesn't suck is the island of Newfoundland and Winnipeg. Everything else sucks. Windsor's cool. Everything else sucks. Oh, okay. Boring. A blowjob offer? Oh, you started your Twitter journey. Slutty, MILF, orgasm inducer, and ejaculate squirt connoisseur ever.
Basically, there were 3 opportunities on the table. One was, can you work for the Canadian government? One, 2 was to try and do something completely different. I was thinking about becoming a therapist.
Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna need that fucking training, son. This story sucks.
I tried to raise it with my management and, ended up in huge meetings, all this kind of stuff. And they said it was too risky. It was too risky to do my job. Ireland was too risky for Canada. So it wasn't. And you know what?
Because Canada sucks.
For that kind of shift, COVID forced that shift on the federal government. A little bit later, though, I went to Ireland trying to.
Do the Canadian people suck? No, they've got. What's that bitch's name? Kowalski? No. Whatever. Polheim or whatever. That bitch. She's a good.
So I focused on the tax space, which had always been an interest and passion to see if I could have a scale. And went over to the tax speed attorney since. And then you found your way to Twitter, which is now X. I think it's a Roman talk a little bit about the transition, but you're doing some of the work we're doing now at Blue Sky. For people that maybe are not aware or need a bit of an explanation, maybe not just start off.
Is this shit gonna work?
Can you explain what Blue Sky is and how it is different from other social media platforms? I teased some of off the top, but I really think we should make this a welcoming conversation for anyone who's never heard the term federated media. Can you give us a little on Blue Sky and how the platform level is a little bit different? Because I think it's going to be a conversation.
Study is for in the history of the plus no grabbing rabbi. Study milk orgasm and juicer.
Trapped in these walled gardens with all their data held hostage with basically everything you do, using you as a product to sell you advertising. Do you want that kind of experience? We're trying to build something different, which is that non-billionaire controlled social media to give you a different answer. And the average person doesn't even care what's under the hood. You can come, you can join something that feels familiar, and just have an experience where ideally you're engaging with genuine people, you're having conversations, you're learning something new. Ideally, you're just enjoying social media again. For those who are interested in digging deeper,
What happened?
customizations at your fingertips.
Interesting.
You can choose different moderation capabilities. Problems with scaling platforms is that one size fits all usually fit billionaires' perspective. Here you can take Blue Sky's option, you can disagree with me or turn some of those off. You can join up for moderation services, and you can control your fees. You're not forced to take the channel that's given to you on a day-to-day basis. says instead you have 100,000 different ones. If you were to boss of your unique fountain pens, for example, there are fees only for that that drive that type of content too. I think just people have to make that switch from the social media is served to me and I have no control to the fact that I have huge amounts of control in this universe. Then we can get into the more technical, the more nerdy stuff, but I figured I'd start with the higher level. I think focusing on control is really important. I don't think that anyone listening or seeing this would be unfamiliar with the idea that social media, as it is today, is mostly a predetermined, never-ending flow of content that is kind of delivered to you, and not as conversational as it might have been back in the actual Web 2 nowadays. You're talking about a lot of that control at the user level, and if they want to make those changes, which is to most social media platforms no longer offer, I've kind of turned off. And you're also using a lot of here. It sounds like maybe we should address this in terms of organizationally. Blue Sky has set this up, and then we can, as far as we want to, maybe talk about the technical constraints that you have to make sure that users are going to have that control throughout the Blue Sky experience and not have it end at sitting like in a very large sites that they just don't want to be that way on the platform anymore. So we talk a little bit about Blue Sky's organization and those kind of controls that have been built in to make sure that it doesn't turn into billionaire CEO owned media platform. Absolutely. The company fascinates me. I mean, it fascinated me before I joined, but right now it fascinates me because they have such interesting concepts in terms of, and one of them being treat the company as a future adversary, which I've never seen anywhere in my career. And in doing so, they design the architecture of both the organization and the technical architecture in a way that ensures that things are logged in a way that serves users. And it's that user mindset, that user first mentality that helps drive significantly different
Come on, you bitch. There we go.
So to give you a couple of examples, Blue Sky is a decentralized social media app. A lot of people don't necessarily know what that means, and we don't need to get incredibly into the details, but Blue Sky exists as its own app. But it exists on a protocol called the AT protocol, the Authenticated Transfer Protocol. And that was designed to be a replacement for what Twitter used to use about 5+ years ago. And you don't need it as like a competitive replacement. A lot of this really works to just go within Twitter. Really is Indeed, Jack Dorsey initiated the process because he was frustrated with the way that centralized platforms worked, and he wanted to come up with a different solution, a blue sky approach, if you will. That was exactly the mentality behind the naming, to reinvent the ecosystem, the way that they approached it. And this architecture of a decentralized approach was seen as it. So the architecture just gives you an interoperable layer. I can't get too much more of the details because I don't know that that's technical people in the company. But then on top of that, you have built one signature app, we built a feature app, but then there's people that are building all these other apps and they can talk to each other. So there's one called Skyline, in which it can talk to Blue Sky and the users can go in between and they're not trapped. They can use the same login, they can exchange, but that's a video. You have images on the app, which just flashes. And then on top of Video Roto, you just have a wide range of different app solutions, tools, and it's just incredible to be to see new solutions in play and people experimenting in play, which is what we want to give them back. So I think, from when we talk about user control, fundamentally we're going to get into some of the features that Blue Sky offers to moderate the types of content that they want to see, find new users, participate within the Blue Sky app. What you're saying is fundamentally because it's built on this protocol. If a Blue Sky user doesn't like what Blue Sky is offering, they can take their account. So not locked into the goals of your CEO. Fundamentally, right? Absolutely. Okay. And there's also like another corporate layer there. Those guys set up multiple as a nonprofit to help prevent any sort of like controlling ownership stake that would allow someone to come in later on down the road and say, you know what, decentralized, why don't we make this something like the current options, right? Like beyond the technical integration, the organizational structure of Sky is such that that would be incredibly difficult to do. Is that correct? Absolutely, yes. All right. So in that framework, and I think when I Patel at The Verge likes to talk about social media as something where the actual value proposition, the actual product they offer is content moderation. And I'm so interested in this subject when it comes to Sky. Well, not as just as like a OG social media person. This is a fun experience and not the worst thing that you can do on your phone. I'm interested in this because I think with you there is this implicit tension between the responsibility of providing trust and safety for those as users and the core conceit of the platform that like the users get to decide their experience. I really want to be in this, but maybe we can start by talking about what your job is like at Blue Sky.
There's this fucking rabbi
Just like today,
who keeps me nicknaming.
pre-call for the town hall you mentioned, like, this guy's got something like 35 million users. Company's only got 25 employees. You just recently hired a head of legal. I want to know like everything about your team, your work structure, how you're doing it. But just talk to me about the role of trust and safety within a federated, decentralized social media platform.
Sure. And I guess one caveat on the previous conversation is that we're a public benefit corporation, so that's the only difference in terms of how we're set up. But the day-to-day trust and safety really doesn't. There is no predictability, and that's what that's the fun and the joy and the chaos of the job. It's actually great because we've grown a little bit now. I think we're a little over 25 people. I'm head of legal, which I'm thrilled to no longer have that on my plate. And I just brought 2 new people onto my team recently, so thankfully I have someone to oversee operations and another person to deal with heuristics and spam. So that kind of trust and safety team, along with our moderators, continuing to invest in keeping user safety, user choice at the forefront of this app's development, while recognizing we're still pre-revenue, we're still trying to grow. But most of what I'm focusing on is systemically. I don't think people realize the models that you are stuck in have been developed 20 plus years. And every single life, you want to comment how it's ranked, whether they feed you a notification to what comes into your feed, etc. It has been curated over a decade plus with layers of ML, etc.
Yeah, I think my max account is like old enough to drink. It's pretty close, depending upon where you are in North America. But yeah, okay, so you are, obviously you are speedrunning a lot of the development of social media. And that's true. Are you trying to speedrun because the clear awareness and days of social media was such where people were just doing things to the wall, iterating, and that entrenched experience that you were just describing came about through quick iterations. Are you trying to quickly get back up to an experience, or is there a different approach? And I ask this because seeing your CEO, JP, speak at Webster, I really struck seeing like a social media CEO present thoughtful, earnest, seemingly good faith responses to questions on stage. That's like been a novel experience in the social media space for a couple of years. Are you trying to race through this,
You just tell me all the secrets, dog. I'm only up against 25, 27 people. Easy peasy.
The answer, unfortunately, is it depends. And that usually is because we are so resource constrained. When you look at any other major existing platform out there, they already have revenue model in place. They already have advertising. They already have an engine for growth, etc. As a result, when you make a decision, one, you have a level of resources that you can likely bring to bear, and two, your model is already set. So you don't really have to consider whether or not you are doing specific kinds of trade-offs, because those are already built into the model. You know you're going to feed someone two ads, every kind of surrounding. Exactly. We're outside of that environment. And so as a result, we need to not only factor in the resource constraints, because we make decisions easily that mimic.
Boring. Study is for milk loving rabbi. Oh, for sure. Can't even tweet about who? No one knows who that is. If this thing restarts, I'm gonna be so pissed. Let's read all the comments. But laugh at these people.
Companies. It would also bankrupt us in a very short period of time. So I have to be conscious of that. But then more importantly, we're thinking as a company, as a system. Are we labeling our third-party partners who are one of their components of the ecosystem? Are we putting user safety foremost? And then making those decisions. So for example, this isn't even a trust and safety approach, but just to reflect on Jay's thoughtfulness of we're doing the same for trust and safety. Advertising. Advertising is the most obvious way to, within social media, when you have all these users, you have captive attention, you shove ads in front of them, and that's how you generate revenue. And we have decided that that's our least preferred model for raising revenue. It's not that we're used to do it, but it's our least preferred way, because from our perspective, it creates reverse incentives that go against what we want to have as keeping users' experience in mind. All of a sudden, you have to suck in a huge amount of data, and then you have to inject ads into the experience, and then you trigger off the exact same enchirification cycle that is occurred on every other platform.
So it's like, if we monetize through ads, we need as many impressions as possible to serve more ads. How do we get more impressions? When we do that through engagement? What are the best ways to drive engagement? Turns out telling people what you had for breakfast that day isn't as powerful as divisive, political, or whatever content. And if we allow people to be upset and angry, they comment more, and then maybe, hey, let's stop them from deciding what they see in their feed. Let's just show them the most engaging content, and that'll drive more impressions, and then, hey, we're back to social media as it is right now. Is that the kind of...
You got it. So overall, we're continually assessing, and in trust and safety, I'm continually assessing. Look, these are the dynamics playing out on the network. What are the systemic changes that we bring into this model that tweak it enough that we're balancing against user expression versus mitigating some of the crucial aspects of user safety? In that users on Blue Sky can likely speak up more. You're seeing all these third-party publishers rejoicing over the amount of traffic they're getting. Those are all benefits of user expression.
Well, So it sounds like you're Blue Sky is still really deciding what this platform is going to be. How many of these decisions that you were just discussing sit at your desk, or are they joint conversations across the company that you then feed into from a trust and safety perspective?
There's a huge amount that I think we want to have the conversations across the team. Something as simple or theoretically as simple as verification causes these chaining effects. There's this amazing piece from a few years ago, I think it's on Gene Way's Status as a Service. And when you read that piece and you're starting to reflect on what is verification, you were thinking of a very controversial, but much more grassroots approach of, hey, what if we had social verification? What if we had people in your network that were verified? We tried talking to users and speaking with them, and the users didn't really like that. Over 6 months of iteration, we eventually settled back on a more centralized model that's being driven out where you are known to be clearly authentic and notable. And if we have those two signals, we stick a badge on you because that's what people wanted from familiarity. And that's always a tension. We're kind of trading off between the familiarity that users crave versus trying to be a little subversive, and trying to give them a little bit more control, a little bit more empowerment underneath the surface, but only when you want to look for it. And it's a delicate balance. We have to do that in every single product surface to build out an ecosystem that gels together. All of what got in there, but it's working well enough.
Okay, I think that the verification, which is like obviously a flag in the ground for every social platform, is an interesting example that you think recently. As I understand, it's a service that's where Beta can be verified, but then once Beta is verified, we can use that verification status to verify individual Beta employees related to that. And it's again, it's that one level of control where you have to go back to centralized choice. Can you just compare that in contrast to maybe the tighter framework that you might have experienced at, so let's just keep it to Twitter, because for any you said to me, maybe not so surprising, maybe surprising now, if you were still doing it this way, and you could kind of like write out your policy and like have it live on Twitter in like 30 minutes. It was that a reflection of the culture of Twitter, or because you're working in that defined environment? Would you ever something like that at Blue Sky at that speed now? Would you be much more methodical in the experiment?
Yeah, rewind a bit. I was in shock going from government to Twitter. I've had briefing notes that would take 4 years to go through, and then I showed up on Twitter. I was asked by one of my bosses, I was running something called TweetTech, and I wrote up some instructions, and from the time I started writing the document to the time it became the official document was about 90 minutes, give or take, which blew my mind. As a startup with 25 people, you're working at significantly faster speeds. So in that case, that was a training document, which was a best practice for the entire company. At Blue Sky, being that small of a team, I'm just changing policy on the fly, continually iterating it based on events that are happening, based on user feedback, based on it's usually tiny tweaks, but taking things into consideration. For example, we learned something new about verification. We learned something new that wow, another user found an extreme edge case in terms of our policies. How do we either carve that out so that nothing bad happens to them in the future? Or how do we carve it in to ensure that we enforce on that in the future because they found an edge case that isn't covered by the operation?
You're still actually defining the line that your users are pushing against in real time.
You're defining it every day.
Let's take on the verification point use as an example, because I think just last week there was maybe an interesting proof case of like the current system. Vice President JD Vance joined Blue Sky, started posting stuff you might expect from JD Vance. I'm just going to leave it at that. And representative down and then maybe brought back up versus I don't know which one to a bunch of stories, but let's say September 2016 through 2020, there was a lot of hand wringing about whether or not public accounts of government officials should stay up or go down ever. You guys kind of did the over the weekend, 40 hours, spend some hours, down again, putting back up. Is that the way that the system will be working? Is there anything that worked through this specific instance?
Come on, baby.
The short answer is no. That is not the ideal outcome. The challenge being, should we say a challenger app, if you will, is you're designing all these systems for the first time, and these are all single database problems. Imagine that we're getting a vice president account once a day, perhaps, maybe even several a day. So our systems have been trained and developed to identify that new account comes up and then it gets taken down because they're always impersonators. All of a sudden, you do get the actual account, and this has happened before, and then we take that down again because it recognizes the previous segmentation. Is that ideal? No. So in the future, can we tweak our systems to be either more forgiving or to recognize legitimate signal? That's what we're looking for. Because instead, we end up in these cycles where people believe that automation is not actually an automatic action happening, but a values-based judgment. There's often a great deal of narrative and perception imparted upon a systemic decision. We haven't made that value judgment. All we've done is gone, oh, you're not an impersonator, you're the real account. Okay, here's
This athleticism. It's really impressive in some. Okay.
Make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Calling
WTF? You're shitting myself.
There's a verification badge, share your room, and people are assuming that there's election team or signal on there. So in the future, I think a little bit more of an ideal scenario is, hey, can we identify the authentic account when they emerge, or can we have a less jarring approach? And I would ultimately what I'm looking to improve in terms of our processes moving forward.
Gotcha. Okay. So what I'm hearing is a little bit like obviously the outcome that you want, where actual authentic user that is an authentic user kind of always stays up. And you expect that over time, the more data that you have, the better the decision can be made. But there are also some alternatives to how this process happens. Maybe the account gets reported saying, hey, we're not quite sure if this person is what it says it is. Is a standby versus a down and up scenario because of that. The churn that can be caused socially through this. Okay. Maybe let's take it into the automated systems.
Please tell me all your secrets.
Responsibility within Blue Sky. Blue Sky sense of responsibility. But first, we're going to take a break. The Baiting Podcast is presented by Motion, the control center for creative strategists. Motion helps brands scale paid social media campaigns by turning complex ad data into actionable insights. Tools like visual ad analysis, competitor tracking, and automated monitoring. Following a $30 million Series B fundraise, Motion launched AI creative strategists, virtual teammates that analyze creative, run research, and help generate winning content. If you're ready to tackle real marketing challenges and make an impact, Motion is hiring. They're growing fast, quickly expanding their engineering and customer success teams. To learn more and apply, head to motionapp.com/careers. Previously, we were talking about automated systems, moderating. I think Blue Sky is interesting because one of the, I think maybe the core opportunities that you guys are trying to offer isn't a place where there are no algorithms. It's just that users can choose the algorithms that they want, right? This isn't a Clockwork Orange. It's like a buffet. Shows. It's a Clockwork Tomato. I'm not really sure. But one of the components of user control here is that people can download tools or systems that will help them either find new people, moderate the content that they see, either show it more or show it less. I think Jacob was talking about just like there's one tool that just like will show you randomly new people that you've never seen before as a way to break down silos. That is one automated system that you guys are offering or allowing to be offered through the platform. Can we talk a little bit more about your tools on the back end of like let's say the core offering? Because you mentioned a couple
Tell me all your secrets.
the resources that you have available. The trust and safety team, moderators, humans, but like there's an automated system that you break down the resources that you're using right now to like Blue Sky Core and what that offering looks like.
Sure. The interesting thing is, we're starting from the ground up. So we grew out a moderation team, and they're entirely in-house at the moment. It's almost 100 moderators. Different language expertise that are getting queues on a regular basis. ecosystem, but then we also send it up and try to get a label associated with it. And while that wouldn't be perfectly accurate, it's about 99% accurate, and it'll tell you whether there's potential animal content or an extremist symbol or things of that nature, so then we can issue labels to that. So those would give you, those would both be examples of what I have internally from we have a rules engine. If you do the following things, you know, you'll get learned, as well as those vendors and the humans within it.
Okay, is that, are you describing a circumstance that's pretty baseline to most social platforms? Is there a unique mix here? I guess how is your mix different based upon those guys' current resourcing? Can you, are you allowed to speak to past experiences in Twitter with comparison?
I can certainly refer to Twitter, but I don't think this would be unique. You can go and look at all the major platforms. So usually one of the first things you're going to end up with is these armies of vendor agents. Now we've certainly in spike periods when our capacity has been totally overwhelmed, we've also gone out to vendors, but usually you have these vendor armies, thousands upon thousands of people around the world viewing content in milliseconds. Maybe not milliseconds, but they have 12 seconds sometimes to assess a video. On our side, we're trying for higher context assessment, but that means that our moderators have more training and then have to just get more deeply into it, but it means our queue handling is slower. So in each case, it's always trade-offs. So you have vendor systems, then you have a whole bunch of layers of ML. For example, if you file a report, where do you go in the queue? Where is your previous reputation? What is the type of content that's in the piece that's being reported? Has it been reported similarly before and enforced against by agents? Has this type of content, does it meet specific criteria for high harm, etc.? So there's layers upon layers upon layers. And that's only on the back end. There's also stuff on the front end that goes, hey, this type of content we've seen as potentially toxic, let's downrank it, it's not productive, let's put it on the phone. So there's a huge range of interventions at these bigger firms that they've built out over the past decade or even 2 decades that go into every single part of the experience that you've read. We are building all these components out and try to be thoughtful about, does it make sense to do it in this way? So one of the biggest shifts I'm making this year, for example, is when most guys started off, everything was reactive. You saw something bad, you reported it to us, the operators assessed under our policies. Now, but the reality is when you look at the data, it's only about 5% of people that make reports, and they only do about 5% of the content, and then people out there they're not really egregious line stuff. Right, exactly. And there's a huge amount of bias in when people, so we're making our first shifts this year into moving into productivity. Can you scan the whole network, pick up the content that reaches your community guidelines more productively, report it to mods, or take action? And that all takes many cycles to get more accurate, and it leads to the perception of greater consistency among users that you're taking action on the same type of content, whether they're or not, you're moving on from users, and that's why it's really important for me to invest there.
I'm glad you brought this up because we recently did an episode with a Calgary-based company here that does some real-time social media monitoring. It was on the back of indicating that basically 50% of the internet is now automated agents.
have very strong signatures. 10 years ago, I could look at an Iranian botnet and identify it at a glance within 5 seconds, probably. You just feel that with the internet knows about it. You could just tell from specific characteristics that it was that. 5 years ago, you had a lot of these same characteristics, but you had to learn that the Latin American ones had these characteristics versus the Russian ones versus the Iranians, etc. So everyone's trying. The problem is in the last 5 years, we've got global in the adversarial space. So what I have seen is third-party actors in Russia create the original fake accounts, and then they'll go dormant and just start aging. So nothing's posting on them. Then they will sell them to another interested party that maybe you just look further, but let's just presume they sell it to the interested parties. What happened in one specific case is you had a Russian third-party vendor sold it to someone working on behalf of an African government. Then all those accounts were pivoted and changed into local sounding names and faces, and then they used the reporting system to file fake copyright reports in that case to try and take down activists around the election. So all of a sudden you're seeing Russian origination, switching countries, etc. So it just gets more complicated, more dynamic, and what you have these days are these human technological systems. So you have these lot farms, you have hundreds of cell phones. Used to be the model, now they're just boxes with all the SIM cards. So every single account is going to be a separate phone, sending up a separate signal, sending up a separate potential residential IP address, and then it's enabling ChatGPT on top of it, allowing them to be slightly nuanced and different from each other. So it's not like they're putting out the exact same content. I probably went on for too long, but the way we used to analyze things with the ABC model, which could be Rothschild created, and it was the actor behavior content. Now all of a sudden, the actors are evolving continually. Every single time you take them down, they figure out what you miss. And how can we iterate on a successful level?
That's what I'm doing right now, dude.
Darwinian system of force evolution, and their behavior continues to evolve, the content continues to evolve. So even with the resources of the biggest companies, there's always some that escape, and those are force evolution that you're trying to deal with. I don't think we're going to either. I think that's a wonderful articulation of like the depth of the problem and how it's evolving. Do you feel, given this evolved context, that the larger social platforms are doing all that they can to combat this? Or has it just gotten so much harder? Both. I think the largest platforms could do more, but there are incentives in the model to look for engagement, etc. So probably the rewards aren't perfectly aligned there. I think that's probably a safe thing to say. And the adversaries continue to get smarter, so it becomes harder and harder to detect them. To what extent are you seeing something like this guy? Are you at a scale now with 35 plus million users that various state actors are like, this is pretty juicy for us, we can do some work here? I think I'm seeing state actors dip their toes into the water to go, hey, is this where we want to invest on getting our message across? Does it resonate? Are we able to get the right level of engagement? What I've seen so far in the reports is that no one's willing. People are dipping their toes in the water, but they're not trying to deeply invest in Blue Sky. And I don't take that personally. I don't want them to invest in Blue Sky. But so you'll see the same kind of Russian network that is trying on X, which tries the exact same tactics on Blue Sky, but it falls flat and no one engages with it, which is extremely positive, but less of a concern. Okay, so they're still doing their cost benefit analysis right now. Okay, so we have to be back in a year or so as your user metrics go.
You ever take a shit so badly that you ran out of breath? Oh, that's you do.
We're talking about the tools that you have to combat this. Again, going back to that idea of content moderation being like the value proposition of like any social network. The interesting caveat that you have to talk about at the top, Blue Sky, is that you're offering user control. You can be building these wonderful systems that fundamentally the most
stuff. I want my own stuff. What sense of responsibility do you have for users who silo themselves or make bad choices and fall into maybe more traditional social media environment? Because as I understand it, like this guy allows people to choose. The algorithm recommended content, and they can make those kind of ways to try to get good. How do you balance maybe a desire for systemic control for trust and safety with users? Not just poking in the line, but developing tools to like draw them through.
A question that I ask, a question that would allow me to sleep better at night if I didn't continually ask the question. Generally speaking, you're trying to lean towards user expression. You want them to enjoy their experience. You want them to form communities. And one of the things I'm continually asking myself is how can we drive more social outcomes? People are going through things in the United States at the moment. They are experiencing grief, pain, anger, sorrow all simultaneously. And they come online to a social app to engage with other people, to hopefully find connection, but they bring all that with them. And it's not for me to say you can't bring that into your conversations, but it's trying for me to find that line to say, okay, find your community. In the longer term, the answer we're looking for is can that community bring you more joy, togetherness, and elevate both your conversation and what you're feeling? That is perhaps too big of a goal right now.
That's a big goal for a team of 25 people.
But it's when you open up that app, are you doom scrolling or are you joy scrolling? At the end of the day, what can we do to recondo your life? But in that intro measure, I kind of have to find that line of when you are actively trying to bring others down to your level. You know, you're not having the conversations of sheer misery, so you need to come down to my level. That's where I'm trying to intervene and cut off.
Your post about one thing to not address every other aspect. You throw a lot of throughout today. Therefore,
how dare you post about pancakes? You know, you seem to have pretty good waffles for everyone else. You know, that's that classic meme trope. Now, am I going to intervene in the waffles pancake conversation? No. People are having that over and over again. How do we leave out anger? They're lashing out at others. And how can we minimize that first before we try and focus on the positive? And these are all different levers we're trying to play with to make that connection happen in a more positive way in the future and drive those social outcomes.
Okay. I get the idea of building a joyful community. One of the other components of any federated system or even just like within peace that we can do is cultures is that communities beside us. Your CEO says in your just here was very cool about like having a sense of responsibility for stewarding a social system that is those guys a platform where I am not to a certain level. But then as a long-time social media user and as a journalist, I'm very, very concerned about a kind of gentle silo. My reality is self-contained and doesn't connect with any of the other realities. Is that something that you're trying to address or protect against?
No. Okay. And the reason is that most of the research I've seen points to the fact that the second you're being online, you are being exposed to new ideas, etc. So the very fact that you're on a social network means, unfortunately, the reality is it leads to context collapse. You have people who are potentially pseudonymous accounts clashing with certain opinions and trying to introduce friction in those dynamics to keep you in different bubbles of that space isn't something I'm necessarily opposed to, and I'm willing to experiment to find the right dynamic where you can have your small and social and then step out of it when you want to take the whole internet out. But I find most of the frictions that happen on microblogging apps, if you will, come from that context collapse where it is you're a person on the internet and I disagree with you, so I'm going to convince you that you're wrong. And maybe we need less of that online in the future and find more of those commonalities and then let people have those communities.
I love that you use a term that I haven't heard in a decade, microblogging, but I'm also very sad that it seems like we've conceded the fight for our own individual bubbles online, but I think that's also probably a control to take. I got two more questions for you because we literally have to go somewhere else to have another question on stage in front of several hundreds of people for Trinity Week. First, we'll go positive and negative because that's how I look at it. First, give me one user control feature that is currently in Blue Sky that you want people to be aware of so that they get a sense of specifically some of the things we talked about at a high level of control of their experience, their joy experience.
I think it's probably third-party landlords. So you don't have to agree with me when I make my decisions as Blue Sky moderation. You can instead subscribe to someone else to have their opinions shape your experience. So if you're a Black user as part of Blue Sky or an ally of that community, you can subscribe to Black Sky and they will filter or label people who have toxic views. They have a label called misogyny. So all of a sudden you can see them throughout your experience or you can have them filtered out, both leading to a significantly better experience online that's more aligned with the type of speech you want to see.
Are you going to ever moderate the moderation?
We do occasionally, in the most extreme cases. For the most part, we let communities decide on their own type of speech formation, which allows them to build higher layers. We call it moderation in Blue Sky, which allows them to build and stack layers on top of it.
Gotcha. Okay. So if I think this heading of trust and safety gets out to lunch, you can go check out the Tron Dizzle algorithm that I will deliver on the best Blue Sky posts. I think again, there's a lot of attention to that that we've discussed throughout this episode. I think it speaks to some of the fundamental decisions that you guys have made about how you're building this thing and what's ultimately. My final question to you, kind of reference this. You are still decentralized desire of Blue Sky experience, right? For the people that are not choosing the Tron Dizzle algorithm, but then also just for people who maybe want to join their communities. That's part of your job. What is keeping you up at night right now?
That keeps me up at night is user resistance to change, probably fundamentally. Users are still trapped in a model of the walled garden, where the billionaire controls your entire existence, and you have to yell at the gatekeeper in order to drive change. So we're working, as a 25-person company with very positive intent, building all these changes. When users are still trapped in a model where they don't have any control of their lives, interact with. And it's a long journey. To get right now, it's your responsibility, and that's a bit of onboarding for most people, I think. One little follow up there. You can choose answers before. I'm not sure if you can. Does it bother you? Let's use X, given how that platform was integrated. Complaining about it every day would show up. Knowing that you're trying to present an alternative. Is that what you're speaking to? Just the idea of like, maybe they don't even know that they have an option. And it doesn't have to be like this, that it wasn't honestly like this for the first so many years of social media. I look at it in a bit of a different way, in that we don't deserve any of the users that we have. We need to fight, we need to build, we need to create every day the better social networking experience. And not only do we need to do that, we need to build in the proof points so that when you come to Blue Sky, you realize that it's better for you, that you enjoy it, and we're not there yet. We're working on retention, we're working on one algorithm, we're working on the trust and safety experience. The building blocks are coming together. People who are coming here initially and staying here are doing it despite many failures because they're coming here because they aspirationally believe that we're a better place. We need to deliver on that fundamentally from the ground all the way up from an end-to-end perspective. Then we can have that conversation about what disappointments. Right now, we need to earn their trust. We need to earn that. And we're getting there. We're striving very hard. We're still a 25% pre-revenue company. We're not there yet. I appreciate your very thoughtful response to that same bigger question. It seems like it is a cultural thing in Blue Sky, which I also appreciate. Appreciate you coming on the podcast. And maybe, we can have back on to talk about those things you're doing. For now, man, we've got to get out of here. We've got to go have a conversation on stage at Toronto. So, don't message this guy about your problems. Use the tools that he's built so I can find your journey.
Pussy eating until my lips are raw and mouth gets lockjaw. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Look, it took 3 reports to take this fake Blue Sky Store t-shirt spam account down. But a report by his post and him reported by other 2 spam accounts. Is this a rabbi? Hey, beloved rabbi. Is this, who's this? Slava look. Love it. It took me 3 reports to take this fake Blue Sky Store t-shirt spam account down. But the reporter replied, who was it? Why does it show up for rabbi? Oh. We got a new one. Love it. Took me 3 reports to take this fake Blue Sky Store t-shirt spam account down. After I reported a reply, his post and him, I reported the other 2 spam posts and his replies that were from this fake rabbi that also pops up all the time with new accounts. And when I was done, he was gone. Oh, dog, you just put yourself on the fucking list.
La California, you see them wearing their baggies. Righteous animals too. Oh, pushy, pushy, oh. So bring you and say, Surfing USA, you're drinking out of brew. Get me a single. I'm blind, I'll surf for. What's going to say? Tell the truth, journey with everybody got to journey with everybody got to everybody got to journey with everything that I do. Oh, look at this athleticism. Be too much. This one goes out to Allie. In a plane in LAX, in the dream in a cardigan. Lord, the land of famous. Whoa, am I gonna fit in? This is all so crazy. Everybody looking so famous. Again, kind of homesick. You must have been nervous. Again, on the radio. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up and play my song. And then it flies fly away. Now they my head like, yeah. They hit my hips like, yeah. And the hands up and playing my song. And everyone play okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. And we're up in the taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Like, who that chick in the party thinking that we're out of town. Look around me. It's everything in the backfield party. All of the escalators. And everybody got the bad mouth. The athleticism. You are this looks like that fucking thing in 1984. Real life Big Brother. No far can't that's gonna be too much. Just do it. Born down in a dead man's town. The first kick the truckers when they hit the ground. And the block of darkness would be too much. So you spent half your life just to covering up now. Born in the USA, I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA now. Come down and in a hotel jam. And celebrate a record in my friends. Send me off to a foreign land to go and kill the yellow man. Born in the USA, I was born USA now. Born in the USA, I was born in the USA now. On the road refinery, the land said the sun if it was up to me. I went down to see my BA man. He said, son, don't you understand now? Born in the US. Just send it. It's amazing. Pardon? Pussy eating until my lips are raw and my mouth gets locked. Rabbi. Oh. I love you, girl. I think it's funny as fuck, too. I'm sorry, but the name is sending me do hard. I can't stop laughing, especially the lockjaw part. I just noticed the rabbi part, bro. What? That's so wild. Pussy eating until my lips are raw and mouth gets lockjaw. Oh, that is so funny. Pussy eating until my lips are raw and my mouth gets lockjaw. How fucking funny is that? I'm so fucking funny. I'm the funniest motherfucker of all time. All I do, listen to Johnny Carson tapes, fucking comedians talking about funny shit. Funniest fuck of all time. Sickest motherfucker ever. So sick. Some bitch is gonna fucking fap to this, spraying all over her fucking liver. They're gonna be like, Ma, quit it. She's gonna be like, shut the fuck up and get me another tarp. Pardon? Pussy eating until my lips are raw and my mouth gets lockjaw. Rabbi. Tell me, oh, how you living, girl? Your account's been suspended. Go fuck yourself. Pussy eating until my lips are raw. Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Shabbat shalom to everybody. Shout out to Bond James Bond.